Hello and welcome back to the Big East League of Legends 2020 regular season. It's week number 3, and we have seen teams battle it out for supremacy. Who can come out on top at the end of this regular season? That's still the question on everybody's minds because we have seen teams trade games back and forth, but hopefully we'll get some clarity today. I'm Inverum, joined by Degon, and we are in for some epic matches.
Yeah, we definitely are. Super excited, especially this game that we're kicking off at the beginning of the day, St. John's and Butler's. It's a big battle between the only team that beats St. John's and Butler, who has kind of gone a little back and forth since then.
Yeah, this has been a really interesting start to the season because teams have been trading wins back and forth. Nobody has quite been able to make a clear, let's say, aim for the top. Let's put it that way. St. John's probably has the best claim to that right now, and if we look at our overall standings, you'll see exactly what I'm talking about. Villanova, obviously up there, 5-1. They're sort of this, team that, of course, they're always going to win. They're always going to do well. But St. John's, they're one of these teams who I think could come in and surprise people.
Yeah, St. John's is built upon their momentum from last season and now find themselves in striking distance of that first place spot, beating Villanova. So I think it's a pretty cool place. But the only team, as I said, the blemish on St. John's record was Butler earlier in the year. So we'll get to see how they bounce off. As well, Seton Hall, will they be able to field their starting roster? Will the substitutes be able to step up? They were 3-1 coming into last week, dropped 2 games, and now fall a little bit further down in the pack.
Yeah, having some time off school right now with spring breaks, all sorts of other stuff like that has definitely had an impact on these teams. But let's take a look at our schedule for today and see exactly what we are in store for. You mentioned it before, St. John's, Butler. This is our opening match and one I am super excited to see. But then we also have DePaul St. John's, another test for them. This is actually, if you're a fan of DePaul, if you're a fan of St. John's, this schedule today is the one for you. We get to see DePaul twice, 3 times, and St. John's also 3 times. This is going to be very interesting. All the questions I think we had going into this week about the state of the season, hopefully are going to be answered.
That's right. What color are you a fan of? Are you a fan of the Red Storm and the Blue Demons? I guess we'll find out after the end of the day which one you're going to go with, because both of them are playing 3 games.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting. The standings are going to shift a lot today. Basically, no matter what happens here, the upper part of the leaderboard is going to be dramatically different. And there are some teams sort of in the middle, lower end of the pack. I think this is an opportunity for them to step up. Again, if rosters are shifting a little bit, if things are a little amorphous, this is a great chance to strike while the iron is hot and take advantage of that, because of course we have a new format here this season. If you're familiar with LCS and LEC, you know the double round robin format, but let's talk about it a little bit more.
The ESL Collegiate 2020 spring season presents the opportunity for players to showcase their skills and strategies heading into this new CLOL season. Players will go head-to-head against rivals and see their games brought to life on the big screen. The Big East League of Legends regular season starts with a double round-robin stage. Each team will play all other teams twice during this stage, and all matches will best of 1. Each team's record during the round-robin stage will determine who qualifies for the playoffs. The top 4 teams in the conference will meet in a single elimination bracket in the playoffs. The top 2 teams will play a best-of-5 grand finals for the chance to compete in the CLOL 2020 postseason tournament.
So a double round robin format ending with that playoffs. Oh, those playoffs are going to be interesting. Let's put it that way, because only 4 teams, and we have so much talent this time around. We've had a great opportunity to watch these teams develop over the past year, see the rosters really come together. And honestly, it's a shame that we only get to see 4 in the playoffs, but there's a lot on the line.
Yeah, every year, always 4. Who's going to be that top 4? And I think this is the first time where we have more than 4 teams really stepping up. I think last year, actually 2 years ago, Providence was one of those teams that had the opportunity to step up through Honor Lord. He's graduated and moved on. And now we have 5 stronger teams kind of sitting there with Seton Hall trying to step up out of that 3rd place spot. Now in 5th place, St. John's doing pretty good. Butler trying to build upon their momentum from last year as well. And then we had Marquette hovering around that 5-6 playoff spot, or 5-6 spot to try and push into the playoffs. We'll see if they're able to move on up later on in the season.
Absolutely. Again, taking down the teams they're supposed to take down, but losing to the teams they're supposed to. But I'm glad you mentioned St. John's and DePaul and Butler.
Yeah.
Those are the ones you mentioned.
Those are.
Because that's our first match.
Yeah.
Let's take a look. St. John's coming into this, as I mentioned before, not necessarily at the top of the leaderboard, but that's kind of deceptive because Villanova, who's up there at the top of the leaderboard, their loss was to St. John's.
Yes.
And St. John's lost to Butler, so this is their chance to get some redemption here. So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, and tiebreakers abound, as we said. St. John's and Butler met in week number 1, and Basham wasn't able to get unlocked as he normally did. Very fun, able to answer back there for Butler and take it to St. John's, the only blemish there. But since then, St. John's has been able to recalibrate. It looks like it's almost, you talked about it when we were off broadcast, like a different type of shot calling, much more concise, much more clear, and the metagame understanding how important that first dragon is rotating up to the first Rift Herald. And a lot of that has to do, I think, with the bot lane play of Basham and Reborn. Now, Basham is the longer standing member of this roster, and I think a dark horse candidate to be bot laner of the regular season here for St. John's, but I think it's because he's been unlocked by Reborn, the new member that came on in the preseason invitation.
Absolutely. I mean, having a good support, you can't have a good ADC without, you can't have a good carry without that compatriot down there in the bottom lane, and I think Reborn has really stepped up. Again, diamond level play on his own, but also it's just the fact that Basham, I think, feels so much more comfortable to try and push the tempo a little bit more in these lane setups because they feel comfortable not only in the bot lane, but that they know they're going to do well elsewhere on the Rift, the top side of the map as well. When the pressure is allocated elsewhere, that's when you get to thrive in these situations, and I think that's what's really cool about this St. John's roster. That first week, again, a bit of a stumble, but I feel like the macro has stepped up in a big way, but the team who's going to try and take them down here is Butler, who's done it before.
Yep.
So if there's going to be a squad who's going to bring the pain to St. John's here, it is going to be Butler. And let's take a look at this roster because I have to say, all for joy, good for you sticking to your guns. You hate it, but I
hate it because how are you supposed to build synergy and being right there for your teammates when you don't have the same name as everybody else? You can't have synergy if everyone else has Butler in front of their name and you don't. You could have been Butler All, Butler 4, Butler Joy, Butler All, the number 4 Joy.
Ooh, that would have been bad.
If Big's Noko can be added in there, I'm pretty sure Butler All, number 4 Joy would have fit. But either way, mainly a new roster here. Butler Mac, the focal point of this team. And this season here in his junior year, now getting to play his main role. We've known Butler Mac, formerly known as Renegade Mac, as a mid laner. He had some absolutely pop-off games in the Big East in 2019 on the Cassiopeia, where he single-handedly was able to take down teams like Villanova. But now, moving back on into his comfort role, back into the jungle position, and kind of leading this team. They stumbled now since the early win against St. John's. They're trying to bounce back.
And I think this is interesting, too, because having somebody who's really familiar, there's a lot of interactions with the mid-jungle roles. Now, having played mid, you get a little more knowledge as a jungler. You get to go in, you get a little bit of a feel for it. So I feel like it's only improved the jungle play overall. And of course, improvement is really the name of the game here for Butler over the last couple years, developing this esports program on their campus. We actually got a chance to sit down with Mac and talk with him a little bit more about that. Hey, Mac, thank you so much for sitting down and chatting with us going into this game. We're now a few weeks into the season. We've got a chance to get some results under our belts. How do you think things are going so far?
I think it's going well. A little disappointing losing to Nova twice already, so that's pretty rough. But aside from that, I think our team's doing really well. We're scrimming, meshing, and getting used to playing as a unit and getting better every week. So I think overall our season started really well, but I really want to get back at Nova come playoffs.
Oh, for sure. And, Nova is one of the class of the Big East over the last couple of years, so yeah. I don't think there's any shame in losing to them a couple times in a row. But let's back up a little bit, because what was it like, the esports culture, when you got onto campus? How did everything start over there at Butler?
Well, there wasn't really an esports culture, right? I came to campus and didn't know anybody who played League, didn't know anybody who was into esports. And funnily enough, during the charity event we did during my first week here, I met another student who was interested in LCK, and we just hit it off and started making a league club. And at the same time, there was a senior making an esports club, and we just met up, got together, and started building Butler Esports and making this a thing on our campus. And a couple years later, here we are. We have our own facility and a program of over 100 registered students, and it's awesome.
I mean, that's incredible to hear because, we can see you're in this amazing facility on campus, and to think this wasn't even really a thing a few years ago, and to do all of that while balancing being a student, because you're mentioning before, obviously you're coming into your spring break, but you still have a lot of obligations. You still got a lot of schoolwork. What's it like balancing this? And of course, you have economics and stuff, so these are heavy programs. How is it balancing playing league and getting your schoolwork done?
Oh, it's incredibly difficult. So, I mean, I get up at like 5 or 6 in the morning on most school days and go to the library for a couple hours to do homework. And then I have classes all day. I get out, get food, and then, during this time I'm scheduling scrim partners, letting our team know what's happening, basically doing prep work, and then have 3-hour scrim blocks 2 days a week, review, and Tuesdays and Thursdays are a little easier for me, but honestly, it's a lot of work and dedication. It's not easy to just be good at league, right? It takes a lot of practice. So, you have to schedule time and really make sacrifices to make it happen.
I'm definitely somebody who can speak to knowing it's not easy to be good. You can't just be good at league.
Right? Yeah.
It's
I think one of the things that makes me feel so endeared to you and your team is the way that you've led this team. And so what specifically about this roster compared to last year makes you feel like you can take the next step and play with the big boys, as you guys have had a solid start to the season?
I think a big part of it is the addition of our mid and top laners. So our solo laners, Kim and Will, Vix, Noko, and Alfrejoy. They both, this is their first year playing on the team, and they've grown in the team environment over this past semester. We've been able to scrim in this facility, so we're getting better as a team, and we're able to, have our synergy and figure out what works and what doesn't, not just on stage games, I guess. And then finally, me playing my main role. I was auto-filled for the last season and season 4 playing mid lane. I definitely got better at it, but my natural inclination's to play jungle. So having all of those factors combined, having a mid main, having a top main, and having me on my main position has helped us have a really, really strong top side with independently one of the best bot lanes in the league, right? And we also had Romo come on, so almost an entirely new roster who are all really motivated and ready to try to win this thing.
Well, it sounds really like the full, complete picture here for you guys, and it's interesting to see how you've developed and the confidence you have going into this as well. And obviously, you're going up against a tough opponent today, so I have to wish you best of luck with that, and we're excited to see the games.
Thank you.
Well, you heard it there. Having a complete picture really being the big thing here for this new squad, having everybody on their main roles, and that's so important. As anybody who's ever queued up solo and gets auto-filled knows, being able to play the role you're best at's kind of important.
It's a little important, and I also like the fact that Mac has been there from the beginning, from this Butler Esports squad, and that gives him another year as a captain on the team to kind of lead the way. And it's almost like you have the historian of the team, right? He's like, hey, look, I've been more than willing to sacrifice not only my time, but my position and how I like to play the game for this club. So now when he's like, this is what's going to happen, everyone's like, yes, sir. Everyone kind of falls in line. And he has a little bit more to play with in terms of skill set and champion pool. And I think that's one of the major reasons why we're seeing this team want to take the type of step that St. John's is taking right now. St. John's already has done a lot of the same type of prep. They've had players in place. They've had their coach. They put the organization there, and they got it done quickly in year 1. Butler's now done the same thing in 3 years, and this is a very good battle to see the growth between these two teams.
Oh, I love it. These developing esports programs going toe-to-toe. Let's get into our draft for game number 1 and see exactly what tools they're going to be working with in this matchup. St. John's, of course, I have to look towards the top side of the map. I have to look towards Seven Swords. His Aatrox play has been stellar. You made the joke last week. He only needs one sword, and it's the Darkened Blade.
That's right.
Pikey as well has been really impactful. And Hueco, I think we sort of slept on him a little bit in the mid.
We did. I think so, because when you look at that roster, Seven Swords and Pikey were making a lot of the big plays. We already know what to expect out of Basham, and then Reborn has been enabling the team.
Yep.
So Hueco kind of reminds me of, I believe, how we looked at Kamcha before. Kamcha was surrounded by so many other players for DePaul, and we were looking at all those guys. Brown Man Darius coming to mind when they were making their run last year. It's like Kamcha just needs to hold steady against the native 192 and that kind of team. and everything will function well. I'm sure Ihueco will have a lot of opportunities to pop off, but for now, Pikey, Seven Swords have thrived in this early part of their career, and we know what to expect out of Basham. So it'll be cool to see what they do against All for Joy, who Butler Mac already called out.
Oh, I mean, All for Joy has had such a stellar first few weeks. Every single time I look for a big playmaker on Butler, he's there. But it's the flashy play that's going on, while other good things are also happening, kind of flying under the radar. And you talk about this bottom lane. That's really where I'm looking for Butler to shine here as we go through our first few opening picks and bans here. That is actually an Ornn in the top left corner of your screen.
Yep.
There's the darkest little profile picture.
Yeah,
Can't even.
It's very difficult to see, so we always got to double check. But
yeah, I have to lean forward. Like, who is that?
So to me, that's interesting that St. John's bans away the Ornn. When you're on blue side, you leave that up and you make Butler ban that away. So that's first pickable. But St. John's not opting for that. They do go with a set first pick, and then Butler going to go with Varus to kick things off for Cowboy on the bottom side of the map. I kind of like it because Set runs at you. He doesn't have a dash, so that's one of the downfalls of Set. He does get the massive shield that everybody knows about, big repositioning when he uses the ultimate, but before that, just kind of running at you to punch you a couple times, it does make it a little bit harder to get on in. So if you have a lot of CC, and that's basically what Butler ordered right there, then you can play safe for a little bit and keep him at a distance.
And this is so interesting because we're talking about the bottom lane for Butler, and clearly we're not the only ones thinking that that's a priority for them. Looking at this draft, they've locked their bot lane in almost certainly. You can run Nautilus in a few different places, but I think it's very likely that they've already secured that bottom lane here. They do not want to get banned out of any comfort picks at this stage, as we see the response from St. John's. They can pick it up early as well. They intentionally want to leave these other picks open, looking towards mid, looking towards the jungle, so there is some counterplay that they wanted to bring to the table. They've got that option.
Yeah, still, I was just taking a peek at the bans. Funny how both final bans here for St. John's and Butler, they ban the lane that they first pick. Right? So St. John's bans Ornn, and then they take the Set. Butler bans Aphelios, and then takes the Varus. So you can kind of see, hey, look, this is how we're kind of shaping up our draft here. And in this best of one, you only get one opportunity to get the draft right. It's not, hey, look, it's a best of 3 or best of 5. We play the mind games within the draft. You do your research. We've played this team already. We've seen their games through the first 3 weeks. How do we think they like to play, and how do we think we're most effective against them? And for Butler, it's through the bot lane. For St. John's, through the top lane. So interesting little ways that they're putting resources in the draft.
On that note, though, I think putting out a Braum MF still a decent lane. Coming in here from St. John's.
Decent lane.
Decent lane, just saying. The Renekton, though, being brought in to very likely deal with the setup there in the top. Though, of course, we can see that shift around a little bit, but interesting play coming in. Vix Noko, I think was a little quiet. I think the first time, to be fair, the first game that we saw was a loss in this situation, but has stepped up, I think, in a huge way since then. And this is going to be a very interesting matchup up against Seven Swords. I'm keen to see how that goes. Denying the jungle pick there in the Echo, going towards Pikey, denying these strong assassins. I really like this pick because Pikey is aggressive.
Yes, I mean, both junglers are aggressive. Renegade Mac, I think, made a name for himself when he was playing Cassiopeia like he was playing a frontline assassin. Like Cassiopeia wants to scale, get big, and then come on in. Unless you have Petrifying Gaze and start things off. After the fight happens, you catch someone out. He was more than happy to be in the front line and outplay people. And there it is. We hovered it in his player card earlier. This is his favorite champion. So Kha'Zix going into the jungle role for Butler Mac. He's going to be facilitating a lot. And with this Renekton Kha'Zix top jungle duo, that is a lot of damage early on that Seven Swords is going to have to absorb that type of pressure.
I like this coming out. Oh, hang on. Hang on.
It's not bad.
It's, okay, if this does go
It's
through.
not pikey, but it's not bad.
Okay.
All right, there we go. I was going to say, I mean, everyone kind of has to hit him. Like, when I play Varus, I played a lot of Varus last year. When I play Varus, I hate playing against a Rammus because you have to auto-attack him 2 or 3 times to get the procs of Blight down to deal the % magic damage. But either way, no Rammus. It's a Rek'Sai getting locked in. And so Pikey Butler are now playing earlier game junglers, tempo junglers. You want to snowball because later on in the game, you will fall behind if you don't take care of business. So both these guys going to be playing very aggressive early on. And then Orianna locked in the mid lane for Ihueco. And It's funny because that kind of goes along the lines of what we were saying earlier. Yeah, he's kind of just there. We're sleeping on a little bit. Orianna, one of those safe mid laners. Just play safe, play comfortable. He is blind picking, so he does pick something that it's like, hey, look, I can play any matchup here, and, you know, I won't get destroyed.
Hovering the Syndra there as well a little bit, and Cassiopeia as well, which you mentioned, which that would be really interesting going into Butler with that, given their history with the champion. But these are all safe, solid picks that are going to do okay no matter what into this, basically into anything here. Going into the Zoe, so the poke's going to be a little bit real.
Yeah.
Coming out here for All for Joy, they're going to have that set up before they find the initiation. I don't mind that here in this, but I also have to say the CC that St. John's is bringing to the table here with the set, with the Rek'Sai, with the Orianna, with the Braum, there's a lot of potential engage tools, playmaking tools, but both sides have options. There can be a response here. One big Sleepy Trouble bubble can totally wreck any plans you have.
Yeah, like looking at this, it just seems like there's volatility all across the map that it can go one way or the other with Renekton and Kha'Zix, and then Zoe. When Zoe hits level 6, starts making those roams up top, it's going to be very congested. You look at the bot lane matchup between the two lanes, it feels like you're playing around the unbreakable shield of Braum. When it's up, I think Misfortune and Braum win. When it's down, it's very clear that Nautilus and Varus win because of the CC that's brought there. You have percent health damage. You have the empowered W. Like there's a lot of like interesting little wrinkles in these matchups here.
This is an interesting one, and we have to do predictions now.
Yeah.
Oh man, like rooting for Butler here makes a lot of sense just because, you know, we've seen the play that they've done in a lot of these other games. I've seen them step up in these situations, but I bet against St. John's last week, and I paid for it, and I like the draft here from them. I like the amount of CC they bring to the table, so I'm actually going to go with St. John's on this one. You know, really only dropping that one game so far, and I've seen a lot of improvement from them since. I feel like their macro has improved a lot since, so I don't know. This is going to be tricky, though. I like how we're starting off with a game, and I already can't tell who's going to win.
Yeah. For me, when I think about it, I almost always default to the team that plays proactive. When I look at that, I look at Butler's composition, right? You have your captain on someone that wants to roam early, get ahead, and snowball the game. That's Butler's composition. I'm going with the Bulldogs in game number 1.
All right. Well, already splitting the desk to start this off. I would expect nothing less from the first game of the day.
Yeah.
And the game is ready. So let's get right into it. Let's not keep you waiting any longer. Let's hop on to the Rift with our first match of the day. St. John's taking on Butler. This is going to be
10 gold.
10 gold. There's the lead. GG, guys. We can go home.
One thing I'll also say, as a bot lane player, not great, but as a bot lane player, I would love to play either one of these matchups here because this is skill dependent. If you are Basham, you're waiting for Reborn to open it up, get the concussive blows proc out, and get the CC down. If you're Varus and Cowboy, you're waiting for Andy to land a hook and get on in there and dish out damage.
Yeah, but look at this bot lane matchup. I'm also excited for this top lane matchup as well. You see the stats for 7 Swords here on your screen. I hyped up the Aatrox, and for good reason, going 3-0 with it so far. I had the option to pick it instead, going for the set, and that says a lot to me. When you have a champion in your pool like the Aatrox, who is in the meta, who is strong, and who you're that comfortable with, but you still opt to go for the set, that says to me that you think it is that much stronger to warrant the pickup, and that's scary if you're Butler, because this is, you know, Renekton's solid and could do a ton in the mid game, but set's kind of living in that same realm.
Yep. There's just so many instances where even if you fall behind his set, you can make impactful plays because of the haymaker shield that pops up, and it just is devastating. True damage, being able to hit multiple targets. It's hard to dodge if you're kind of like in that middle range. If you're up close, you can sidestep it. If you're further away, you could possibly try to walk out the back. But if you're right in the middle, it almost always hits, and it doesn't feel great when you're playing against it. But if you're using it, feels great to always dish out damage and have a skill shot that you really miss.
Yeah, I mean, Set was one of those champs that everybody came in like, oh, this might be a little complicated. We'll see how this goes. And everyone's like, no, wait, this is super intuitive. I like how this goes. But you're talking about this matchup right now here in the bottom, how it is very skill dependent, and you talked about the team who's going to be proactive. You call that to be Butler, but here so far in this bottom lane, it looks like Basham and crew are feeling a little bit more confident in the poke here, but of course, a dredge line can always come in and totally upset that apple cart.
Yeah, it was just the early level up there. You know, you always push for that 9th minion to hit level 2. It's 7 minions up here for for the top laners you try to hit for level 2, and just the quick early push, Misfortune able to outpush Varus with any of the skills that she has. But now a little bit of jungle play. Here comes all of the team, and now in the jungle, Ignite's going down. Nautilus trying to get over the wall. Butler stepping over, or Cowboy stepping over, trying to flash over the wall, and now he's gone the wrong way. No one's going to be able to save that air 80 carry flash forward. All for Joy messing up his paddle star, able to pick up the flash. Now Ignite going down onto Pikey. The shield comes on in at the right time by Hueco. Makes a cool little play there to keep Pikey alive, and the aggression by St. John's pays off.
Great job from St. John's, the rotation, but this fight might not be over yet. Mac looking to go back in, forced to get himself back over, now left all for Joy. A particularly precarious situation, but Orianna not able to get it done. Man, this is all over the place in the jungle right now, but the rotation from St. John paid off. Not only did they find the first blood, but they got it on their carry.
Yeah,
huge.
Scrappy by both these squads here. Early pressure by St. John's, early invade. Pikey does not get punished. I think Cowboy a little too big for his boots there, flashing over the wall. As Varus, you really can't do that at level 2. Your big tanky boy support was already low and out of the fight, even with an empowered W Q, right? Your Q does % health damage if you empower it and land it. I don't think that would have been enough damage. It's all for Joy. Get a little low. The cleanse had to come on out. There it is! By Hueco. We've been waiting for the play by this man in the mid lane. Good play one-on-one.
The sick cleanse bait there in the mid. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble came in. He's like, oh, I got this. I'm gonna land this paddle star. And Hueco's like, no, son. I'm gonna sidestep this. What?
Yeah, and all for Joy saw the cleanse. It wasn't that it was like that late where it was an outplay. I think it was just like, hey, I think I'm going to land it anyways, even though he cleansed and got it wrong and ends up paying for it. Now Pikey rotating to the top side of the map. Everywhere we go, St. John's is there. Viznoko will get knocked up. Will he be able to flash away? Face breaker into the haymaker, and at 7 swords being king made in the top lane.
Really nice rotation from Pikey there, and this was the aggressive jungle play I was talking about. The rotations do not stop. He is not going to sit back and idly farm. Every single time he moves to a lane, he wants to find a kill. And Butler starting things off on the back step. It's not the end of the world yet for them by any means, but it's definitely a bit of an eye-opener. I hope they've had their morning coffee. They got to wake up.
Yeah, so surprising here because Butler Mac was saying, hey, look, we played St. John's. It felt a little disappointing that we didn't really get their best shot. And immediately here, within the first 5 minutes, St. John's not only out-macroing, but out-microing Butler. And that's where you start to get a little worried for the Bulldogs here because they've been known as a team that likes to scrap. They like to fight, and they win those types of skirmishes. But mistake in the mid lane, missed couple skill shots on the bottom side in the early invade, and then just not really aware as Viznoko where Pikey could be, and that's how we ended up here with almost a 2,000 gold lead in 4 minutes of minions.
Yeah, and if I'm side of Butler right now, I have to say, okay, guys, let's shake that off. We've already used our summoner economies in shambles. Let's take a second, let's breathe, let's make sure we've got vision as much as possible here, and then let's just try and get these lanes back under control, because as you mentioned before, a 1.5k gold lead at the 5-minute mark is not ideal, but still looking not too bad in terms of CS overall. This is not like they're down and out by any means, and again, Pikey though, these rotations, they're scary.
Yeah, he's been all over the place early on. Funny that both junglers were kind of hovering the same side for each other as we take a look at Basham here. Look at that KDA, 13.2, and he's one of the major reasons why St. John's leads the whole league in KDA right now at 6.6. These guys have been very, very good in terms of minimizing their deaths and maximizing the team play here for everyone on the Red Storm.
But we do look over on the other side, and Varus is one of these champs that can scale in a terrifying way. Zoe as well. We see her in the late game. One paddle star goes awry, and your carry is at half HP. So they're not totally uncomfortable if this does go late, but again, Orianna, Misfortune, these are also champions that are going to be able to contend here. I think a lot of it's going to come down to this objective play. Who can control the Drakes? Who can get the early Rift Herald? Who can leverage this into turret plates and find those power spikes in the mid game with the gold? I'm looking towards the set. I'm looking towards the Rek'Sai when they go off, but in the mid, it is all Hueco right there. A big ult goes through, doesn't quite manage to find the kill, but damage is done.
Yeah, the major loss here isn't the fact that you didn't get the kill. It's the fact that All for Joy gets forced off of multiple minions there. just smart play by Ihueco. Your jungler now finishing off Drake. So by the time that he did that, in case Pikey was nearby, he would have ended up dying. Now, speaking of dying, Butler Andy has to force backwards, and there it is. All for Joy getting picked off by the Rek'Sai from distance. Butler Mac trying to answer back. Isn't level 6 quite yet. Pikey going on in, using the Void Rush, not able to win that one. And Cowboy picks a kill on the bottom side of the map. 7 swords TPing there, but it's a little too late, and this is the first time we've seen St. John's on the back foot here in this game.
Yeah, and that's the pressure that Butler needs to be applying, forcing out, I would say, a mistake from 7 swords there. A bit of a rash TP coming on in there. That's going to be a TP advantage now shortly for Vixnoco. So if a play wants to happen in the bottom side, if you want to be able to bring that Rek'Sai in, now you can, with the set being unable to answer. So we'll keep an eye on that. Having that TP advantage from the top side, I think, would be pretty huge for the overall macro play, but great job for Butler capitalizing on an overextension from St. John's. That's the kind of play I need to see from them. And then continuing to get a bit of a CS lead up here in the top is Vixnoco. But look at how passive he's playing. He just absolutely does not want to get caught out again. Pikey has put a bit of a fear in them.
Yeah, Pikey's just done a good job facilitating early. Now, all for Joy, that was not good. That was
a bit of a misstep.
Yeah, you get this false sense of safety when you're Zoe because you have such long range and your Sleepy Trouble Bubble can go through walls and extend itself. But in that case, there were multiple members just kind of ready to go there. And all for Joy starting off 0-3. Not quite the joyous moment so far in this early game.
Yeah, we're still seeing that gold lead, not extending too far here. The little bit of recompense that Butler was able to achieve there on the jungler kind of helped stabilize them a little bit, but now we see the dive potentially coming in here on the turn on the bottom side. They're going for Cowboy. He's the target, trying to get it done. Nice ult coming in from the mid laner, but trading out 1-for-1 right now, trying to pick up the second kill. Got to make it worth it. Reborn taking a lot of damage. There he is, but all for Joy, trying to find some redemption from the mid, and it is Butler Mac with the double kill. Kha'Zix from the jungle making the presence felt. St. John's is like, we can go in, guys, we got this. Butler's like, hang on.
Andy coming up huge in that one. Both Cowboy and Andy doing a 2-step around Pikey's dive. There was no knock-up from the Rek'Sai, and then Andy gets the auto attack onto Rek'Sai so that he couldn't move for a little while. He was taking a decent amount of damage, and that's why you were able to trade 1-for-1 with Cowboy picking that one up after dying. And the amount of time that Andy was able to buy, it forced Reborn to tank multiple turret shots that he shouldn't have had to if it was a cleaner dive, so that he bought enough time. The Sleepy Trouble Bubble comes on in. Ihueco already uses Cleanse, and it's a nice cleanup by Mac to come on through and really accelerate this Kha'Zix. And that's what I was saying earlier. Kha'Zix wants to get rolling early. And so after falling a little bit further behind in terms of Pyke's macro sense, he's 3-0. He's the one with the bounty, and now the clear win condition for the Bulldogs.
And this to me feels a little bit, and I'm going to go a little bit, not esoteric, but I'm going to walk us out of the game.
Let's go esoteric.
It's a little bit of a maturity thing here, because you start off the game for St. John's, you're thinking, oh, we're making all these plays. Our macro's looking great. Let's keep pushing it. But pushing it isn't always necessarily what you want to do, unless, of course, you're pushing them back underneath your turret, in which case that's absolutely fine. Nice flash coming out using the bushes to try and get the vision here. Ihueco is going to rotate in as well, committing a lot of resources to this, and that's another kill going the way of the jungler. There we are. Butler Mac tried to rotate in time, but not quite able to do so. That's the Renekton just going down. But like I said, I feel like St. John's got maybe a little bit too confident, and Butler is there to get the hubris back in check in an instant.
But what I very much like about that play, showing some maturity from the Red Storm, is, hey, Ihueco's like, all right, I've already put this kid in the dumpster. 0-3, 3-1, I've won my lane. Let's go rotate to the top side of the map and help out this set. And now set at 1-0-1. Been part of both kills there, really starting to take control of that top side of the map. So Butler Mac's like, where do I go? I've got the highest kill participation on the team, but if we're not getting kills, it doesn't matter. So Mac's got to start creating these opportunities here for the rest of the Bulldogs.
Butler has been responding every single time. And when you talk about the draft, you talk about how Butler can be this proactive team, how they can be a squad to make them plays themselves. But in this case, they've just been punishing St. John's. And you can punish all day for these over-aggressive plays, but sometimes you've got to be the one to go first. And Butler Mac is going to be doing that right now, trying to find some redemption up here in the top, going into Seven Swords, trying to get the stun, is able to do so. But there we go, the haymaker to slow it right on down. The big ol' shield, 2v1. This set is just too far ahead at this point. They cannot take him down.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a little surprised that Mac's spending that much time on the top side of the map, because you have certain CEC down there with Varus and with Nautilus. You have two forms of CC to lock down, and then it allows Butler Mac to come in and clean up, and that seems like a rinse and repeat. Even if it's a 3v3, you have a pretty good opportunity that your CC is going to land. But yeah, it goes to the top side, does blow the flash there for Seven Swords, so it'll alleviate some of the pressure there for Vixenoco, but I think he should be focusing on the bottom side where you got a lot of CC and it should be easy kills.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to say, Reborn has done a great job so far of sort of soaking up the pressure and the damage that would have been coming Basham's way. Basham 1-0 and 2 has the Essence Reaper completed. And yeah, you've got 2 deaths in your support, but with 3 assists as well, those are the trades you are willing to make, and it has been helping to elevate the rest of your team. I 100% agree. I want Mac to start to put some priority down here, shut down this misfortune, because if you let her go too long, if you've watched a pro game in the last few weeks, you know that's not a good thing.
Yeah, not a great thing. Another thing that's not so great is Vixenoco just getting bullied out here by Set. You know, swords, or I guess razor blades, not as good as the fists of Set, as the Rift Herald gets popped and finished off there. Oh, Mac looking for somewhere to assassinate. Hasn't been spotted out. What a play by Butler Mac to just rotate on through it. Burns the flash there. Reborn does land it, but just a slight cheeky play here from the jungler. Oh no, you hate to see the missed chains of corruption, and that's an opportunity that goes awry. So maybe that's why Mac wasn't focusing on the bottom side of the map. He's like, yeah, you know, as much as we have a lot of CC, it's kind of hard to land. And
you have to have some setup there. You have to have some setup. Like I said, the Sleepy Trouble bubble to start off this fight is really what they're looking for. And as All for Joy continues to scale into this game and the poke becomes a little more real, I think that's going to be the setup they need. That they can find a big flank from the Renekton, go in, pop the Dominus, be that big threat, while also you've got Cowboy in the front dishing it out, playing it front to back and from the side. That's really the kind of fight that Butler wants to take.
Front, back, side to side.
They're doing the do-si-do. You were talking about it earlier.
Well, take a ride. Or I don't know, the do-si-do. That's right. I was just thinking of what a country line would be.
Yeah.
Take a ride.
Yeah.
On the tractor.
Yeah, tractors. We'll go with tractors.
Yeah, we'll go with tractors.
I would have also accepted trucks.
Trucks.
Trucks 4x4.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, 4x4. I've got an ult in store for you to make you stay. It's called Chains of Corruptions and No Interrupted. I don't know how we got here.
I'm really proud of you. That was excellent. That
You're
was
welcome. I didn't know where I was going with corruption.
Absolutely. That was a tough one. But no interruptions here, and I wouldn't have it any other way with our first game of the day, which is already off to a great start. When you have about as many kills as you have minutes in the game, that's usually a pretty solid game of League of Legends, at least if you're a spectator.
Yeah. It's slowed down a bit here, and just want to talk about the contrasting jungler styles right now. I think Pikey has definitely got the better of the two in terms of macro. He's gotten 2 dragons, he's gotten Rift Herald, and that's really unlocked the team. Whereas Butler Mac has made some really smart plays and gotten in and cleaned up some kills and is ahead in terms of gold, but hasn't facilitated as well as Pikey. And I think it's a cool insight to how these teams work. And right here, Seven Swords is getting a cool insight on what CC looks like. Oh, but he's able to pick up one!
Facebreaker, good spell. All right, brings them on in together, and that's Butler Mac trying to be proactive, but they're not trading positive when you go 1 for 1, trading a tier 1 for a tier 2 in this situation. That can't be how you get this done.
No.
And in a vacuum, that play from Butler was excellent. They go in, they dive the turret, they get the kill, trade your support for it. Awesome against the top laners going off. But not when your inhib turret is under threat. Oh, the block from Reborn, taking the paddle star to the face, and all the while your inhib turret is in shambles. The rest of the team's got to come back. Reborn is going up, flashing out the dredge line. Absolutely massive, but here is going to be the chase from Butler. Can they find the kill right now? That is it, blowing up the Braum, but here we go. That's the TP that we're looking for. Everybody's coming into the top. Maybe not necessary here, but at the very least, it might keep Butler from chasing too hard.
Yeah.
Hang on here, T-Gon. What's about to happen? Going in with the paddle star. Oh, my, that's some damage.
Yeah, you could tell that was the empowered W Q there, piercing arrow from Cowboy, trying to finish off Seven Swords after getting paddled a couple times. He's going to look for it one more time, not quite able to. But that's the power of Zoe. What a smooth play there. That was such a supports play by Reborn.
We highlighted him at the beginning for a reason, Degon. This guy has been stepping up in a big way, and you know what? Look, my carries are going to be a little crazy. I'll just be crazy with them.
Yeah. You know, one thing I think I'm starting to learn a little bit more as I watch this game is you can only follow like stats and KDA so much. And I talked about it at the top of the show. St. John's has the highest KDA out of all teams, and it's teamwork that I think gets them there. And so that kind of like non-death doesn't show up on the scoreline, but it was such a smart play there by Reborn. Is now we have the TP in. Nice little smite there by Mac to secure their first Drake. Kind of a precautionary TP by Vixnoco just to be there at the right time, but it'll slow down the Dragon Souls. We watch this top dive one more time.
This was absolutely sick. What a team play there from the jungler mid, and this was the pairing that I was so excited to see from Butler as well, but also here from St. John's, because that synergy is massive. But this is the play right here. All for Joy is about to land some serious damage, but hey-yo, Reborn is there to help soak up the brunt of it, and all the while this turret is just taking so much damage. Of course, Reborn does end up going down here.
And then the flash away there was good. I just... You know, that was such a supports play. Like, I just wanted to highlight that because that's what support play should look like. You're stepping in, you're using your summoner. Oh, Butler Mac under the turret. Basham is still alive, and he's able to get him with the void spikes. But the shutdown does come through from Pikey. So again, we've been saying, Mac, you got to create your own plays here. You're going to start getting outscaled. That was a play that was made.
Yeah.
At what cost, though? If you're going to lose the Rift Herald, maybe not so worth it. So I think Butler needs to fight here. You've got CC, you've got the Nautilus, you've got the Varus, the Sleepy Trouble Bubble can come on through. Here we go. Let's see how this plays out.
Here we go. Sets rotating in from the mid now. Vixnoco needs to be cautious. Getting out over the wall. Rift Herald still in play. Ult hitting one on only one from Varus. That's huge. And now this is Cowboy in a world of hurt. Hang on. Not going to off the chase into the jungle here.
And they stalled long enough that the Rift Herald expires. This is a great play by Butler. Now Andy in a little bit of trouble. It's a paddling! And Pikey getting spanked.
Overstaying from St. John's, and this was the bit of the hubris that I was talking about before. Butler is able to capitalize on this, and All for Joy is starting to go off. All for Joy, who started the game off 0 for 3, but who we hyped up in the pregame for good reason. But Hueco is here as well, showing that his presence still needs to be respected in the mid, and boy, is he starting to go in, Degon.
Yeah, he is, and that was the other player that we're waiting to see step up for this team. Now Max stepping up. Hueco forced to back on off, forced to use Flash. Vixnoco using Dominus, does get pulled backwards. Getting a little low. He's not the tankiest member on the team, but Dominus giving him enough HP to back on off there as Butler finding this is their types of fights, right? The scrappy fights in and out. Let them get a little bit confused over objectives, make them try to decide 2 or 3 different things, and in that process, getting a couple of kills. So nice little start here, a nice little comeback here for the Bulldogs.
Yeah, and I think your point about scrappiness is so important here, because St. John's, all the early rotations, all the early ganks felt so calculated. This is how it's going to go. It's 2 + 2 = 3. The 2 of us, we're going to get the kill. Awesome. But Butler has been like, well, we're kind of on the side of this, and maybe we could go in. All right, let's get some kills. And it feels like when St. John's are not the one dictating the pace, when they're not the one at the front of the class, with the what are those things called?
The gold
laser.
stars.
No, the laser thing. Laser pointer.
Laser
when they're not
the
the
laser
one at the
thing
front,
they used to point?
Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
When they're not at the front of the class with the laser pointer, they feel like the kid in the back with the dunce cap. They don't feel quite as, as impactful.
Yeah.
So I love this from Butler, finding the scrappy fights, but I'm going to need to see more. Because if you keep responding, if you keep answering, the trades will just wear you down. It's death by 1,000 cuts. And now that St. John's has an open inhib in the top, they've taken down most of the turrets here. One good fight from them could even just be the game.
Yes, that is true. And I start to worry here for Butler as well for a different reason, and it's mainly because the Croc really not doing too much. 0-3-0. You do have a completed Black Cleaver, but you're supposed to have the early game process. Now Mac forced to back on off here. Will not get caught out, but decent ward coverage early on here by the Bulldogs as they prep for the Drake.
Yeah, and that's one thing I really want to highlight here is the vision control around these key objectives. And the Drake, of course, soul point potential here for St. John's is all for joy. Is going in and starting to ramp. That is your support. That is your tanky member who just lost half their HP with one paddle star. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. The initial poke, buttering them up before you see Butler Mac go on in with the initiation from the Kazakhs. So that's kind of the combo that I'm looking for.
Yeah, and you don't have a lot of MR built on the other side. Seven Swords is the other tanky member, and this isn't his fault. I would have built the same way. He's building armor early on because Kazakhs was popping off, because Varus had some kills.
Yep.
But now All for Joy starting to turn online, and you're like, what am I supposed to build here? Everyone's starting to scale, and there's only so much gold to go around here in 23 minutes. The Drake has spawned. Vision control still on the side of Butler, but St. John's going to try to force her way in.
Here we go. This might be the fight. Good job zoning for the side of Butler as Mac is just ripping through this Drake. That is going to be the pickup there. Andy not quite finding the key dredge line, going into the wall here, and this is the opportunity for St. John's maybe to try and pick up a kill on a straggler, but no. Solid positioning from Butler. They got there first. They made the proactive play. This is what you were looking for, D-Gon.
Yes, and I love the fact that Butler gets there. Like, St. John's gets there a minute before. Butler was already there a minute and a half before.
Yep.
They're the ones that are able to establish control. What they do relinquish by spending so much time down there is mid lane control, and they lose their turret for it. But it does give Butler now even condition here towards the Mountain Soul.
And we do see Seven Swords split pushing all the while through that TP up for both of these top laners. So should things have switched up a little bit and the fight did break out, there was an option to potentially rotate in here. But it seems like St. John realizes they need to go on the offensive. They don't want to be late to the party again. Instead, they're going to push the tempo, looking to try and find a fight here in the jungle. This trouble bubble goes down, but it's onto the Braum.
Mac
taking a lot of damage to start this off. Seven Swords is going in. This is the set at the damage point, the breaking point, but Mac survives through all this. Vixnoko's going to the back, trying to find the sun onto the carry. Is going to be able to do so, flashing underneath the turret, but that's going to be Seven Swords going gold, trying to survive. His Splight is splitting in half, but no, Cowboy actually picks up the kill in the jungle through all of this. The flash forward, bullet time committed as well. Triple kill from the Orianna while this is going on. What a crazy split fight.
Yeah, it was all over the place, but overall it's just 2 for an ace, and St. John's will take that all day long. And it was very, very close all over the place, but Ihueco immediately burning it. The first thing that happened was Mac misused his jump. He tried to jump backwards and jumped right into the walls. We should be able to take a look at that whole last team fight. Keep an eye on Mac there. He panics a little bit in just a second, because he's trying to find an opening, and that right there, now he's no longer in any place to go forward. He wiggled a little bit when he went back into the wall. It allowed the face breaker by Seven Swords, and look at this front line. Vixnoko, 0-3, that's a valiant attempt, but going 1v3 as an 0-3, not going to pan out too well. All for Joy able to pick up the kill using the Ignite, but then getting soloed out by Ihueco. And then that left your AD carry Cowboy all by his lonesome. He's able to get the 1 kill onto Rek'Sai, but that's all he wrote, and it was just a crazy fight in the top side jungle. 3 different fights, all starting off with finally seeing Butler Mac make a micro mistake in his team fighting.
I got to give a lot of props to St. John's in that one, though. The real reason that fight didn't quite go as badly as it could have is because of the peel to help Basham get out of there, to deal with Vixnoko going in. And also, when they're so focused on that, it allowed Seven Swords. It allowed Hueco to go off, to dive under the turrets, to make the plays they needed to, while Butler was just like, kill the Misfortune, we got to take her down. But in the same time, when they tunnel visioned a little bit, it cost them, and now going on in, it might cost them again, trying to make a presence in the jungle. TP's being committed here as well, and on in we go. Gonna go gold is Andy trying to make this fight happen, but the massive gold combo coming in from the mid, coming in from the carry. Absolutely massive shockwave bullet time. And what a play in the jungle. St. John's just will not stop. That's 3 more dead for Butler, and that's probably going to be the Baron.
Yeah, that was, again, I think Mac getting a little too aggressive. After they got Pikey to get away from the Grump, he jumps over the wall, and that baited out Andy to follow him. And when he followed him, he got caught out, as we see a nice little kill there. Sleepy Trouble Bubble gonna stolen away by Mac. That could have been the game ender right there, with St. John's taking that one. Instead, Butler steal it away, and I don't think there's too much to get here for St. John's.
No Baron.
Wow.
That was a net 0.
I didn't think that was going to happen. I was trying to finish my point about the last team fight and how Butler Mac made a mistake.
They do not stop, Egon. They do not stop. This is the kind of fight we want to see in the jungle. and this is really it here. Baiting them back in and watch the ult combo.
Yeah, so Andy gets caught out here. I like the full commit, and then Seven Swords getting right into the fight, slamming him on in, straight onto the bullet time, plus the Orianna Shockwave, and that's just a one fight. That was bad position. Well, not bad positioning, but your positioning gets turned around on you. And Mac's got to be thinking, hey, man, that was my fault. I got to make a play here. All for Joy being a nuisance. Then the focus shifts onto the Zoe on the bottom side and just stealing that one away. It's level 14 to level 13 jungler. And so you do get a little bit of a smite advantage, and Butler Mac taking full advantage of it. As you can see right there in our player card, nice Baron steal.
Really nice Baron. I mean, that kept his team in it. I mean, again, Butler doesn't have the Baron buff at this point, but St. John's doesn't either, and that's a huge deal because that pretty likely could have been the game, or at least an inhib here for them. St. John's, despite the fights that they've won, despite the battles that they've been able to take on the opposing team side, they haven't actually been able to convert this into an inhib for any meaningful period of time here. So this is significant now, though. We are on Soul Point, but we are seeing another fight potentially breaking out. We do have the ult going in, though. Cowboy trying to stay alive, but back is going in the back. But nice peel once again. Bash.
What is happening?
I do not know, Degon. Vixnoco is trying to go in now. Mac is still on the flank through all this. Bash making a lot of damage to start off this fight. The ult's going to come in from the Nautilus, going to get him knocked up. Mac on the flank, trying to find him, trying to hunt down the prey, and is going to be able to get it done. Trading out 1-for-1. Vixnoco, Seven Swords is here. A massive shield, good damage, but the Sleepy Trouble Bubble does not stop, and it is now Butler pushing the pace.
How is Butler continually finding these types of fights here against the Red Storm? It is such a pleasure to watch how they continually do this. It's confusing the heck out of St. John's right now.
Confusing me, Degon.
Where did Vixnoco come from? He TP'd. Okay, so he TP'd from behind. They split up all over the place where where Basham was just all alone.
And then Basham ran up because there was a Kha'Zix on his side of the line of scrimmage, and now they don't have the carry. St. John's, and this is now going to be an opportunity for them to not only establish vision, not only take over control, but set up some macro plays. Let's watch that back again.
Yeah, so All for Joy is dishing out damage. I thought Cowboy was dead here. I definitely remember this where I'm like, hey, I'm ulting to try and save myself. Mac goes in, TP by Vixnoco, and so now it's a pincer move here. And keep your eye on Basham. Look how low he is. Oh, you get smacked there by the paddle, and then the ult comes on in, he's super low. And Vixnoco, for a Renekton that did not win lane, he very much lost lane. He's buying so much time for the rest of his team to dish out their burst damage. And All for Joy, as you touched on earlier, didn't have the greatest early game, has bounced back in such a fantastic fashion, finding picks, and they're able to layer the CC that I've been waiting for them to do, that I thought they were going to do in the early game, to bring this gold to about bang even. What's up, Joe Miller? So that the score is almost the same. They do have to be aware of the Mountain Drake, because the Soul Drake is coming up very soon here for St. John's, but Butler has just been clawing their way back into this.
This is such an impressive showing from Butler. A lot of other teams, I think, would have cracked under the pressure here. St. John's had so many great rotations early, had such fantastic macro, but Butler being that scrappy team. They're the Bulldogs. They're holding on. They're not going to go down without a fight, and they have been able to rally and basically bring this one to dead even. We are now 31 minutes into this game. Carries are starting to reach this critical point, but Vixnoco may be the one to throw things out of whack right here, getting caught out in the bottom lane, and that is going to be a dead Renekton.
Yeah, 0-7.
Not having the best game.
Lots of CS, but, you know, it's not going to be too punishing, I would say, because the Baron is about 1.5 minutes away. The Mountain Drake is 2 minutes away, so it won't be an immediate loss of one of those major objectives, but right now all Butler can do is put down vision here on the top side of the map and know that St. John's is going to come and take it away, and then you have to work your way back on in. The other hope is that you don't have All for Joy getting caught out like this.
Here we go, forcing out the flash there from All for Joy. That's his actual flash. Keep an eye on that. But here we go in the back. Waco's the one getting caught. An eye for an eye going on in, making it happen, but can Butler get out? That's the question. Mac is going to be the target, trying to get himself on out of there. Basham and the rest of the crew is going to try and get this one done. And Mac running for his life, saving Private Mac, everybody, able to get himself out of there. That was the kill they needed.
Yeah.
This is huge. Look at the objective timers.
Butler Mac looking like our boy Mac D, cool as a cucumber. My goodness, I don't know how he got out of that one, but again, the mid laner's kind of getting caught there. big surprise that All for Joy was able to get away from that one. A very smart play by All for Joy as Pikey used Void Rush as we follow along with All for Joy. He uses Void Rush, but he waits until after Void Rush is completed outside the pit so that there was no way for him to get over the gate. And then you look at all of that, everyone was like, kill the Zoe. Zoe's been so hectic to us. He's been ruining all of our plans. No one really paid attention to Iweko. Iweko was all alone, gets caught out.
Team, there's a Kha'Zix team! It goes gold, but it's like, what can you do? There was so much space created, and this is the tunnel vision that I was talking about. I mentioned it earlier. We saw it in the turret dives from St. John's. We saw it in some of the rotations. Yeah, they're getting some kills, but they've never been clean. They need to play these fights while looking for kills, but also making sure that your carries stay alive. Your Orianna, your Misfortune, they need to be the priority defense for St. John's.
Strategic play here by both these squads. St. John's is going to focus on taking the Mountain Soul. It does give a massive shield. It's going to be very difficult for them to play against. Butler opts into taking Baron. The interesting thing to me about this decision is that if I'm Butler, I'm winning based off of these scrappy team fights. That's my MO.
Yep.
And I have now given them a distinct advantage in those scrappy team fights with the shield.
Yes, especially going into the Zoe, too. That's the big thing, because her whole thing is that she wants to chunk. She wants to butter you up before the fight starts. But when you've got this big, beefy shield, that's going to negate a lot of this initial paddle star damage. A lot of the reason that Butler's been able to do well in these fights is because of these big Zoe abilities from off-screen. And that's going to be negated in a big way now. We'll see how much damage Butler can do with this Baron buff. That's going to be the big question mark here. They need to take an inhib to really, I think, make this trade worth it.
Oh, this is exciting to watch, right? We're seeing two teams that are really like battling back, and that's what I've been loving about the Big East.
Yes,
right. We would have been like, Butler and St. John's, they're battling for 4 or 5. This is basically for a future first place spot because Butler already holds a tiebreaker to St. John's, who has 1 game in hand behind Villanova, who they've already beaten.
Yes!
Like, this is just
Villanova, who's
big
beaten Butler, and Butler,
going
who's beaten St. John's, and St. John's, who's beaten Villanova. This is what's making this season so interesting, is that there is no clear claim to the top. There is no clear number 1. It is a race to the top.
Yeah, and if I'm St. John's, I'm wondering, where did we lose control of this game? Because we had such a big early lead early on. Pikey was out jungling Butler Mac in terms of macro skills, but then they started opting into these fights with their gold lead, and even at a gold deficit, the Bulldogs were able to find the fights that they wanted and now find themselves in a position where they have macro advantage, macro pressure with Baron, and a gold lead.
Yeah, that gold lead's
small
important.
Gold lead,
small gold lead.
But like,
it's going to matter less.
Look
and
at
less
this.
for
They're
this
just
game
able to
goes
take the turret because St. John's does not want to fight. They're more than willing to give up these outer turrets. Everyone always tries to make that final stand against Baron inside the base. You have the physical structures of the walls around there. So we'll keep an eye on who engages upon whom.
That's the question, because the cannons are now going to town in the mid.
is.
That's exactly what you want to do. You just protect the cannons, let them do the work for you, stay safely out of range. And we're seeing it coming in again. This sort of 2-3 or 4-1 position coming in here, trying to take down. And I said this, I want to see an inhib, but here we go. Maybe Trouble Bubble potentially to start this off. Keeping an eye on Andy here. The dredge line is going to be a great follow-up to that initiation, but look at the positioning of Reborn there, making sure that things were going to go too awry.
Yeah, and this goes back to your composition. 1, 2, 3, 4 forms of pretty secure CC here from Butler in the terms of the stun from Renekton. You got Sleepy Trouble Bubble. You got Chains of Corruption. You got Dredge Line. You got Depth Charge. There's so many different ways that you can CC somebody, and the only way was right there. Reborn using Glacial Fissure.
Trying to predict the Zoe ult.
Yeah.
And didn't quite time it properly. Feels bad, man.
I mean, you could try that. You could try doing it with Shockwave with Iqueko's Orianna, but
that's a big committal. You don't want to just do that for one.
Exactly. You don't have as much to do there. So All for Joy, you see him right there. Little bicep, tricep action.
That looks about right. He's flexing on St. John's right now. The later this game goes.
He's bounced back solidly.
He went 0-3 to start this game. He went 0-3 to start this game, and now he is the fear on the Rift. Every single time a Paddle Star comes in, everyone's like, oh, please no. Please no.
Yeah, and that's mainly because the first defensive item that everybody built was armor. Everyone built an armor item first. because Butler, Mac was running amok, and Cowboy and Big Sunoco. You just look at the roster, you're like, yeah, there's 3 AD threats and only 1 AP threat, and that AP threat is 0-3. So now that we've had a little bit more time, you do see a bit of MR coming out for the Rek'Sai and a bit of MR coming out for Set, as now St. John's on the front foot and trying to take hold of the vision before Elder Dragon pops.
This is huge. They're going in, they're clearing out vision, making Butler back up. Waste the sweepers. Just stay strong here.
Yeah.
23 kills to 16 though. But the gold lead now for Butler, the way this has ended up working out. 500 gold bounty on All for Joy, the mid laner. Minute 35, that's when this Elder will come up. But I don't think the side of St. John's wants to wait. They want to go in and maybe look to make something happen beforehand. A fight around this pit has not traditionally gone well for St. John's so far this game.
It has not. It has not. But I like the fact that they're more than willing to step up, try to pressure out the lane here, and see if Butler will make a mistake.
Oh, here we go. Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Oh, wait, go! Forced to burn the cleanse, but still takes so much damage, and this is the fight. Set going in with the big ultimate of Vixnoko. It's going to be executing the mid laner here. Splitting the fight in half is 7 swords, but that is going to be a big play for Butler because we do have a Renekton still alive. The bullet time and the combo from the Shockwave turning the fight around. St. John's will not say die. The follow-up is there. Butler baited themselves in. St. John's goes off. Click those ultimates, boys. Let's go.
What a play by Basham. This is why we constantly talk about this player. What great positioning, backing up, and I thought Vixnoko did a fantastic job buying time. He had stopwatch after using his GA. He bought so much time for the rest of the team, but all of their eyes got so huge to finish off Ihueco, and then Basham turning it around and saying, all right, stopwatch over, it's my time, it's bullet time, and he gets a full channel bullet time on 3 members. He should have gotten all 3 kills, one of the kills going to somebody else, and now St. John's barreling down the mid lane.
This is the fight they needed to win, not waiting for another precarious fight around that dragon pit. They wanted to take it on their own terms, and Butler set it up first. Butler said, look, we can get this done, but St. John's weathered the storm to walk away with the win.
What a game to kick off week 4. Like, that was so fun.
That was great. Oh my goodness. Any time a fight breaks out like that where I legitimately don't know what to talk about, when there's so much action happening on the screen at once, that's a good time. When you have both your top laners saying, look, I'm going to 1v4, the rest of my team is going to try and kill the other one, and whoever wins that first wins the fight, that's exciting to me. That's a game plan. But oh my goodness. So many moments where that could have gone just either way. We looked at the scales, and then in the end, we just saw bullet time, just Misfortune just stepped on one side of it and just flipped the whole thing over.
Yeah, I go back to the initial paddle star that was hit onto Ihueco, onto the Orianna. The second thing that follows up, and again, I kind of see the game as an AD carry, was Varus' arrow. Varus shot his empowered Q. If it would have hit Orianna, even if it went through multiple members, it's percent health missing.
Yeah.
Orianna would have died, and then now Renekton changes his focus not onto the Orianna, but onto Misfortune, and that changes that whole fight. And you saw, even though he was 0-7, 0-8, I think, to close out the game. That Renekton bought more time than what Set did.
Yes.
Set died first.
Yep.
So I thought that was such a fantastic job by Butler to get themselves in that position. But again, slight play there by the underrated Ihueco to allow the big carry Basham to clean things up. And it's a scrappy win. I think it's a team-building win for the St. John's squad to get the monkey off their back and beat the team that beat them earlier in the season.
But look, if I'm both teams coming away from this, A, be proud. That was a great game. But B, there were a lot of learning lessons on both sides there. A lot of lessons. Look, early game, St. John's looked really dominant. The rotations were solid. You know, Butler got a little bit on the back step.
Yeah.
But then a lesson in how to claw your way back. It happened so gradually. There were so many little things done well. You pointed it out. You said, what was the moment? What was the moment where St. John's got behind? When did it even happen? There were so many small things that Butler did well. Both teams should be super proud of that. And again, looking at the final scores when we come back after the break and we take a look at the updated leaderboards, I don't think it's necessarily going to reflect just how good all of these teams are. We are in for a treat of a season here with the Big East. So many solid contenders. Oh boy, I need a break. I need some water. But before we jump onto that break, Twitter. Nope. ESL Collegiate on. Okay, never mind. Yeah, there we go. Oh boy.
Twitter. I did it.
Thanks.
Follow us on Twitter at ESL Collegiate for everything Big East and obviously college esports here. So make sure to do that.
Absolutely.
There we go. I'll do it since
Thank you.
it didn't work when you did.
Thank you.
You
Thank
did great.
I
but
appreciate
it. Didn't work.
I appreciate it. I like it when they troll me in the back. It makes me very happy. We're gonna hop onto a short break. When we
Makes
come
you
back,
feel human.
it does. We'll have our next matchup. You do not want to miss it. More amazing League of Legends action when we return. Hello, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, for the Big East regular season here in 2020. We just started the day off with an absolute banger as Butler took on St. John's, and St. John's was just barely able to walk away with the win. What a solid way to start things off. I'm in Verum. That's Degon.
Hello.
Hello. Wow. I'm still thinking about it. I'm still playing it over in my head.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that's it wasn't one of the best games we've done, right? It wasn't clean. It wasn't like two Titans going back at each other, but it was scrappy.
It was
a lot of fun.
entertaining.
It felt like a brawl between
Yeah.
two squads that were evenly matched. And, at the end of the season, we'll look back and these two teams are 1-1, and this is the most deserved 1-1 I think we're going to see between the two squads this year.
I think so, too. I think that was a great example of highlighting the things that they both independently do well,
Yeah.
and then also maybe highlighting some areas they can improve. And better to have it happen now in week number 3, especially as we take a look at the standings and see exactly how things are shaping up. St. John's 5-1, Villanova 5-1, but these two things are not equal, Degon.
No, they're not, because St. John's has beaten Villanova there.
Mm-hmm.
We should have we'll flip it. We'll flip it next time. St. John's has the tiebreaker. St. John's currently number 1, and Villanova number 2. With DePaul sitting there at 4-1, brand new roster that they're working through right now, but
Yeah.
looking pretty good as expected. So you expect to see Villanova there. You expect to see DePaul there. Those are your 2-time finalists here for the Big East. But then that newcomer St. John's breaking on through now, and you can't ignore it anymore.
You can't, especially as we look towards the schedule for today. I said if you were a fan of St. John's, you're going to have a lot of opportunities to see them play today, because our next match is DePaul versus St. John's. And I think this will answer a lot of questions that we had for both of these squads. We're also going to have Villanova and Georgetown playing later, as well as seeing Seton Hall. And that's going to be really interesting to me, because if we are going to see a more complete version of Seton Hall's roster, I think they have a chance at finding some redemption from the games last week.
Yes, because
Yes.
that's what they were. They were games,
They were games.
last week with that they weren't fully prepared for, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, just not having your full roster, I think, is huge. And I have to give all the props in the world to Georgetown for walking away with the win
Yep.
on that one. It was a really solid display of games, but we'll get there when we get there. And again, if you tuned into the broadcast over the last few weeks or months, you've probably heard me talk about the Good Luck, Have Fun pledge and Any Key, because it's an awesome initiative, and it's good to talk about it. We've got the pin right here on the desk. Boom. There it is, right there. Haha. Good Luck, Have Fun pledge is basically people coming together on the internet and saying, look, we're going to take a stand against online toxicity. The world of gaming and esports, there can be a lot of toxicity, but we're going to try and do something about it. NEQ, of course, trying to foster inclusion in the world of gaming, because, nobody wants to go out and play a game that they love and be harassed or bullied in this situation. And we're basically trying to say, hey, you have an opportunity to step up, to not just be a bystander, to say, look, I don't want to stand for this in my community. I don't want to allow this toxicity in my space. We play games to have fun.
Mhm.
Yeah, we can be competitive, but we do play games to have fun, which is fantastic. So if you put !GLHF into the chat, you'll find a little bit more information about that, which is quite stellar. We have already 430,000 plus people who've signed the pledge. That's like a decent chunk of people.
That's a lot of people to
That's a
do
lot of-
good in the gaming space.
Yeah, but our goal is to get 1 million signatures by the end of 2020. And, I actually got a chance to sit down with some folks last year to get their thoughts on this. And you might recognize a few of them. Let's take a look.
Hi, my name is D1 Ala Mengret.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Snix.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
My name is Bill Carter. My handle is Jump.
My name is Christopher Michaels, better known as Monte Cristo.
Hey guys, I'm Michelle Morrow, and I'm on-camera talent for both esports and the world of entertainment.
I think it's important that people are made aware that their behavior is not acceptable if you're going to throw out bigoted terms or target somebody for that kind of harassment.
So dealing with toxicity, even just on a normal day-to-day basis, when I game, I just like to be sort of an anonymous gamer, and to this day, I am scared to use my mic.
I think that anytime you can sit someone down that has a negative mindset or has a sense of toxicity, think about who you're affecting.
If I had the ability to confront a troll face-to-face, they would not be the keyboard warrior that they are inside of the game.
The GLHF pledge is super important. Anything that's encouraging people to promote positivity, to promote understanding, to promote sympathy.
It's cool to see that people are going above and beyond to be a voice for those from a community that may not be as well represented in gaming. You do matter.
GLHF.
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 Good luck. Have fun.
Good luck, have fun. You heard it there. And if you want to get an exclusive Twitch badge, which you can show off on all of Twitch, like I said, !GLHF in the chat. You've got it.
Yeah, I've got it.
I've got it.
Oh, and I wanted to say a quick happy birthday to D1. It was D1's birthday earlier this week.
was?
So as a good agent of change, you always want to wish the good guys happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Agent of Change, though. That sounds like, as cool as that sounds, it also sounds like something from like a sci-fi movie. And that's also exciting. Let's talk about our next matchup here. Of course, because segues are hard. We just saw St. John's play, and now they're facing up against DePaul. You talked about it, red versus blue, whether you like classic Machinima or Collegiate League of Legends. These things are excellent.
Rooster Teeth.
Shout out Rooster Teeth.
Yeah. Both these two squads, again, another battle. Like St. John's is just going through the gauntlet right now.
Seriously.
Like the tough part of the season.
Seriously.
And every test they've gone through, they've at least looked good.
Yeah.
It turns out they've also won most of them, so, you know, looking good and winning most of them go hand in hand. But last season, DePaul had their number. Kamcha was the, I think these were the games where we saw Kamcha really stabilize and show like, hey, look, I can be more than a role player. It was against St. John's in the semifinals of our Fall Invitational against Reborn, who had just gotten there and had only settled in. As we take a look at the roster here, Toxic Q hopping on into the top lane. That's the big story here.
Yeah.
DePaul moving on from Brown Man Darius, one of the top players in the country.
But Toxic Q,
and he's done a fantastic job as he slotted in.
Stellar, but he's not the only incredible member of this roster. Part of the reason he was able to go off is because of the pressure that was allocated in other lanes. Let's take a look at this highlighted player, and highlighted for good reason. It is Kamcha in the mid lane. You know him for his Cassiopeia, but he's got a bigger champion pool, and he's showed up repeatedly. A neuroscience major, kind of smart, mid lane, a lot of calculations you got to be making at any given point, and favorite team G2, so he likes to win. All right.
Yeah. Cassiopeia, I think of Oriana as well, think of Syndra. He's got quite the pool, and now that he's had his first year of college under his belt, his first year with the team under his belt, so far what we've seen out of him is that next step of development that you want to see out of your superstar role. The mid lane is almost always the role that you play throughout any meta, and having one of those guys that you can rest your hat on makes a huge difference.
It just takes so much pressure off, because when you go into a game and you're like, oh, we're losing mid, everything just changes. The way you have to play the rest of the map changes. So having confidence in your mid laner is huge. But if we take a look at their opponents here, we're obviously very familiar with them. We just got a chance to see this team go off, and one of them, playmakers, the Haymaker Playmaker up in the top. Of course, we have to talk about Seven Swords. We've seen his Aatrox. We've seen his set, and it was game, set, and match on that one. All pun intended.
Yeah, early prowess in a lane that Renekton wants to dominate in. He did a great job with set, using the lane pressure to allow easy ganks from Pikey. And I think, and that's on a set. Imagine if he's on a more aggressive champion, on like what we said in Aatrox, or if he had the opportunity to play Renekton. I think this is a guy that you want to watch as St. John's continues to grow, not only this year, but beyond.
Absolutely. And, you know, I'm excited to get into this draft here in just a second. We can theory craft a little bit how this game is going to go down. Because DePaul, as you said before, moved on from Brown Man Darius, but they have another really solid top laner to fill that role. So I don't actually think that a whole lot is going to change here. I think it's just refinement. It's the fine-tuning. As we get into our draft, we'll see exactly how they are going to get it done here.
Yeah, addition by subtraction. And you don't like to say that by the negativity of, you know, whatever, saying, oh, he's a better player. But this fit, I think, allows the rest of the team to be played through. You've got an aggressive jungler in the form of Reaper, Kamcha stepping up more and more. Hunky Hank, one of the best supports in all of the league. And being amazing.
Probably the best. I would say he's probably the best support. I would say he's so consistent. He doesn't always have necessarily the flashiest of plays, but and we even saw some like amazing support plays in that last game. But Hunky Hank has been there from the outset and has been so good, so consistently, and you cannot take that away, just how important it is to always show. You don't have to be excellent all the time, but being great all the time, that's a skill.
Yeah, and having a great name to say as a caster all the time, the hunkiest of hankiest. It's so good.
Yeah,
I love it.
Not so tanky, but always hanky.
Let's take a look at the bands here. Aphelios and Diana actually getting focused out here by DePaul, and then Silas and Lee Sin, so no early game pressure for Reaper in the form of the Blind Monk, but Reaper's played a lot of Kazakhs, You can see a lot of Rek'Sai as well from him, so maybe another Rek'Sai game in another St. John's game. We'll see in just a second. Final ban going to be Leona, so Reborn has the opportunity to go back to the Braum if he wants to, but it takes away at least one of those tanky boys. And yeah, there it is, the Ornn getting banned away by St. John's. Kind of, it's the red side tax. You got to ban Ornn unless you're willing to go up against the Ornn, and you know what happens when you fight the Ornn. You get the horns. There you go. Thanks, baby. Set.
Yeah.
Locked in though.
Again,
He's got ears, not horns.
Yeah. He's kind of scary. He's a little intimidating. He's got the whole head tilt thing going on. No, I think this is cool from DePaul, though, that Leona ban is kind of interesting to me because you talked about the Braum. This is a comfort champion for both of these supports. They actually share a pretty similar support pool.
Yeah.
So I think this is going to be interesting. And are we going to see one of these sort of hybrid bot lanes? This is going to be the question.
Oh, I'm so surprised. This is surprising.
I feel like you kind of need to get both of it now. You need to get both components of it now.
Yeah, you could go Tom Kench as well. So you can go either one, right?
Yeah.
So there's still a trade, right? Leona would have been one of them. The other one is Tom Kench or Nautilus, right?
Yep.
So Tom Kench, Nautilus, or Leona. And Reborn is just a solid Leona, so they wanted to take that one away. Yeah, I think you have to take whichever support here in the next ban phase. Otherwise, DePaul can just go ban, Nautilus, and Tom Kench. And then you have a Senna that doesn't have necessarily a traditional full tank that plays in another lane. You could go with Braum, or you can go with something off meta.
Yeah.
That kind of fills that same role.
Or you could actually play this as a support Senna.
You could play it support Senna as well. Yeah, that's true. And the Syndra will get locked in early here. So you needed to make sure. So I like this by St. John's. You had to answer the pick there of the Kiana, because if they're going to pick Kiana mid, which they feel happy to blind into, apparently DePaul do, you want to get your counter pick before you can start thinking out. And now here it is. St. John's going to take away the Nautilus. So now the support pool getting even smaller and smaller. And maybe you're right here. I was so focused on, you're so locked into having the Senna just be the AD carry that doesn't CS Senna, and then your support is the tanky boy support. Yep, so the Thresh gets taken away from Hunky Hank. That's a very good ban because Hunky Hank, normally known for his Morgana and his Thresh, that one being removed, so DePaul has decision time. And who did... Oh, they take away Nidalee.
Interesting.
Yeah, I was like, is that Nidalee for real? But
no, we both had to. The way
Pikey's played Nidalee before. That's a pocket ban there, and now it's decision time for St. John's. Do you go with your support here and then pinch the pool even further for Hunky Hank, even though you know that he can play Morgana? Do you go with your jungler now? Where are you going?
So many questions. This has been an interesting draft. Mind games abound on this one because
Graves. No. Oh, okay. So it is a support Senna. There it is. Look at this. Draft Kingdom by St. John's. Fooling me. That was good.
And here's the thing, too, is having this double marksman bottom lane, there's a reason there was originally kind of theory crafted to be, wow, the be-all, end-all. When Senna first came out, that's how she was originally played. But turns out if you make a support who's also a marksman, they just usually end up being a better marksman. So I think Riot's done a pretty good job of tuning it a little bit here to sort of put her back into that support role. And I actually still like playing Senna as a support. I like her utility overall in the lane particularly, and if you can get a Misfortune ahead, I think that's solid, and especially because Kai'Sa is going to take a while to come online.
Yep.
So they're going to have to rely on the Set, on the Elise, and the Kiana in the mid game to allow DePaul to get to a point where you're going to have this raid boss Kai'Sa.
Yeah, Elise is going to dictate a lot of the action down there, so I expect them to have something with hard CC. Otherwise, they'll have a little bit more of a difficult time to get into fights. Blitz can do that. It's not as secure, but you are dealing with one of, or according to you, the best support in the league, whose favorite champions do have hooks. So maybe this is a higher percentage CC than most Blitzcrank players because you are using it in the hands of Hunky Hank. But I would have liked to seen something that has just a point and click. A point and click CC, something that's just a little bit more secure, and there it is. The Graves does come through for Pikey. This was banned away from them in the last series by Butler, and it didn't really slow down Pikey. Pikey had a great early game, but then started to fall off a little bit before St. John's recovered. So Basham has Misfortune for the second time in a row. That's going to be comfort for him, but then everyone else on a different champion, and just a cool draft here by both these squads.
This is triple marksmen for St. John's. This is interesting.
You don't want to fall behind.
You cannot. You cannot fall behind at this point. This is a very all-in draft. Use the term coin flip. I mean, we were just talking off screen earlier, the idea that some of these lane matchups can be on any given day, one player just might go off and totally turn things on their heads. And that's kind of what this whole game feels like to me. If Elise can get really solid early rotations, I feel like this is really tough. But on the other side, if that doesn't happen, I don't know how you outscale this draft from St. John's.
Yeah, when you look at that final pick of Graves at the Jungle Rule, I think that's a conversation between Pikey and their coach saying, hey, I want you to play Sejuani. I want you to play Gragas. I want you to play something that can be in front so that if it gets hooked, it's not bad. And he's like, I'm going to play Graves, and we're just going to, if he hooks me, then I'm closer to killing them.
The plight of coaches and junglers everywhere. I want you to play Sejuani. How about no?
Yeah, that's what every jungler says. It's like, I'm not a Sejuani player. I can outplay it. But now that I think about it, Hunky Hank can hook any target on that squad. You know, if again,
you're making me rethink my prediction here, Degon. I don't like it because I was going to go St. John's.
Well, think about it.
And now I'm not so sure. I always tend to favor drafts that scale late, though. That's just sort of, I hate the idea of timer comps, the idea that if you don't win by a certain time, you just lose. I hate it. I don't like it. That's not how I play MOBAs. I'm going to go St. John's. We just saw them win. This may be my first mistake of the day, but we're gonna see.
Yeah, I like St. John's draft, but that last pick just throwing me off here. You do good at level. You do better at level 6 as Graves, but Hunky, I like the pick of Blitzcrank. That was the final pick there.
Go with your gut.
Going DePaul.
All right.
I like DePaul here. I think Hunky Hank, again, more established here in terms of the Big East, and yeah, always in that top echelon of conversation as the best support in the league. So I'm going with him to be the playmaker here.
He may be making me regret my decision after I hyped him up so much and then I bet against him because I am smart like that. Let's get into the game and see who's going to be correct. This could be anybody's game. This is going to be a really solid matchup here. Both of these squads have win conditions, and I think they have a pretty clear idea of what those win conditions are. There's a great combination of meta and comfort for both of them. Pikey, run away! Run away!
Talking about, like, Blitz is just annoying. And just can stress you out like that. You go and you get bullied out of your vision on the top side of the map. There's nothing you can do about it. But going back to the stakes of this game, right? Villanova currently waiting their turn to play later today. And that means this match here is basically for first place for St. John's and positioned to be in first place for DePaul. Like, this is such a big match in terms of what I would consider the current big three of our top 3 teams, Villanova, DePaul, and St. John's.
And I'm so glad you bring that up because this isn't seasons past. This isn't, a DePaul going almost completely undefeated an entire season.
You're trying to say this ain't your daddy's DePaul?
This ain't your daddy's
You're not
DePaul.
your daddy's DePaul, Paul.
That's exactly it. That's exactly what's happening. Yeah, no, this is a whole league that has developed and grown. This is an entire set of schools who have had programs developed. They have esports centers now. They have infrastructure. They have backing. They have credibility. And we are starting to see the fruits of those labors really pay off, which means that the competition's just going to continue to get fiercer. There's no more free wins unless you don't show up to your games, in which case, free wins. Show up to your games, kids.
That's right. No more free wins.
Providence, show up to your games. Thank you.
So DePaul going to just settle in here, and you're expecting Elise to make that early couple of ganks, and that's the fun part about Elise. You know you're going to have impact early on. You know you want to shoot the cocoon and try to set up a lane with kill pressure. And to me, if you can go cocoon into Blitzcrank hook, that's going to be flash for sure. If Blitz is able to do that even beforehand, that's a kill for sure. But bot lane focus here for Elise is unique. And there's the hook, but
there's
it's
the hook.
right from the minion wave. Whoa!
Okay.
And he's forced to get caught backwards. The nice little proc of the plasma stacks gets very low, and King amazing. King right here, right now. And St. John's trying to, like, brush off the rust from game 1.
King amazing the minions! Woo! Okay, then. All right, well, you called it. I hyped up Hunky Hank, and there's a reason why I did that. He's kind of really good, but the follow-up was there. King Amazing played that beautifully, and now Basham needs to be careful because High Reaper!
Yeah, there he is, and King Amazing gets a second kill here, and this is what I was talking about.
That's what you were talking about, Degon. Look at you go.
Yeah, you're just a little worried about the Draft Kingdom now, and Kamcha able to trade back a little bit of HP from Ihoreko, but a cute draft where you didn't know where Senna was going to go now led to a skinny draft. You don't have a tanky boy
or
a tanky girl up front. So Blitzcrank now can reign supreme. If you take a look at this again, I thought he was okay. I honestly thought
Don't
Reborn
walk in
was
front
okay.
of your minion wave.
No, but like you're still in between your minions, but the amount of burst damage up front at level 2 that Kaisa can put out if she's able to land the Void Seeker with the plasma stacks works out well. And as you touched on it, I didn't quite see it. The minions almost finished him off, and then from here, it's clockwork. This is procedural. Like, Reaper's down on the bottom side of the map, your jungler's on the top side, and like, Reborn is dead. There's nothing he could have, or Basham is dead. There's nothing he could have done.
That was so smart. Like, nobody taking aggro from the turret to the very last second. You literally cannot stop Hunky Hank walking at you with those big old hands.
Yeah.
He's going to give them to you, and then the Elise was there for the follow-up. You said textbook? It was textbook. It does not get any prettier than that. Hunky hooks, Hanky plays. I love it. Love it.
Yeah, if you're misfortunate in that position, you're like, all right, well, you know that Hunky Hank is going to tank the turret, so auto attack him be the focus. But as soon as you stop to auto attack him, that's when you get hooked. So it's such a difficult position to be in when it's a Blitzcrank diving you, but you know there's damage coming from the jungler as well. There's not a lot for you to do.
Speaking of junglers, Pikey is making a rotation down here towards the bottom. Bit of a patient game in this situation. We often see Pikey be one of the ones to just kind of go face on a lot of these aggressive rotational pathings, but not going to be the case this time around. But Elise is down here in the bottom as well, potentially going to be seeing a scrap here in just a bit. So we do have Reaper rotating in on the flank, but all 3 members are here. There's Pikey going in, trying to split this up, not quite hitting the root. That's massive. TP is coming down from St. John's, going to try and follow up on in this. It is canceled, though. Not going to have it. Now Reaper and crew doing a decent amount of damage onto Reborn, and there is the shutdown coming on through from Pikey. The rotation from the mid laner is there. St. John's committing so many resources, but they get it done.
Yeah, again, Hueco has just done a fantastic job winning lane early, both in this game and in the game of Butler, and then transitioning his lead to help out his other laners. Smart play by the mid laner to get there, gets the assist for it, and it slows down the gold lead of DePaul.
This is a little bit scary, though. Potentially wanting to jump in here is DePaul and steal this one out. Nope, not going to be the case, but in the mid. Hueco, no mana, no problem, says Kamcha.
Oh.
Maybe a problem.
Yeah, if you take a turret shot, but Hueco has no mana, so should be okay. Oh, again, another one landing by Kamcha. Just, Gana is so oppressing to lane against. You go on in, you're able to get the stun, and there it is. Nice little cleanse and flash
What
backwards.
a rotation!
Reborn is at the right time.
Hello, feed it over. Who do you want to give it to? Pikey is here. What a solid rotation from Reborn. It was like call and answer, ask and you shall receive. I need help. I'm here, no worries.
Yeah, Hueco just kind of leading the way here for St. John's, and a lot of the time, this is what we talk about, it's not always through his mechanical outplays per se, but it's the way that he's playing these lanes, it's the way that he's using pressure, the way that he's calling resources. It helps the whole team lift themselves up, and it's something to behold here, and I think we need to start talking about him when we talk about the success of the team.
I really want to get a chance at some point to sit down and talk with the members of St. John's and learn about the process of their shot calling, because that first game we saw from them, and Butler pointed out, it was like, they didn't really seem great. It didn't really seem like we saw the best version of them. But I honestly said it feels like we're seeing a different shot caller. It feels like things have just totally changed from that perspective, and I think you're right. It's resource allocation. They're not afraid to commit. TP channel starts, the rotation from mid comes in. They realize, look, we cannot get behind. And yeah, we might lose a little bit of CS, we might lose a little bit of lane prio if we do this, but at the same time, we're going to get the kill, we're going to rotate, we're going to take an objective, we're going to make it work.
Yeah. I think that's where that team finds success. We haven't really talked about up top too much. Toxic Q here against 7 Swords, and Toxic Q has done a solid job filling in and being kind of like a team player, a role player that DePaul, I think, unexpectedly needed by allowing Reaper to start dictating the action and Kamcha find fights and try to get the opportunity to do these solo kills as he tried in the mid lane. Most of the time they panned out, but now with a 20 CS lead, or 20 CS deficit, maybe Toxic Q is going to have to step up here with a couple of big set plays later on. He did cancel the TP earlier against 7 Swords, which, although DePaul did lose one member, it could have been a lot worse.
It could have. Absolutely. Having the Aatrox coming in there, the additional CC would have probably made a big difference, as King Amazin and Hunky Hank were both able to get on out of there. And now we're seeing a bit of a fight happening up here in the top, but Set's tough to deal with. Good job. Throwing out the ultimate there as well. Pikey potentially in a bit of trouble, but the ult coming on in from the Kiana from the bottom allows them to set that up. I should say the Senna from the bottom. Kiana's there as well, but just a little bit too late, not able to really help out on that fight with a supreme display of talent. It was Reborn, of course, helping out, and now the Roots going on down. Can they get the follow-up damage? Going to try and commit up top, though. King Amazin going on through is going to be able to get back over the wall. Basham not going to commit. The flash did have it, wasn't available, but Degon, they're fighting in the river.
Yeah, they are. They don't want to give up this Rift Herald. It's very low, but Pikey is able to pick it up, and Reaper is forced to back on off for DePaul. And now the long-range hook by Hunky Hank. He does use stopwatch at the right time, does Reborn, and now Hunky Hank has nowhere to go because the King Amazin already low. Used flash, had used ultimate before, and that's when sometimes the hooks go wrong.
The amazing stopwatch uses there from Reborn. He's saying, look, I heard them complimenting the support play of Hunky Hank. Whoa, guys, hang on. I'm here too. I want to make a claim to that best support in the league right now, and I have to say, making a case for it on this Senna, especially given that recently a lot of support players haven't had a chance to play Senna, just given the way things have been shifting in the meta.
Yeah, long distance ult there by Reborn to give the shield on over to his team and get the assist. And it was a bit of a misplay there by ToxicQ. He wanted to use the set ult to get over the Baron Pit wall. Instead, it went into the Baron Pit wall and gave that initial kill over. And I like the fact that DePaul jostled for position to try and take that Rift Herald away. They didn't full commit. They knew the Rift Herald was dishing damage. They also knew they had a numbers disadvantage there. It was a 2v3, and the Rift Herald was like a de facto third teammate there for DePaul. Weren't quite able to find anything, but it did at least lead to a little bit of pressure onto St. John's.
Did indeed, and they got to maintain the pressure. Only about a 400 gold lead right now for St. John's in a composition that you said, and I quote, cannot fall behind. This is not a draft that they can really recover from if they get behind early, if Set's allowed to go off, if Kiana's allowed to go off. But speaking of Set, they're fighting up here in the top. The Darkened Blade is going off, and who's joining into the party, Degon?
It's Ihueco yet again. Another rotation, another assist.
And Pikey's there
covers
to
mid lane.
the mid.
But now Pikey needs to know. Here comes Reaper, long distance cocoon going to land. The supreme display of talent leads to the Fang sinking in, and what a repel to get away from Scatter the Weak, and Reaper gets out. Cool as a cucumber.
Nice retaliation from DePaul. I was complimenting the rotation of Pikey to cover the mid lane, but they saw it coming and were able to do some work there as well. And the pressure also on these turrets, up top from the Set, down bottom as well. They've got a decent amount of plating, which is part of the reason why the gold is so even. And when I say so even, I mean dead even at this point. 5 kills to 4. We are witnessing another brawl, Degon.
I love it.
I love it.
Big East 2020, what's up?
So
Let's take a look at this one more time on how everything shook out. And yep, that looks like Blitzcrank things.
Waiting in the bush, looking to shut it on down.
Like, you hate that. You hate to see it because you know that's like one of the first lessons you ever learn when you play League of Legends in the bot lane. It's,
don't walk back into the pure damage. Tell me about the lesson though, Degon.
It's just you don't want to walk into the bush. You want to shove the lane. You think about all these other things as support, but Blitzcrank does that to you. You just camp in the wave, and right now, ToxicQ in a little bit of trouble.
Potentially in a little trouble, but now we have the rotation from the other mid laner here. Dawning Shadow's going to be giving a nice little addition to shield. Flash committed, but another flash in response. Hello! But who's joining the party here, Degon? Once again.
Ihueco, not even needed, because 7 swords just has one really big sword.
A big sword.
And just slapped Kamja with it.
That Q looked the range did not look right. That looked, he was hitting from downtown. But at least DePaul will not go quietly into this good night. They're going to take a turret through all this. They're going to get some gold. Blitzcrank almost finding these hooks. My goodness, that is absolutely terrifying. Every single time Hunky Hank steps up, everybody just holds their breath. And the turret survives, but not for a whole lot longer. I want you all to know right now, Degon is literally Googling what type of sword this is. Claymore is probably what you're looking for.
I can't believe you threw me out of the bus, man.
It's hilarious.
Yes,
Own it.
it is.
It's so funny. All right.
I was just trying to find what kind of sword it was.
It could have been. It's not a Zweihander. It's not a Claymore really. It's a fantasy sword. So that's what's going to save you the trouble of trying to look through them all because it's not a real sword.
It's the Darkened Blade.
It is the Darkened Blade. It is possessed by a demon thing. And he's now possessed by the demon thing.
The basket-hilted sword could be a Claymore.
Claymore's the closest one because they're huge. It's like what William Wallace used.
A basket-hilted sword.
Okay.
It's a broadsword.
Yeah. Just a big two-handed sword.
Yeah, I think that's it. All right.
I was gonna save you the trouble. That's why it's not a real sword.
I was looking up.
Nobody could carry that. Look at that thing.
Yeah.
He makes it look easy. Uh-oh.
Because he's used to carrying 7 swords. Oh, no.
Oh,
Oh, that was so screwed.
Okay. But Reborn.
Oh, wow, King Amazing using. Oh, I love that. He uses Killer Instinct to move close enough to get the auto attack for the final proc, but stays outside of the turret range. That was cute.
Oh, absolutely. Cute. And I love the play there, just making sure that the carry gets the kill. So little things like that, part of the reason why Hunky Hank is so solid. But we're seeing another brawl of the brawlers up here in the top. 7 swords and Toxic Hue are just going toe-to-toe in this matchup, but the mid laners want in on the action. The rotation coming in from the jungle. Comp just stays alive. What? But still up at the top set with the shield. The action does not stop. What is going on?
These teams just, they gave me the whole time to search what sword we were using. It was like, what, a minute and a half of just like
solid 90 seconds.
And then all of a sudden everyone's like, yeah, we're fighting now. Starting on the bot side of the map, Hunky Hank burns both summoners to burn both summoners of Reborn. Like, that's when you're like, Blitzcrank, yeah, I'm going to use all these, and it's worth. Definitely hashtag worth, and now Reaper, a little bit of trouble, gets chunked out. He comes through. Oh, he lands on the
he flashes, he misses it.
He clenches. She clenches. It clenches.
We clench.
We clench.
We are Groot. All right, here we go.
Wow. Reaper.
Goodness.
I guess Hueco just...
Yeah.
Any one of those assists, a kill, would be another kill right now. So very lucky for Reaper to get away from that one.
This is huge, but as much as we can complement the rotations and the action and the fighting and the mechanics, macro is important. 2 Drakes have gone to St. John's. Another Rift Herald going to be going the way of St. John's here. This is a big deal for these teams. Like the fact that, yeah, if you're going even in terms of CS, if you're going even in terms of kills, that's excellent, but look towards the turrets. Mid is open, top is open, and they have the ability to do it again with this Rift Herald. St. John's, despite the fact that it looks really even on paper, they've slowly been edging it out in terms of the macro game.
Yeah, but this is going to be a King Amazing game right here.
Oh, it is.
4-1, lots of gold, winning bot lane, mainly because bot lane's been, other than that early game, there's been a 2v2 lane, and Hunky Hank, he likes hooking either one of those champions, has done a fantastic job, likes to go ahead and hook blue buffs as well, apparently. Steals that one away, and you can see how much focus they're putting on the vision on the bottom side of the map before this Mountain Drake, or this Cloud Drake, rotates in.
And I like this decision from DePaul, getting control of the opponent's team, the opposing team's jungle early on in this. Gonna get control of this Drake pit because they do not want to go down to Soul Point. It is way too early in the game for that, and you do not want to give St. John's the option to make that happen because you've seen the rotation so far from them. It's been solid. Both top laners have TP, so make a note of that as teams are going to start to fight over this here. But in retaliation, St. John's going in, clearing out vision of their own. So tit for tat right now. All right, team's going toe-to-toe. Instead, using this opportunity with mid lane Prio to go in with the Rift Herald. I like this decision, but here we go on the flank. The supreme display of talent is here. Space created by Toxic Q. That's the kill on the support to go. And now, oh my goodness, massive damage. Now Kai's here on the flank trying to do some initial follow-up. Set is going to get on this double kill for the Kai's, though, taking down the key support. The mid laner is still here, though. Can they go back in with the Aatrox? Gets it done. Hunky Hank is still alive, though. Pike and the crew are there. The Q from 7 Swords will not stop. He's ticking down, though, and he's actually going to drop. Amazing play from King. Amazing. Living up to the name.
The hook while still
hook, though. But Pikey comes in to follow it up. Dagon, what is this fight?
It was amazing. Everyone is playing to their full potential. What a hook through the stun by Hunky Hank, but then the damage comes out and Pikey cleans it up. A 4 for 4, and I don't know who else has summoners left. I guess Kamcha did, but he got stunned.
Asham has a heal.
Toxic Q got killed at the very beginning, but he shielded so much upfront damage with the 4-person Haymaker. Oh my goodness. And even then, Reborn was able to get a full rotation of, oh, nice sidestep there by King Amazing.
That could have been a kill.
That was definitely a kill if that lands, and he's got to be careful. He is the main and almost only source of damage here. As we take a look at how all this started off, Reborn missing the stun, and Kamcha almost gets 2 here. Gets 4 members with the stun. That allows Toxic to pull multiple members in, shields the unleashed power, and then dash forward by King Amazing. 2 auto attacks, enough damage to finish off Misfortune. Then we finally see a missed hook there by Hunky Hank, and Seven Swords tries to make the big play. He focuses to draw in King Amazing, somebody else, and then realizes, oh no, I don't have enough damage to get the kill, and King Amazing sinks all the auto attacks, and then the stun into the hook. The hook, as long as it's cast, will finish its cast even if you get stunned. That's why you saw Syndra get killed there, or pulled in, and then Pikey finishing things off. And now with the flank, Kamcha, nice flash away, as well as the supreme display of talent to slow down Pikey and not finish off the mid laner. But what another brawl here for St. John's.
We're going to have highlight reels for weeks, Degon. This is excellent. This is the kind of collegiate League of Legends that I want to see. Both of these teams are firing on all cylinders right now. We're seeing playmakers coming out from every direction. You don't have to be the biggest carry on the team. The supports are going off. The top laners are going off. Everybody is having a time right now, and it's still so close.
Yeah.
It's anybody's game.
I mean, this is just 2 different types of teams here. You've got the one big boy in King Amazing, 200 CS, 7 kills, big bounty. He's the big boss, compared to the spread out dominant style of St. John's. And it's pretty awesome that in the last team fight where almost everybody got to do everything that they were supposed to do, it goes 4 for 4. Basically, it's like, yep, I guess we'll wait till our summoners come off cooldown and do it again. King Amazing, having a good time.
No, and I love that you highlight that here, because look, nobody is close to touching King Amazing CS right now.
Yeah.
His gold is off the charts, 700 gold bounty, and DePaul is playing around that. They're allowing him to be the hyper carry, that one position, and they're playing it out beautifully. But at the same time, St. John's has potential if one fight doesn't go right. You put all your eggs in the one basket. If the basket breaks, if the egg falls out, it cracks onto the floor, you're done. But if you've got 3 eggs, you only lose 1, you still got 2 eggs. That was not that didn't go where I wanted it to.
No, that was a good try. I think let's see.
You can still make an omelet, Degon.
Okay. I like omelets.
Same. The eggs this morning were pretty good.
They were pretty good.
And cheese. That's what you want to have with your eggs.
We got to think of a better analogy, man.
Eggs in one.
That was not great.
Look.
If
yes.
you have all your eggs in one basket, it's just more baskets then.
Yeah, we have 3 baskets.
There you go.
All right, I like it.
You're
Let's
like,
go
you
with
still
that.
have an egg. I was like, what? Scout of the week, not going to land. The hook not going to land, but there it is. Reborn, doing what he's done all game today. Dying. King Amazing going for it, trying to finish off by Hueco. But on the backside, here comes Graves. But the finish comes by Kiana. And so that's 2 down now for St. John's. And King Amazing from downtown. The red buff, I think, picks up the kill. That's 3 there. And so the one big basket of DePaul paying off against St. John's here.
Not made out of wicker, made out of titanium, apparently. What is this? DePaul found their fight. They found their moment, and with no hesitation, they are in the Baron Pit. They will pick up this buff right now with all 5 members alive. This is an opportunity for them to flex their macro muscles as well. This is a good time.
Yeah, and fighting here, this is what St. John's wants. They want to fight in an area where DePaul can't easily get away. When you fight right in the middle of the lane, DePaul's able to relocate, move around freely. King Amazing has multiple different targets that get CC'd that he can use Killer Instinct to reposition to. As we see this one more time, starts off with a double miss. There it is, Scout of the Week doesn't hit anybody, and then the hook doesn't hit anybody, but the cocoon lands. And so that's what starts things off. And you can see Hueco, because he doesn't have the kills, not able to blow up the Kaisa. And King Amazing, how did he get this kill?
Oh.
Was it red buff? I have no idea how he got that. I guess it was red buff. Ticked down
That
and
exact
took
moment after the
out
showstopper.
Graves. Yeah, that was, I'm not sure how.
Yeah,
King
they were not on
Amazing-
the same screen. I was very confused by that. But
King Amazing is so amazing, he's able to kill someone 4 screens away.
It's like that. It's like that meme where it's like, you made this, I made this.
Yeah.
You made this kill, I made this kill. But that's solid now. 12 kills to 11 for the first time in this game. DePaul is comfortably ahead with a gold lead. Now let us see what they can do with it. I talked about Kai'Sa in the late game becoming this raid boss. Well, I think that status has been achieved now. 240 CS, 9-1-2.
And we saw this before with the same composition that St. John's built last time. They've got a lot of damage, and they've got champs that will continue to scale and be scary. Like when you have multiple marksmen, the auto-attacking later on a lot easier to do, and just
you can
like
build armor.
Yeah, you can it scales. But what they don't have is secure CC. They don't have secure CC the same way that DePaul does. When you have the Cocoon coming out on a relatively lower cooldown, when you have Hunky Hank landing hooks left and right, when you have Kamcha that can set up his own rotation of a spell with extreme display of talent. It's the 5th unique jungler displayed so far by Reaper. He's showing why he is one of the top junglers in the league as well. DePaul's comp is just easier to pick fights with right now.
And I think it's interesting that you noted the idea of St. John's fighting in the mid lane or not fighting open in the mid lane. I think Kamcha is making them reconsider how they want to take these fights. The supreme display of talent around these terrain features makes it so much more difficult to take these clean engages. But I think it's forcing them into a position where they think we have to fight open in the mid like this. We have to. Otherwise, we get caught by this. You saw what happened in the jungle.
4-man stun, yeah.
Things can happen. So I think that's really what they're looking to do here is trying to take these open fights, but that's also making it harder for them to land their combos.
Yeah, that's a great point, Paul. I hadn't thought of that, and I think if St. John's has that in the forefront of their mind, they're like, hey, you know, Kamcha maybe not going to be able to
like this
0 to 100 somebody. I mean, maybe he can. Oh, but here comes King Amazing. Oh, Kamcha! Oh, Kamcha!
Calculated, totally fine, not even close.
Yeah, that's tough. One of those things where your jungle is no longer your jungle. How many times do we say that? I think we say that at least once a broadcast.
We do, at least.
Yeah. Your jungle, not your jungle there, Ihueco. And he gets canceled out as we have the Tanky Boys up top fighting each other. And Toxic Q actually going to lose this one out. So who knew? The 4-1 top laner, a little bit better than the 0-4 top laner.
I would never have guessed. Never once.
But
also, to be fair, Aatrox is going to continue to scale. Set's going to continue to get tanky and get strong and just have the pure damage like you mentioned before, but he will fall off a little bit as this game goes on. He needs his teammates there to follow up to really empower the Set and really make it feel impactful in the late game. Set can do so much to get your team in a position to win, but he's never the nail in the coffin. You need somebody too big that'll sledgehammer to just lock it on down, and that's what King Amazing is this game.
Yeah. Smart build here from King Amazing. Leandries, not Morelos, because he wants to make sure he gets constant DPS out as he just flashes onto Basham. Basham not exactly sure what he's doing that far up. Flash for flash there, so maybe it's a small win for the Red Storm saying, hey look, King Amazing doesn't have flash anymore. I'm also dead, sorry.
I traded my life for his flash. Worth, guys.
Yeah.
Worth.
Yeah, our Aatrox can now get onto the backside with it. Because Aatrox does have flash, and in that last time, when 7 Swords did try to hop on to King Amazing was able to flash with 7 Swords and kite his way out. No kiting away this time if Killer Instinct is already down, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Here we go, flashing on in. Hunky Hank not able to find it, but on the flank, Elise is still here. So this is still a fight that DePaul potentially wants to look to take. Split pushing right now, 3-1-1. Give me the matchup right now, and I love this macro play from DePaul. They don't have Baron buff any longer, but they're still looking to push in these turrets.
Yeah, and it's being afforded by the micro play of Hunky Hank. That's another flash for flash, and you'll trade support for mid lane flash anytime.
You will indeed. Yeah, the support, again, there's a reason why we hyped up. He's the hype Hunky Hank, all right? He's going in, he's making plays for his team, and he's so terrifying because one hook at this stage of the game. One hook, and whatever parity that has been established is gone.
Yeah, and it's difficult to work through, I think, if you're St. John's right now. You're walking on pins and needles. You need to make sure you move around where the minions are. But King Amazing, a little bit too far forward. The TP going to come on in. Nice stun. He repositions into the back line. Hunky Hank staying in front. And Toxic Q able to pick up the kill onto 7 Swords. That is one of your most fed members already down. Pikey is another one of those fed members. Very low, and there's the double up landing. Basham able to finally pick up a kill. Pikey getting caught out. Comtra trying to get the stun down. Basham still alive, and no one's there on the backside to pick up the kill. So Basham picks up one. Hunky Hank gets caught out. There's the second one. Pikey trying to pick up the kill, and Reaper stays alive. And there's King Amazing trying to finish it off, and he's not able to. And Ihueco stays alive. That was the fight that St. John's needed. They stayed away from the multi-man stun from Kiana, and they pick up the fight. Now they're going to turn their focus onto the Baron. Holy cow.
These fights do not end. As soon as we can take a look at that again, I absolutely want to. I want to compliment the peeling from Hunky Hank to start that fight off. It was stellar off the bat. He kept his carries alive. They baited in 7 swords. I was like, wait a second. This is a chance for DePaul to turn it around. You're going to see it right here. Baron's going down. We know that's happening. But watch this. They're going to go in. They're going to initiate. Watch the positioning from this Blitzcrank, taking all this damage. And then all the while, King Amazing is able to take down 7 sources. The peel is there, but then it all turns on its head.
Yeah, it was a great silence there, but then Toxicute getting caught, and I think that's okay. But then from here, a big play by Kamcha flashing forward and only gets one person stunned, and it was Basham, and Basham was able to heal through the damage. A 2-man scatter the weak. And this is what we've been missing for a while from Ihueco. And then Reaper trying to figure out, do we go in, do I not? And that little bit of hesitation where he did not get the auto attack off on Ihueco means he goes down for nothing. Basham's able to heal on up, and now St. John's takes control of this game.
St. John's with the Baron buff, going to be able to execute that in some serious pushing power, but great job from DePaul to put themselves on sole point. St. John's had to reset after that. They were low from the fight, they were low from the Baron take. They had to reset, go back into this. They've now taken back the lead in terms of gold, but DePaul so close to walking away with that soul. You can see the stats coming in there from Reborn as well from St. John's. Again, I think this is, as much as we're seeing a battle of the carries, it's also a battle of these supports.
Yeah, you know, and I was going to give Reborn not the greatest grade in this game because Hunky Hank, think about how much Hunky Hank dictated that early game. Hooking Reborn over and over again. Reborn getting caught out on the bottom side of the jungle earlier. But, you know, when you play someone like Senna, you do have a ton of opportunity to pick up assists, so I'm not surprised that look at the damage that Senna can dish out now. Starting to hit that crit pace with 97, 98 souls, however many souls that he had at that point. Lots of damage coming out from this pseudo support. Now another damage dealer, and that's what we were saying earlier about this marksman composition. Yes, you can build some armor, but not a lot built quite yet here for anyone on DePaul squad.
Yeah, but this is the danger of walking on in. Reborn, you've been here before. Able to get out this time around.
Oh, no!
Not able to get out this time around. And okay, maybe that grade taking a little bit of a hit on that one. You got to be there at the end to write this test, to write the exam. As Set's going to go in on the flanks, trying to find it happen with the showstopper. Bullet time in the back, though, going to be ripping on through, but there's Compton trying to take down the key carry. As we do see this fight being split now by 7 swords, but Pikey's there to help give some cover for his key carry, but Hunky Hank can't do enough. Too many carries, too many sources of damage, too many priority targets, and this is St. John's ripping the game wide open.
And they're going to go for the end here. It's just Reaper up, but with the Baron buff, St. John's going to take this victory. That's insane how quickly this game ended, and you got to call this one out here. It's the double stopwatch by Ihueco. King Amazing was sitting there ready to get the last auto attack off on the mid laner. Instead, he waits too long. 7 swords bonks him on the head, and St. John's rips off another victory here, and now are the first place team in the Big East.
What a solid game from both of these squads. It legitimately, at any point of that game, could have gone any way. But despite the fact that the support got caught out in the jungle, all eyes were focused. Hey, we got the Senna. This is pretty great. Oh no, what's happening in the mid? Set went in. They thought they had the opening. They thought they had the opportunity. Set's like, guys, I can set this up. This is a big showstopper. We got the stun. But he got peeled back. Aatrox was able to go in, and the time that was bought with the stopwatches, like you mentioned, allowed the damage from the Misfortune and from the Graves to ramp and eventually just whittle them down. Really solid play from St. John's. Absolutely deserving that win.
Yeah, and I think this is the first time where we look at that and say, King Amazing didn't have all the information that was there, right? Yep. You look at the item set, and if you look at that last game, that's something that Ihueco does. He finishes Zonia's and then gets a second stopwatch. And it really throws off so many players. A troll move, but it worked.
It did.
That was like a solid 4 seconds that King Amazing was not auto-attacking anything, not focused on anyone else. And I'm pretty sure. I'll stake my claim on it. If he would have just started out attacking the Aatrox would have died. But because he waited for such a long time for Ihueco to come off of cooldown, he just sat there and let Aatrox jump onto him, and there was no escape there. What a smart play there by Ihueco. And what more can you say about the St. John's team that last season made the move on up to playoffs, and now they're leading the whole league? Bravo to the Red Storm.
And there's so many things that this team did well in this game. Again, their early game macro, I think, is really, really solid. I think it's one of the points I want to highlight the most. It does fall off a little bit towards the late game. That's one thing I think they definitely need to improve upon. Once they get to that mid-late game and the scrappy fights start to come out, I think they lose themselves a little bit in the chaos. But luckily, the work they put in earlier pays off for them in a big way, and they're still comfortable enough in their mechanics and comfortable enough in the farms and the rotation to make it work. But still, DePaul showed a lot of great things there in that game. I just have so many compliments for both these teams, because despite the fact that St. John's walked away with the win, I think we're all the winners here, because we just got to witness 2 great St. John's games back-to-back.
Yeah, we definitely did. And remember, not done yet, because we've got 4 more games today. One of those games includes St. John's.
Well, how lucky for us then, though, that we have St. John's on the line. And I mean St. John's on the line. Hey, guys.
Hi.
How are you feeling? You guys have had 2 wins on the stream now, back-to-back wins here. How are you feeling? This weekend has started off great for you.
I mean, we're feeling good, you know, like the 2 win. 3rd one hopefully coming up soon. And yeah.
Basham, you're the returning member of this squad, and what's it like now, or one of the returning members of this squad? What's the biggest difference between last year when we talked to you, when you guys had your, I think your LAN, which looked super cool, to this year? You guys are now leading the league. You're no longer underdogs. You're the front runner. What was the big change?
Honestly, just over time, our communication always just gets better and better, and we learn how to play around like our 5 players more rather than just the game. Like, it might seem like we're playing meta, but we have our own like distinct play styles that I don't think people are catching on to yet. It's been working.
Yeah, I definitely felt like the rotations you guys make in the early game have been really, really impactful. Who's responsible for that shot calling? Who's the person sort of leading the charge on a lot of these early macro rotations?
My boy Reborn, my support, right?
Yeah!
Yeah.
Talk to me about that. What is the process like for your communication and your comms in those early game situations? Walk me through that.
We just take the fights we can take like confidently. We take our picks and we evaluate where everyone is.
That is usually what shot calling is. There it is.
Yeah,
Report
there it is.
keeping it easy. Yeah. Pikey, I wanted to ask you a question. You've been leading every early game that we've seen you so far, whether it was from or mostly from a macro sense. How are you constantly getting the read on these junglers and being at the right place at the right time?
I just want to fight the early game, no matter what I think.
Follow you, and I follow.
Yeah, no, it feels like there's a lot of trust built up already with this team, and we've seen you guys obviously now catapult yourselves to the top of the leaderboards, but what's next for you guys? Are you, obviously you're looking towards the playoffs. Who are the other teams that you really consider a threat here in the Big East?
We think there's no competition.
Hey, there it is. So nobody else. There's not. You got your win. No, that's it.
Yeah, we're just the best team.
After we beat Seton Hall, we decided we're not going to drop the game for the rest of the split. So.
Yeah. I mean, I'm glad you're in a position where you can just decide that. That's pretty great. But no, you guys have put on some amazing matches for us so far. Super entertaining to watch. You guys have shown us a great diversity in drafts, which I'm super excited about seeing. And obviously, we're keen to see how you continue to develop over the course of the season or even just today. So best of luck in your match later on today. We'll see you then.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
That's fun. It's also cool to see the growth not only of their gameplay and their results, but the attitude.
Yeah.
That's as much as it's funny to hear them say, "Oh yeah, we don't really have competition," blah blah blah. Like that's the kind of edge you need when you are the front runner. Especially like think about how many times have we seen the native 192 come on here and like talk some smack and say some crazy outlandish things, but then backs it up.
Yep.
Like, we haven't had another villain like that. I wouldn't even say villain, just like someone that confident that is willing to be the villain, that's willing to take the target and put it on their own back, because that's how you absorb the pressure. Say you take the biggest blow and then start to play a little bit of the mental warfare. St. John's already starting to assume that position now for the 2020 season.
Well, if the other teams are watching, the challenge has been issued. We don't have any competition, says St. John's, but there are a lot of other teams here that I think could potentially test their mettle a little bit, and they're going to have their chances to do so not only today but over the course of our double round robin season, because we're not done yet by any means. We still have weeks of play to go and watch these other teams develop, but man, the playoffs are already looking so spicy. I love it. I'm excited, and if you're excited about it and you want to stay up to date with it, ESL Collegiate on Twitter. Make sure you never miss a broadcast. Make sure you catch all the highlights. I wasn't even going to try this time. They trolled me last time. I don't want to have that. I don't want to have it to happen again. Degon.
What does it say? It's not about the shots that you took, but the
Miss
next
100%.
shot you're going to take. Yeah, Wayne Gretzky.
You miss 100%
Michael
of the
Scott.
shots. Oh, you don't take, Degon.
Hey.
We're going to hop on to a short break. When we come back, we have more amazing Collegiate League of Legends action. See you then.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Hello and welcome back to the Big East 2020 Collegiate League of Legends regular season. The day could not have started off any hotter as St. John's go 2-0 on the day already, and they're just getting started. I'm in Verum, that's Degon. We've had the privilege of casting two absolutely wild matches.
Yeah, I mean, the Big East itself, there's always battles no matter where you are in terms of the bracket, and whenever you have an opportunity to get two first place defining games, it's always a pleasure.
Back to back, no less.
Yeah.
Here, this team is just absolutely going off, and now they put a bit of a target on their back, especially with some statements in their post-game interview. Let's take a look at the leaderboard here. You'll see exactly what I'm talking about. 6-1. But Villanova are going to look to strike back. DePaul are going to look to strike back. Seton Hall are going to look to strike back. Butler's going to have to wait a little while here still. But there's a lot of competition here in the Big East.
Yeah, the Bulldogs starting to cool off a little bit after, again, beating the first place St. John's in week 1. It looks like St. John's have figured it out and rifled off 2 wins in a row today, as they have one more game later on. Let's take a look at the schedule to see who's up next and how many more matches we got. 4 more matches for you. Villanova and Georgetown. That's going to be a tough task for the Hoyas to break on through. And then again, a constant battle that we've seen over and over and over again. It's the Pirates up against DePaul. We've seen Seton Hall and DePaul go up against each other for that 2-3 spot year after year after year. It's another book, or another entry in that book between those two guys later on.
Oh yeah, they've been button heads since the beginning of the Big East. They've been going toe to toe. The big question I think will have to come down to rosters. Who is here today? If Seton Hall has their fully flushed out roster, that's starting 5, they look like one of the top teams in the entire league. But when they've got some substitutes in, people are not quite playing the roles they're used to, definitely don't feel like the communication and synergy is quite there. And if DePaul can continue to play like they did in that last game, despite the loss, I think Seton Hall is in for a bit of a tough run.
Yep, I guess we'll see.
Let's talk about this matchup, though. Let's dive into it here with a little bit more detail. This next one coming up, of course, it is Villanova taking on Georgetown. Georgetown last weekend able to walk away with their first win of the season, taking on Seton Hall, like I mentioned before. A little bit of roll swap action happening there, and Georgetown were quick to strike while the iron was hot, but they're going into Villanova, and like you said, that's going to be a bit of an uphill battle.
Yeah, wasn't so good when they battled 2 weeks ago.
Yep.
A little tough here for Georgetown, but either way, they're going to have to play through Minboy if they want to find success. And Villanova, their goals are set a little bit higher than Georgetown's. The expectations are higher, but when you're a back-to-back champion and going for the three-peat here, Villanova has their goals set very, very high. And if they're going to achieve it, it's going to be on the back of Pixel Drum. Pixel Drum's such a big part of this squad, as well as, how many times can we say it? The native 192. He's the personality of the Big East.
Yeah, but you know what? The personality of the Big East last season, he was in the mid lane, he talked a lot of smack, and how he's down on his true role in the bottom, and he's supported by Please Crit, which I feel is like something all of us support players just constantly yell when we get to that late game situation. Please just crit, just do it. I supported you all game, be the carry. But I feel like Please Crit has had a pretty solid season so far. It kind of seems like the rock of this team, as much as Pixel Drum is the hammer. I think Please Crit's the anvil.
Yeah, we always talk about the top supports in the league. Hunky Hank was always in competition with Beelito, who was the former support for Villanova.
The Thresh.
The Thresh God.
Be still my heart.
And, Please Crit has had some big shoes to fill, and I think he's done a fantastic job so far, and that's why Villanova, one of the reasons why Villanova has found some success early on in the season, despite the lane swap, or the role swap here for the native 192, who, like we saw Butler Mack was doing, going back to his traditional role, but finding a little bit more success than Butler Mack.
And it was interesting here to talk about Villanova in day one. They're like, oh, we haven't practiced for a while, we're a little rusty, and then how the attitude really quickly changed when they realized, oh, we can actually get some wins under our belt. Let's see here. And they're looking to get a win here today up against Georgetown. Let's take a look at their roster as well. And Vanilla Ice Cream in the jungle has got a tough matchup here going into Pixel Drum, like you mentioned before. But Minboy down towards the bottom with Treeb. Minboy's stepped up in a lot of situations. Really happy to see Georgetown have a lane they feel really comfortable playing through.
Yeah, Vanilla Ice Cream bounced back from a tough week 2 with a good week 3. And then I think the constant on this team is Fireblaze. He's the one that really needs to just make sure that the team stays together and holds his lane. If you hold the lane, play through Minboy, let Georgie every now and then get a small lead and make sure Vanilla Ice Cream is engaging. Like, Vanilla Ice Cream is an engaging support. He's not engaging jungler. He's not going to be your hard carry. Let him do his thing. I think Fireblaze is kind of the glue guy that keeps everything together.
Which means that if there's an X factor that needs to step up on this team, you touched on him a little bit, it's Lord Georgie up in the top lane. This is the player that needs to step up today. He's an undeclared freshman. He needs to declare some victory, some presence on the Rift here. His favorite champion is Darius, and we've seen some dominant Dariuses here in the Big East.
Yeah.
So we'll see if he can live up to the legacy that has already been established by some players in the league. Looking towards him to really make a mark on this game.
Yeah, we got to talk with Seeker, the head coach of Georgetown. This is a young team, a young organization. They do have a couple of guys that are seniors, and Seeker himself, I think, is a grad student. It might be there's a grad student, he's a senior. But either way, their scheduling for Georgetown, very difficult, rigorous schedule. So they have a 10-man roster. They do rotate through. And he feels like if they do get the full roster together, they'll be formidable. But here's a very good chance to test that up against the class of the Big East.
I mean, oh man, I don't know if you want to test it against Villanova. That's like starting the game on hard mode, but we'll see what happens here because it's interesting. Talking to him last week, he says that we've never seen the full 5-man roster. We have yet to see all 5 starting members of Georgetown, and to the point where I don't even know who the starting 5 members of Georgetown are.
It's a really good built-in excuse. Yeah, you've never seen our full form.
You've never seen our final form, guys. We're not even Super Saiyan. Wait till you see our Ultra Instinct, all right?
That's a good coach's tactic. He's taking away all the pressure from the players, right?
That's it. But it's great for us because it leaves a lot of things still to be answered. And we did see that when given an opportunity, they saw an opening last week, they were able to step up and snatch victory up against Seton Hall. And we didn't predict it. We still had Seton Hall, despite their sort of not complete state, we still had them walking away with the win. But Georgetown did a lot of things right. They need to continue to improve on this. Like you said, they're a young organization only coming in the last year. They competed in the preseason invitational, and now they're here in the 2020 regular season. This is an awesome opportunity for growth from them. And I asked in the interview with Seeker, like, do you watch a lot of pro play? Where do you take inspiration from? And he said, no, we just take a lot of inspiration from the teams we're playing right here, right now in the Big East. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I think if you focus against how to beat those teams, then you get your identity compared to the opposition much better than just watching pro play, just watching optimal play. If you don't have players, the same 5 that can play optimally every single time, then it might be better to define your own identity on how you want to play. And I think this Georgetown team, it's through Minboy, it's having is a Vanilla Ice Cream be your engager, and then having Firelord in the mid lane just hold lane. Just hold lane. That's what you need.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like you've got a game plan lined up for them here. Let's see if they can execute that or pull out something a little different as we get into our draft here for match number 3. Getting into our halfway mark for the day. Villanova coming in pretty undisputedly as the favorites.
Yep.
This is their game to lose at this point.
Yeah.
But Georgetown, they could be scrappy. I never want to count them out.
Yes, I don't want to oversell the underdog story here, right? This is a large mountain to climb here for Georgetown. If Villanova loses this, it'll be a very big blow to their playoff chances. So they're expected to win this. They're expected to come in, do their job, get the win. And that's expected of a team that is a champion. You know, you're supposed to win the games you're supposed to win.
Yep.
You know, and then win games that you're not supposed to win, right? But you got to win games that you're supposed to win. So the Wildcats have their work cut out for them as we get into picks and bans here. Kazak's getting taken away early against Pixel Drum. We know he loves to play that. We also know he loves to play Zach, but we got to see Vanilla Ice Cream on Zach earlier as well, so maybe a contested pick if it's not first pick, which I don't think you would first pick a Zach.
I wonder if you bait it with the Ornn and do something like that, but also don't give Whimsical Melody Ornn. So don't do that. Actually, I lied. Don't do that.
Yep. Yasuo get taken away from the native 192, so there's a respect ban against the captain of Villanova.
Oh, Villanova's going to make him do it. Make him ban Ornn.
Yep. Diana now being hovered, and there goes Ornn.
Yep.
So I like that.
I like that too. Pixel Drum also has been able to pull out, you mentioned Zach before as well, but any of these high initiation junglers we've seen Pixel Drum really thrive on. And at the same time, Kragus being another pickup here. We've seen the native 192 love to pull out the Yasuo. It's one of his favorite picks. We saw him run it in the mid. We've seen him run it in the bottom, pulling a little G2 action here in North America. But
oh my gosh.
Okay.
Go with the Vayne. Right. It could be Whimsical Melody as well.
It could be. We could see a top.
But either way, first pick Vayne, you're practicing something here. Because you would not normally first pick a Vayne if you are Villanova, but the Wildcats feel comfortable in doing so. Lord Georgie going to get his hands on Darius. So Darius is going to be his pick of choice as we take a look at. I'm trying to see the stats for Georgie and what he's been playing over time.
Unless he's changed his name. I don't think we've seen him yet.
Yep. Lord Georgie, this is his first game.
First game,
so.
yeah. This is why, again, he's the player to watch, in my opinion. So I want to see what he can do here. Oh, Twisted Fate coming in here as well, which means the Pixel Drum kind of has his pick of the litter for a lot of these remaining junglers here. I don't know how I feel about this, given how good Vanilla Ice Cream has been on that Zac. I feel like you maybe want to prioritize grabbing it here because you might just have it robbed at this point. I don't know. This is interesting.
Yeah, I don't understand the TF pick if you have a priority on a champion for Vanilla Ice Cream. Okay, they got it. All right, yeah. Okay, it was a placeholder. It was a placeholder. Zac getting locked in here. Timer still going down, and it's gonna be an Echo. Echo hovered. Timer at 0. Time frozen. Echo locked in. All right. So still flexible all over the place. You got Vayne bot. You got Vayne top. You've got Echo jungle. You've got Echo mid. And now you've got Echo jungle.
Yep.
Well.
No, you got Echo jungle.
Or you could play Malzahar support. Like, we've seen that before, too.
Don't haunt me like this, Dagon.
No. I mean, it's Villanova. I wouldn't put it past them to be flexible in this and make sure that all their players can be in tip-top form in terms of champion pool.
This is true. I mean, yeah. I mean, they're going to try weird things. They're going to do weird things. I don't know. Okay, Caitlyn's being locked in. That's pretty normal. You like Caitlyn.
I like Caitlyn. I think Caitlyn is underrated right now in terms of the meta. It's just strong in lane, and it's so safe. You stay further back. You don't have as much burst damage, and I think that's what a lot of AD carries have been looking for, especially because Senna does get through. Yeah. And as much as you constantly poke him down, Senna, once you get a little bit later, a couple items, you can heal the poke that you're receiving.
It's just so much healing. We're not talking Yumi, but it does a lot.
Piercing Darkness does a lot. A lot of healing, a lot of damage. I think I wish Riot would flip it on one side or the other. Yep. Like, hey, look, the scaling will go ahead and adjust one way or the other. It's like, hey, look, okay, this is the healing route. This is the damage route.
I was going to say, yeah, I wish there's a way you could build it if you built more into, like, AD, you go more for the damage, build more into AP, exactly as you said, go more into the healing route. I think it would be a fun sort of alteration to the champ. Because I feel like while we've seen Senna do a lot of really cool things, I don't feel like we've seen her final form yet. Yeah. I feel like she still needs a bit of tweaking to make her feel really comfortable sort of in the mesh of the game. But just taking a look at the rest of these bands here, a lot of support bands coming on out, as well as a Twitch. Interesting. Yeah. So they're thinking potentially that this is a Whimsical Melody Vayne up in the top.
Yep, Whimsical Melody Vayne. It could be Twitch jungle from Pixel Drum, and there's a lot of flexing around that could possibly be happening. Could be Echo top, Malzahar mid, and then Vayne bot lane. But you just want to make sure that you take away all the permutations that you don't feel comfortable with playing with here. If you're the Hoyas, and Minboy will pick the Leona as his support there for Treeb. Treeb locking in the Leona, so only one more pick left. They'll leave the mid lane counter pick, and I like this from Georgetown.
Yeah,
keeps them flexible unless Villanova just picks like 3 more mid laners, and then you don't know which one it is.
All right, we're gonna have Yasuo, and we're gonna have
Yasuo's banned.
Oh right, good call. Right. Then I don't know.
Ezreal.
Ezreal mid?
Yeah.
Been a while.
AP Ezreal.
Yeah.
So then it's dependent on landing your W on the people. If you land your W, then Q them. It's like
ba-boom.
2/3 of their health is gone.
This is true. Ooh, Thresh. This is a squishy lineup from Villanova. This is we're gonna kill them or we're gonna die.
Yes, but they're gonna scale. Either way, they're gonna scale. So you're then challenging Georgetown to like know how to close the game out no matter what here, right? Because even if they get a lead, Vayne can pop off at any moment. Kaisa can go ahead and continue to scale. Echo gets even scarier. Malzahar is forcing everybody to buy a Quicksilver Sash, which slows down the scaling of Georgetown. I do like the fact that Georgetown did do their research beforehand, though, right? They knew, hey, look, that Vayne, probably not going to the native 192, even though it kind of fits his personality. Not in his champ pool, so let's ban out that Twitch, which is in his champ pool, and then give ourselves the best opportunity to play through. And Fireblaze going to lock in the Syndra. So I actually like this composition from Georgetown.
I do too.
I think it's a great draft here by Seeker to do the preparation, get the picks that they needed. They sat and waited a little bit there, I think, on the support, but they get a support that is a lane-dominant support, so you're playing through Minboy.
And here's the thing. On paper, I really like the draft of Georgetown. It's got a good tank, but there's always going to be a butt, D-Gun.
Yeah,
you know
I'm
where
waiting
this
for
is
the
going.
butt.
You're waiting for the butt. It's got a nice
Give
tanky,
me the butt.
good tanky frontliners.
See what I did there?
You've got the Zach for the initiation. You've got good damage. You've got decent CC and control. But you made a point about a minute back that I kind of stuck with me. And it was that Villanova, in order for this draft for Georgetown to work, they need to know how to close out the game.
Yeah.
And I'm just not quite sure if they're there yet against a scrappy team like Villanova who can defend in wonky situations and can, make something out of nothing. And so when it comes to predictions, I still have to give it to Villanova. I'm sorry, guys. I still have to give it to Villanova. I think they've got way too many carries that if the game doesn't end by like the 25-minute mark, they just win.
Well, this is the first time we're seeing, was it Teebs? Was it Teebs at the support role?
Yep.
Because Hyungmin Kim has been playing support for the squad. So this is the first time we're seeing Teebs there. It's the first time we're seeing Lord Georgie on the top side of the map. So this might be this full-strength roster here because we know what Minboy can do. We know what Fire Lord can do in – oh, it's Treeby. Fire Blaze can do in the mid lane.
Yep.
So let's take a look here on how things are going to roll out because I said I was going to pick Georgetown every single time. I'm not going to back out now. So give me my Hoyas representing DC. Yes, that's the Big East Coast that I care about. Let's go Hoyas.
All right. You've got it there. Split on the desk once again.
Yes.
How's that gone for you so far today?
Not so good. I don't know. Georgetown has gotten me 1 for 1.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. When I say we voted against them, I was incorrect before stating that. It was just me. I was wrong the last time I bet against Georgetown. We'll see if this time they're going to be like, Inverum, you're wrong again. 2 for 2. Shame on you. How dare you doubt us? I'm sure they sound exactly like that.
Yeah. Let's go Georgetown, the university, from Georgetown, the city area of DC.
There you go. We're going to find out who's going to walk away with the win as we get into match number 3. Villanova, the favorites, going up against the scrappy upstarts from Georgetown, which maybe fielding their full roster for the first time. And maybe some questions that we have about this squad might be answered here. I honestly don't know, though. So maybe, if they win, we can ask. Isn't that how that works?
That is how it works. I will say that I do think that Villanova did troll a little bit in the order that they picked, but I don't think that they trolled draft, if that makes sense. Like, first picking Vane felt weird.
Yeah.
But because I don't think Georgetown's going to take that. I think you could flex that later on.
Yep.
I think you could have picked Echo earlier. There's other strong picks that you play into if you're Villanova. Whereas Georgetown, I think, drafted appropriately. One thing I will say, though, that Vane feels like she can cut away from Darius for a very long time, forever. So Whimsical Melody will get to flex his muscles on the top side of the map on a marksman.
And that's going to be interesting because Whimsical Melody is a player that I hyped up a ton last season. A ton. And then I came in hyping him up this season, and he's kind of let me down a little bit. I'm going to be honest. He's had good games. He's had solid performances, but he hasn't been that truly dominant top laner that I remember from 2019. So we'll see if this is a game where he can really step up. Obviously, a bit of a swing champion here. If the ganks come in, the rotations from Zach are able to be successful from Vanilla Ice Cream, we could see a very unimpactful Vane.
Yeah, this is true. I mean, they'll scale. It just might take much longer to scale. It might take more than this game to scale. But it is a relatively scaly composition here with the Kaisa, with the Vane, and with an Echo to get to that point. So I think Malzahar needs to be impactful at level 6, whoever he decides to lock down, and then please Crit, who doesn't have a problem being a playmaker. He needs to make plays.
Yeah, I mean, there's a good champion to do that on, and it might be Thresh. We've talked about dominant Threshes in the Big East before.
Dominant North American support Threshes, yeah.
Sure. We'll expand the pool a little bit. Yeah. No, I think this is going to be interesting. And, oh, Lord Georgie. Totally negating all the poke you just did, Whimsical Melody. Great job.
Yeah, this is the early game for Darius. Kind of sucks. Got to just sit back and farm and play safe, but getting caught out there is Vanilla Ice Cream on top of a ward. Smart play there by Arf.
Yeah. It's gonna be, this is going to be a very slow mid lane. Both of them are just going to kind of poke at each other. Assuming Vanilla Ice Cream doesn't go in and get caught out, able to let's bounce himself right on, or slingshot himself right on out of there. And already the jungle from Vanilla Ice Cream is feeling a little bit more cramped as Echo's like, hey, buddy, I'm here too.
Yeah, this is Arf's third game here for Villanova, as Mags TM has been playing multiple times here in the mid lane. So just a bit of a change of pace here for the Wildcat roster as they're still trying to lock in their starting 5 as they move forward, looking for the Big East Championship and hopefully another trip back to the Riot Collegiate play-ins. Got into the play-ins.
We are seeing another rumble in the jungle here because, as you said, that's the final goal. That's the destination. It's CLOL 2020. It's the championships. Pixel Drum going in, trying to get the kill on the Vanilla Ice Cream. Obviously not the easiest target to take on down, but Whimsical Melody is joining the in here. But Georgie doing some damage, but putting him back into the wall. Flash over, though, staying alive. Lord Georgie, don't go too far. And there's first blood going to the mid laner, rotating on up from Villanova. Zach stays alive, but the mid laner, or the top laner, pays the price.
Yeah, you don't normally see Pixel Drum make a mistake that kind of obvious that early. He threw down the parallel convergence, but never got the shield from it, then tried to trade and almost died. Lord Georgie, I think if he wanted to be a little bit more aggressive, could have flashed for the last auto attack onto Pixel Drum, not quite able to. Tries to get cheeky and flash over the wall, which did buy time, but walked into the waiting arms of Aorf. Ready to go.
Arf.
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 That's the noise that Leona's gonna make because it's gonna be a lot of damage here. Please crit. Able to dish out some of it, but the Ignite going down onto Treeby. Treeby able to land the Zenith Blade, but not get the stun down. Now Minboy forced to run the flash, the flay, gets a flash out of the Caitlyn, and so Flash is burned all around on the bottom side of the map, but another kill for the Wildcats.
Yep, Villanova burning 2 flashes, getting 1 kill. Only 1 flash burn on the side of Georgetown, but of course they are on the receiving end of that kill there in the bottom. Up 1.3k gold already is Villanova, doing well in the CS department and finding those kills in these situations, utilizing the micro. Pixel Drum's gonna look to come on in here in the middle, going into Fireblaze. The silence, the follow-up damage is going to be there, but the beautiful flash execution, and here comes Vanilla Ice Cream into the bottom with the lantern to get him on out of there. The dark passage of Vanilla Ice Cream gonna try and chase this one on down. Native 192 does not stop though.
What are you doing? Oh no, Vanilla Ice Cream was trying to get it down. There's a flash forward by Treeby.
There we go.
There's the first kill. Minboy trying to get the last auto attack down. The hook does land, and here comes Pixel Drum, about to beat to his own drum. We'll go ahead and get the parallel convergence this time, so great job adjusting, but does not get any damage down, and we'll just pick up the wave.
And BlazCrit deciding to stay here, opting to support Pixel Drum in the lane for a moment while the Kai'Sa comes back into the lane. We'll see if this ends up costing them here, because I feel like they're going to lose some momentum in this lane matchup, though Minboy doesn't have a whole lot of mana to work with, as we do see the Leona going in, finding the Death Sentence, though Flay to bring it back underneath the turret, and Shreve taking a lot of damage. Beautiful play from BlazCrit, proving me wrong, showing, hey, this is why I'm staying in the lane, and that's a Caitlyn back up against the wall in the alcove. No mana, no problem. That's a double kill for Villanova.
Yeah, BlazCrit just setting these up, and Pixel Drum, the recipient of said kills. It was relatively straightforward there by Pixel Drum. Nice phase dive away from the Piltover Peacemaker that I think would have changed the course of that fight if Minboy would have been able to land it. Instead, BlazCrit working his way on through, and I know we saw assist stats earlier from St. John's, but from Reborn, but BlazCrit, again, filling in these shoes from Bilito and 2 Woke from last season.
Oh, yeah?
Duo support system for Villanova. Very well. Very, very well.
Yeah, I really just all these solid baseline Thresh mechanics looking solid. Flash Flay. You can land that combo well, do a lot of great things, and Shreve, I think, just getting a little bit too aggressive, kind of misjudging how tanky Leona is in this early game.
Yeah, and that was one of those cases of, like, we want to get that gold lead back right now. Did a great job, flashed on in, was able to pick up the kill. Vanilla Ice Cream, I think, misplayed that one pretty hard. You wanted to get the stretching strike and then auto-attack a minion. Instead, he walked out of minion range and then was like, what do I do? Flash backwards, oh, I'm dead. Unlucky there, as now Treeby getting the traps down, getting the stun down onto the Native, and Native now taking a little bit more damage. He wants to take a little bit more extended trade. Nice stun there. Treeby trying to set up Minboy for the shield, the Aegis stun into the trap play. And the way that you got to do that, you got to put the traps a little bit further behind the enemy that gets stunned up. If you put it right behind them, the opening of the trap takes way too long. Nice little play backwards by Please Crit, but he's hit level 6 because he hasn't gone back yet. Minboy's able to pick up the kill, but there it is. Pixel Drum immediately there to answer. There's 2 more. Pixel Drum now has hit level 6, so he can play a little aggressive. Will back on off. Minboy out of mana will return, and that just seems to be what's happening right now with Georgetown. They're either able to get a good engage and not pick up a kill, a good counter engage, but then end up losing out in the total trade. It's another 1 for 2.
It's like they've got, the thought process is correct. They're going in, they see the opening, they're going for it, but just some slight miscalculations in the executions and some great counterplays from Villanova are shutting them down. But but the thought process is there, and it's not necessarily wrong for Georgetown. They realize they need to be aggressive in this early game, and they're doing it. They're utilizing the lane setups. We're seeing it here. Vanilla Ice Cream not afraid to go in, start to set up, make some plays, but just not quite able to make it happen.
Yeah, good thought. You do get the trap finally set up after the CC, but the 2-man parallel convergence by Pixel Drum, placing it perfectly. The top of the parallel convergence getting the Zac, the bottom of it getting the Leona. No escape there, and it's, if you're the native, you're like, my job's easy. I'm just auto-attacking people in front of me.
I mean, to be fair, if you're the bot lane, that's pretty much what you want to be doing right now. Pixel Drum rotating up top. He's taking down that ward, going to set himself up for some future success. Can he get the additional one here in the Tri-Brush? He is going to go in and once again encroach on the land of Vanilla Ice Cream, saying, look, I prefer chocolate and strawberry. We're just going to have to agree to disagree on this. Don't worry about it. For now, he'll let it be, though. He'll come back in a minute.
So Echo going to clear out his blue side. Will be close enough to Vanilla Ice Cream if they decide to engage. Whimsical Melody outside of engage range right now.
Here we go.
Pretty far forward. Here we go. Let's take a look at it. There's a slingshot. Oh.
A little bit too far forward. Stretching Strike not going to be able to connect on anything, forcing the flash early at a Whimsical Melody, and a little bit of a misplay there. Now Whimsical Melody might want to just turn this one around. Hang on. This isn't how this is supposed to go. This is a 2v1. He's chased them down. It's like running of the bulls.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if Vanilla Ice Cream knows the Zac mechanic. He landed the hard Stretching Strike onto Vayne. Like, you can Stretching Strike a minion and then auto-attack the Vayne so that you don't miss. But in that case, he got the hard one and then didn't turn around auto-attack a minion.
I think the minion wave died the second he jumped in.
It was right there. But that's 2 times in a row. We'll keep an eye on it as we move forward here.
Oh, forcing the flash up, but Lord Georgie, that ain't it, Chief. Oh, man, and the Chrono Break on back. This is easy. Get some turret plates while we're at it. You got the cannon there as well. The second wave, perfect timing, not only on the gank, not only on the positioning, but having the wave mechanics there as well, knowing how you're going to bring that in, which means not only are you getting a kill, you're getting the plates to boot. Villanova looking pretty darn solid right now. Backing it even earlier than they need to, respecting their opponents in this case, but Georgetown, they've got their work cut out for them in this one. Already down 4K, walking back into the death sentence. That's not ideal.
Yeah, good prediction there by Please Crit. I think the thing that you look back on so far in this early game by Georgetown is they're at the right place at the right time. They've got the right intuition. They just haven't been executing right now at the right level. And that, to me, feels more teachable than, hey, you don't understand how to play this correctly. It's a nice little EQ backwards by Minboy, a Flay getting him in trouble. Yep, there's the passive from the Plasma Stacks. The native 192 continuing his rampage. Treeby trying to get one more auto attack off. Will he be able to finish him off? No, he won't. The native 192 with the double kill. Wildcats rolling on the bottom side of the map. Now Lord Georgie going up against the normally bot laner in the form of Vayne. Whimsical Melody will be able to dive under it. The final hour has finally finished, and Lord Georgie gets finished off.
Nice series of play back-to-back from Villanova. More plates going on through. Rift Herald will secure the turret up here in the top as well as those kills in the bottom, and this is the team executing on the game plan. They've got a lot of damage, they've got a lot of burst, and they're using it to their advantage. This is looking bad for Georgetown.
Yeah, Georgetown,
Oh, second charge too. Oh my goodness, that's 2 turrets.
Oh yeah.
Oh boy, that feels bad. Oh my goodness, and they're gonna make more happen. TP's coming on in here from the mid as well. Vanilla Ice Cream is joining into the party, and there is no party. Everybody's just left.
Yeah, the TPs came on in, and that was the time to full send if you're Georgetown. Unfortunately, not quite able to with all the members there on the bottom side of the map. Top lane is wide open for the take, and they're going to rotate to the mid lane to pick up a couple more plates, and Whimsical Melody will be the recipient of that goal.
My goodness, we had some question marks about this draft from Villanova, but I feel like they're answering them right now. They're not taking normal team fights. They're taking skirmishes.
Yes.
These 1v1s, these 2v2s, they're out-rotating Georgetown, so that even when Georgetown is there to try, hey, we're here to fight, Vanill's like, peace, yeah, we got the kill, we're gone. Good stuff.
Yeah, Georgetown take the dragon, so they do get the Infernal Drake. It will be, is it Ocean? No, Cloud. Another Cloud Rift. The second time we've had this.
Yeah.
For the game, but as you said, Villanova is just getting more for less, and in the individual outplays that are happening by Villanova, Georgetown, that's where Georgetown deficit's happening. I like the fact that Vanilla Ice Cream is at the right place, I think 3 times.
Yeah.
3 different times there. On the top side when he got invaded upon, just a little bit of a later rotation. Now here, let's see how this works. The stun doesn't land, and those are the small differences that I'm talking about right here. Leona doing a good job getting in front, buying time for Minboy, but Minboy just doesn't have the damage right now. The gold lead is showing itself, and here comes the native 192 trying to get the last auto attack off. He'll be able to get it. Will be able to get himself out. Yes, he will. Long range, flashing forward, and nice little pickup by Vanilla Ice Cream. I think the couple of auto attacks to try and pick up the HP by the native 192 didn't get him out of the turret range, and they're not quite done yet. Slingshot over the wall. Zach very low, but a rotation by Fireblaze.
Here we go. This could be a potential moment. Nice stopwatch for Fireblaze. But Bill on Ice Cream, he's got another auto attack. He's got no HP, and now the rotation's coming in here as well. Pixel Drum is going to break him apart for the moment, but I don't think they're even going to be able to finish and clean this one up here. I think he'll be able to potentially reassemble. He does have the chrono break still. Yes, he does, but Lord Georgie all the way down from top to bottom.
No! Oh, no way! What? You
the
can do
darkest
that?
of passage, the iframes. Oh, my goodness. Hello, and now Arf is here as well. Malthazar from the mid. What is going on?
I didn't know you could do that. I thought as soon as it gets cast.
I've never seen that.
I thought as soon as he goes in the air and is about to dunk you, there's no protection from being posterized.
Apparently, only in the realm of death can you escape death.
Was that a thing? That's so cool. Did he flash? I think I saw him flash. All right, anyway, we'll take a look at this one more time. These are the small things that I've been talking about right here. If Treevee lands that stun, maybe this plays out differently. And it's maybe at this point the game's too late, but these are the small things here that Georgetown are getting cut out on. And then native 192 right there. Okay. It's good pickup.
So here's the thing. As I was looking at that initiation, yes, a stun was missed from the Leona. Okay, we'll ignore that. Yes, a stun was missed. But the damage has just been done. They're just so far ahead. You could sit here auto-attacking to the cows come home, and it doesn't matter because they just have so much HP. You're never going to win this fight if you're Georgetown, because at this point you're just too far behind and you're only continuing to feed the fire. You are the coals, and this train has already left the station. Now it's going downhill. Villanova, you need more than just a 2v2. You can hit all your skills. You can press all the right buttons. They're just too far ahead. They do too much damage. They've got too much health. It's too late.
Lots of twos.
4 damage.
The 4 damage. The train has left the station. Choo-choo. Choo-choo.
Oh no, Whimsical Melody. Does it matter?
There it is. Okay, Vanilla Ice Cream knows how to do it.
There we go.
Right there.
Flash forward.
Does get the knock up there. There's a dunk. And they picked up the kill.
Oh.
Wow. I'm still going back to that other play. Are you able to flash away from the Noxian guillotine?
We're watching it back on the. Oh, there's another kill going in. That's the Malthazar ult. It's the pickup going over to the native 192. Watching it back.
Oh, okay, so he flashed on top of the dark passage, and then for whatever reason, Noxian guillotine didn't finish.
I think it's because the animation just started. I'm not 100% sure. In any case, right now, Villanova is not stopping. Arf with no mana just continue to push this in. The native at this point does so much damage. He's almost done a second item. This is terrifying. Pixel Drum going into Vanilla Ice Cream at this point. Again, we're going to find out what flavor of ice cream Pixel Drum prefers here. Just being annoying at this point.
He likes refunds. Uses Chrono Break to go back. That was good. Yeah. That was my pun.
Yeah.
Not so great.
Yeah, that was your egg basket.
Ice cream.
That was your egg
basket.
basket.
That was my egg basket.
Yeah.
We all get one.
We all get one egg basket.
Don't we, Cullen? Villanova just moving forward here at 20-4. And Georgetown, not a lot to answer. Again, a lot of great film for Georgetown to take a look at early game. And it's a lot of just small execution mistakes that lead to an even bigger goal deficit. And I think that's why you take a look at a team like Villanova and why they're playing for championship year after year, because they're continuing to work on their macro, but their micro, even in these skirmish style games, always on point. And that's why I kind of don't mind this draft here for Villanova, because you're prepping for squads like DePaul. You're prepping for squads like St. John's that do play that style.
That's true, but at the same time, a good team like St. John's and DePaul could look at this draft and go, oh, I see how they win. We're just not going to play that way. Because I feel like there are some very weird weaknesses to the draft of Villanova. And yeah, Georgetown isn't, capitalizing on it right now. They're not exploiting those weaknesses.
Right.
But there are things that this draft doesn't do well. There's a reason we don't see drafts like this in the LCS, in the LEC. There is a reason why a lot of teams are playing around the top, playing around their junglers, front to back, good initiation. And while we have some of that from the Echo here, and yes, Please Crit is getting fairly tanky, one bad team fight, one bad initiation, one squishy caught out could spell the end of Villanova up against a team who is comfortable capitalizing on it.
Or has enough gold to punish, right?
Yeah.
Even if someone gets caught out right now.
Yeah, it's not going to matter a whole lot.
Unless Syndra and Caitlyn are able to burst somebody down, and then you get the Noxian Guillotine resets from Darius.
That's true.
There's an opportunity to work your way through there.
That is correct. There are a couple big ults thrown together here, and again, if Lord Georgie can start to go off, this is his favorite champion. Nice sidestep there. And Zach's going to go in, try and set this one up. There we go. This is the potential pick to start the fight. Vanilla Ice Cream taking a lot of damage, and here goes Trebe on the flank as well. He gets silenced, but can he pick up the kills? Yes, he does, but we do have the pressure underneath the turret as Shelly is going in, taking off a little bit of the HP there from that turret, taking it all down. In fact, going to be blocking that ace in the hole. Georgetown has already lost 2, trading 2 for 1. Normally a solid situation, but not when you're losing your inhib, Degon.
Yeah, no, it's not. And Lord Georgie was a little bit too late to pick up a kill and get the resets here. He's going to try to pick up a kill now on the front line, but does get condemned away by Vayne. Also flashing backwards is Caitlyn to get away from the Void Seeker. Nice scatter of the weak, but there were no orbs to shove backwards, and Whimsical Melody, hanging by a thread, will continue to live. It's a triple kill heading over to Pixel Drum as the base has been cracked wide open. The inhib gone as well.
Oh, absolutely solid series of plays. Finally, Whimsical Melody is going to go down, but Georgetown maybe even overstep for that one because the Kai's is still alive. Native 192 deciding he wants to pad his stats a little bit more. Are valiantly trying to do the nice thing and take down the second inhib and stuff. It's like, okay, let's just win the game. All right, here we go.
Yep, inhib goes down. Open Nexus. Let's see how much longer they decide to stay. Trebe is back. Here
they
comes
just stay
Vanilla
infinitely.
Ice Cream and does not have cell division. He does get taken down. There's a Noxian Guillotine being thrown down, so he does have the reset. Seeing if he can get the stacks down. Nice little kill as well on to Pixel Drum. So a bit of a defense here by Georgetown as Villanova has stayed for probably 8 or 9 lives of the different Hoyas.
Yeah, that was just Villanova being confident at that point. Let's not sugarcoat what that was. Trying to pad some stats, put it all down, and again, the nice play there from Arf to make sure they get the second inhib, which will make the next time they decide to come back just that little bit easier. Please Crit. I feel like at this point he may actually be able to solo Minboy, and that's not an ideal situation to be in.
Nah, it's pretty tough. I think when you're Caitlyn and your team's behind, it's tough. You don't have a lot of different opportunities to really dish out damage. As we take a look at the Vayne spotting score, at least 10, -2. A couple times we caught him out, pushing the lane by himself, tumbling forward into death. Always got to keep that score anytime someone locks in Vayne. But Whimsical Melody, I think, has had a solid job on the top side, showing that he can play that matchup. If someone decides to try and pick an immobile lane bully, Vayne's more than happy to head to the top side of the map.
Yeah, and I have to say, that lane matchup obviously not going to be super easy for Darius in the early game, but we're seeing about an 80 CS difference up there. But Minboy has actually been able to keep his bot difference pretty close, so I got to give a lot of props to him here for trying to hold on throughout this course of this game. And we do now see the full initiation into the back line. Fireblaze going to absolutely chunk the Native 192. Will not stop that double kill going forward for the Vayne. They're going to try and continue forward. The ult from the Leona does absolutely nothing. And that's the ace. The full team kill from Villanova. The absolute god-tier flank coming on in from Pixel Drum and the Native. And this is just going to be the game. TP's on in. And Villanova did not stop. Once the train left the station, it was a one-way ride.
Yeah, that gold lead and the early game was just so big that it was difficult for the Hoyas to bounce back from. I think you look back on it, and I don't think it was a case where they didn't know what to do. It was just, hey, look, misplay here, misplay here, misplay here. Now all your lanes are behind against the best team in the league over the last 2 years, and that's what the result. You know, even some of the great teams start to have some snowball losses because they try to fight their way through it. But Georgetown didn't have that type of composition, and as they did fall behind, Villanova just continually punished at every turn.
Yeah, just a solid series of play there from Villanova from start to finish, taking an unconventional draft, we'll say, and making it work. I'm sure here to give us so much insight into how spicy and amazing that draft was, it's Native192. How you doing?
I'm doing well. How are you guys?
I mean, we just witnessed, I think, the game you wanted to have, so we're pretty good. Walk us through that draft. Tell us a little more about it.
Okay, so from the very beginning, we thought he was going to play Darius Top, and so we're like thinking that counters, so we're like Vayne, and then we're good from there. You know what I'm saying? Like, obviously, this is our clear draft strategy going forward, so be careful, Vayne.
Yeah, does Vayne work against Set? Like, Set's the same kind of champion that just runs at you as long as you don't get pulled in with Facebreaker, right? Is
True,
that something
honestly.
that you could do?
Yes.
I'm theory crafting. I'm theory crafting with you, Nato. I'm not trying to give away any secrets or anything. I was just,
Of course.
as I watched that, I was just thinking.
He's our secret counter pick.
All right.
In games like talk to me about the mid lane, right? You guys have been swapping between two different players. Was it a substitute, or is this something that you're still just moving forward with the 6-man roster? Since you guys have done that before with your supports last year.
Yeah, so our mid is a support main, actually. So the mid who we played with the previous weeks, he's out of town. We're all on break, and he doesn't have a computer at home. And he's going to be on a plane during our games this time, so he can't play.
Gotcha.
Obviously, we'll mess around with the roster as we see fit, and like we want to have the best players playing. And also we want the people who've put in much time to get the job as well. But also at the same time, I think it's important for us to field the best roster possible.
Gotcha.
Definitely, I think our mid laner right now is actually really good at like playing the correct way and competitive. Like he's not like Mr. Ego, and we already have a lot of egos on the team, so it works out perfectly with our team right now. So I think we'll have a really solid chance. The only thing that could be holding us back is Wi-Fi, so as long as we're good on that end, we'll be good.
All right. I mean, again, you guys have had a good run through it so far. You talked about you got some egos on the team. There's a little bit of confidence, but we saw some confidence coming out earlier from St. John's as well, who feels like they have no competition in the league right now.
No.
Do you have anything to say to that?
I don't know why we haven't played them yet. I mean, like, come on. But actually, to be completely honest, I was watching the game, and I thought the big discrepancy was once DePaul lost Brown Mandarius, I feel like that game would have been different if it had Brown Mandarius. So I think that for St. John's, that definitely helped them a lot because, as you saw, there was a big discrepancy in the top lane. And I think that we'll obviously have a much better top laner versus them. And then I'll also think that like bot side is going to determine a lot of the game. And so as long as I don't grief, we'll win. But I think actually the big surprising thing is just depending on how the junglers play, because I think St. John's actually has a really good jungler as well. And I think it usually comes down to their ADC and jungler making plays, and I think that we'll be able to outplay them on both those ends. So
that's right, Pikey and Pixel, the battle of the peas in the jungle. When you guys go up against each other, it'll be a fun match.
Yeah, we were actually like when we were doing the draft. Sorry, I interrupted you. We were like messing around a little bit, but they didn't let me play the champ I wanted to play, so I'm disappointed.
All right, well, that means we have more to see in the future.
Exactly.
That's what we'll go with. Well, congratulations on the win today. We'll see more of you as the weeks goes on, I'm sure, and we'll get that matchup that we're all looking for. But for now, congratulations. We'll see you next time.
Have a great day.
What can you say about that, dude? You're so funny.
I love it.
So funny, so insightful.
It.
The face of the league.
Yeah.
He's the big guy on the block, and no one else has been able to bump him off, so he can say whatever he wants. And until someone else is able to do so, St. John's can claim themselves as there's no competition. But he's right; they haven't played each other yet, so my hand is still to Villanova. They're still able to take care of things.
Look, I am stoked for that matchup, and we're sort of setting it up as the season goes on. Actually, we're not. It's random. The double round robin is random, by the way. So there's actually no thought. I wish we could say that there was some sort of thought process going into it, but it's just random. That's how it worked out. But we'll eventually see those two teams face off, but not quite yet. In the meantime, we're going to hop onto a short break. But before we do, I need to remind you, of course, you heard me talk about it earlier, the Good Luck Have Fun pledge, ! GLHF in the chat. If you want to find out more about it, I'm sure you see a few of us in chat. Degon's been there talking with the badge, which you can use anywhere on Twitch, of course, saying, look, I'm going to take a stand against toxicity on occasion. We can
Not every time.
toxic, just not sometimes, but you want to take a stand against that. This is a game that we all enjoy. We want to have fun when we play. So if you want to step up with that one, be sure to go check out GLHF anykey.org. And of course, if you want to stay up to date with all things ESL Collegiate, watch out. There we go.
You did it.
Exclamation point social, I think, but it's ESL Collegiate on Twitter. All the clips, all the updates. That's the place to find it. We're gonna hop onto a short break. We're halfway through the day, but we will see you soon.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Hello and welcome back to the Big East 2020 Collegiate League of Legends regular season. We're getting on into it now, and the games today have certainly not disappointed. We've seen some back and forth brawls and some solid showings from our top teams. I'm Inverum, joined once again by Degon here on the desk. What are your thoughts on the day so far?
It's been 2 bangers and then one that was kind of a tougher speed run. I think if you're a Georgetown fan, it was not the greatest, and I am a Georgetown fan, so that was a little tough to watch, but a lot of good learning lessons from everybody. I think we learned a lot about St. John's. We learned a lot about DePaul. We learned a lot about Butler. We learned a lot about there's a lot for Georgetown to learn from that game from Villanova, and I don't know what we learned from Villanova. We learned that Villanova feels comfortable and is in mid-season form.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to sum it up. Let's take a look at our updated leaderboards and standings now. St. John's is up at the top 6-1. Villanova there as well. These are the two teams that are sort of we're leading to something. It's the final showdown between these two squads to sort of determine who truly is going to be at the top of the Big East so far this season. DePaul going through those roster shuffles, I think still taking a little bit of time to find their footing. Butler sort of in the same boat, started off strong, but we're wondering if it was just a flash in the pan. And Seton Hall, who we're going to be seeing in our next matchup here if we take a look at our schedule for today. Not going to be fielding their full roster once again, so I still feel like some questions about this squad will go unanswered.
Yeah, you know, it's interesting, right? Because you've got school, you got your school schedule, people are on break, but you don't want to fall so far behind when you have 5 teams in solid playoff contention right now, where once you do have that full roster, you might not be able to make that playoff push here, right? You've got St. John's in front of you, you've got Villanova in front of you, DePaul's in front, and Butler. So that's 4 teams already. That doesn't include right now Seton Hall, who's been in the playoffs the last 2 years as the number 3 seed. And you're not exactly sure what you're getting quite yet from Marquette. And then Providence and Georgetown still kind of in a building phase in terms of their program. So you don't want to wait too late to turn it on here.
No, you don't, especially not if you're Seton Hall going into DePaul, which is our next matchup here for the day. Like you mentioned before, they started off strong. They had the full roster together, but then last weekend, it just seemed like they couldn't quite get the synergy together. Players are out of town for spring break, but you cannot fall behind. You mentioned it before. But we'll see. I don't want to harp on that too much here. Instead, I want to talk about the good things that DePaul has been doing overall still, and ToxicQ stepping up a lot in the top lane. You can see it there. 6-1 and 13 was the stat line. Up against Please Be Patient, who's a solid top laner in his own right. Not normally somebody that I would ever criticize in that position, but this is the roster that they will be fielding today. Berber Flurber in a different position here, I believe. Crop now down in the bottom. Numgums, formerly Nummy Warriors, still here in the bottom, but Quinton E in the jungle. Somebody you've talked about quite a bit.
Yes, so Crop and Quinton E are players that were on the roster last year, so they did get a run at a couple different positions. So Quinton E, again, senior of the roster, filling in wherever the teams need. He's played mid, he's played bot, now playing at jungle. I personally don't know which is his preferred role, but slotting in there, and it's, again, another makeshift roster for the Pirates, and this is one of the teams that you need to beat. This is always the team that is in the playoffs in the form of DePaul, and if you want to get over the hump and be one of the top in the Big East, these are the types of matches you want to bring your full roster to. We'll have to see what they do now with this makeshift roster missing a couple of their pieces.
Yeah, because they're going into what is still a powerhouse, a team you cannot deny here in the Big East. Of course, it is DePaul. DePaul being one of the traditionally winningest teams. They've gone entire seasons pretty much undefeated, have had stumbling blocks in the playoff situations. When their back's against the wall, they haven't quite been able to step up, but they still have the core of this roster here and the backbone of this roster. I've named him the best support in the league, and that might still be a very true statement. Of course, it is Hunky Hank. Has shown a wide range of champions that he has at his disposal. Mathematics major, so he's used to doing those calculations in the lane. Can I make this trade? It's what it's all about, and he's just been calm under pressure. Consistent is the word that always comes to mind.
Yeah, we got to watch him earlier today in match number 2 against St. John's, and he had a solid game. But that's also the thing with Blitzcrank. If you miss your hook, you don't provide as much utility as other supports normally do, and Hunky Hank wasn't able quite to get the win, and so we'll see if him and the rest of DePaul are able to bounce back to this makeshift roster here of Seton Hall.
Yeah, and on paper, again, right now, this is a match that DePaul should win, and given how the game went earlier in the day, in the week, this is one that they need to step up to the plate and win. They need to bring themselves back up. They can't go 0-2 at this point in the league. That would be pretty disastrous at this point for their playoff run, just given, like you said, how many teams are vying for those top 4 spots.
Yeah, I was looking at it. I've earned this rank, the normal jungler here for this team, one of the top players, I think, in the conference. We just haven't had the opportunity to watch him play in a little while, and Seton Hall has suffered since then. This school, this org, since joining the Big East, has been a jungle-centric team, right? Before this, they had Seton Hall, the player, playing for Seton Hall, Brady Hayes. And then they move on to, I've earned this rank, but now he hasn't been available, whether it was exams or scheduling, whatever, and the team changes, and now it's kind of learning a new way to play, and then how long are you going to learn this way to play? So it's kind of like this whole philosophical question now with the season already almost halfway done. What do you do if you're Seton Hall? Well, you got to figure it out quick because you're playing one of the best teams in the conference.
Got to field the roster. You got to show up, and you just got to work on your individual mechanics, making those individual decisions right as much as you can. Let's see in this draft. This is obviously a good place to start. If you can come into the game with a winning draft, put you in the best position possible to walk away with the W. But if I'm King Amazin, if I'm Hunky Hank here, I think we have to dominate this bottom lane right now because Seton Hall doesn't have their normal bottom lane. This is an opportunity to strike. Everybody's everywhere. Please be patient in the mid. Berber Flurber's in top. Whitney's still in the jungle. Numgum's still, we only have, I think, 2 players in their normal roles right now.
Yeah, you got Numguns there. You got Numguns there. That's it. Quidney is filled in at support earlier this year and then played a Skarner game, I think, last week from the jungle role. So you get a little bit of comfort, and we've seen Berber Flurber rotate around as well. I think in the preseason he played the Tom Kench. He was the one that played Tom Kench. And the Numgums played the Senna, I believe, when we saw the Tom Kench Senna no auto attacking.
A couple weeks, 2 weeks ago, last
week. Yeah, I think it was last week. It was last week. So all interesting types of flexes here, and Seton Hall need to find the answers very quickly. They try to find it through the bot lane bans. Kaisa, Misfortune, and Thresh taken away. Ornn, Aphelios, and Galio taken away. So a lot of focus there on the bottom side of the map.
I actually don't mind this Galio ban here at all. Galio is one of these, like the roster of Seton Hall, quite flexible. Lane him in mid, lane him as a support. We've seen him do a lot of different things, but Set being picked up for Toxic Q, no real surprise. That's been one of his comfort picks so far, and he's performed very well on it. That stat line you saw earlier, that like 9, 1, and 6 or something, maybe that's not, it's a lot. That was on Set.
Yeah, the last game, I think you saw a little bit of a top lane difference there in St. John's, and that's what you're seeing between the top echelon of schools here against like DePaul, who's always been that. But again, Toxic Q filling in for Brown Man Darius, and now actually installed as the new top laner for Brown Man Darius. And so it changes the way this whole team functions, and it seems like they're going to put him on that tanky boy and then play through Comchamp, play through King Amazin, who had a heck of a game.
So solid. King Amazin truly was the hyper carry for DePaul earlier on. Had a stellar game. The team played really well around supporting him, but a couple fights just not quite going their way. Some great stopwatch usage at the end, kind of spelled.
Yeah, Quinty getting his hands on the Mordekaiser to give that one over to Burbler Fluber. Yes, we'll get it right at some point. I'm surprised that Reaper goes with the J4 here. I thought he would take it to Quinty. They did do battle last season for a little bit, but I definitely thought he would go with the Kazakhs here, go with something more aggressive. Just so used to seeing him on aggressive champions to win early. The Heimerdinger getting locked in. Not exactly sure where Seton Hall will be putting that. If that means Krop is going to be playing that on the bottom side of the map, we'll see. And then Nautilus getting locked in here for DePaul. I like this pick if it is on the bottom side of the map. Nautilus into Heimerdinger, not fun. You land Heimerdinger, works out well, but afterwards, you just get punished.
Yeah, those are some some potentially awkward situations there as we're seeing the. I'm being told I'm back. I can talk about this now. We're seeing some support bands coming on out here as well. The Tom Kench. We've talked about this combo quite a bit, and with the Senna, it's just one of these weird mechanical pairings because you've got the Soul mechanic with Senna, and then Tom Kench is getting last hits, and it's just a very strange matchup overall. But DePaul so far has a lot of meat on the bones of this draft. You've got the J4, you've got the Sets, you've got the Nautilus, even the Azir as well can really step up. Seton Hall, though, I need to see more raw damage coming out from them to try and break on through this, but Seton Hall themselves banned the Callista, banned the Vayne. A lot of champs that would even potentially be good for them here. They're going with the Rumble. They're going to have a little more damage. The old Equalizer is going to be dropped, but this roster from Nepal, I don't feel like is really one that's going to worry about that too much if they can be the one to find the initiation.
Yeah, think about how many champions have movement spells here, right? J4 can flag and drag, Azir can do the Shurima shuffle, Nautilus, if he hits anything that is, land, can move himself out of the way as well.
Yep.
Set can use the Showstopper. So if you put an Equalizer down, there's a lot of ways to play around that. So it's almost like you can't lead with the Equalizer. You have to let DePaul engage first and then find a counter engage, or use it, make them move into something else. Maybe move into the turrets of Heimerdinger, not exactly sure, as the Skarner gets locked in yet again for Quintany, and then a very safe Xayah getting locked in for King Amazing. So a lot of champions to deal with the Rumble pick that gets locked in here.
Yeah, I like this draft from DePaul quite a lot to round this out. It's pretty standard. Everything, I mean, if you'd shown me this draft and said we were watching LEC, I'd be like, yep, sounds about correct. It's a lot of really top meta picks right now. You've got the Xayah with the Nautilus. That's a lot of good poke, decent initiation. You've got the Azir who's going to scale absolutely into the late game. Got the J4 for the early rotations and the Set as well in the mid game. This is just checking a lot of boxes for me. Good amount of HP, tankiness, good amount of initiation. Seton Hall, they've got some tools, but in a lot of situations, I actually feel like they're harder to execute, which I'm not a fan of.
Yes. I think one of the situations where it's not are smaller skirmishes,
Yep.
right? When you have Skarner, you want to fight like a 2v2 or a 3v3, and then you make it a de facto like 2v3 for about 2 good seconds. And if you could put the Equalizer down there and then Skarner holding someone on your back, barbecuing them up, I think that's actually not too bad of a strategy. And we've seen the Big East is making a much larger shift towards the skirmish style play rather than these big 5v5 team fights.
But the problem that I have with that, Degon, is the potential for counter synergy. AKA the polite way of saying you done messed up your combos, because we've got the Mord there, you've got the Scar, like you said, you've got the Equalizer, but there's a lot of things that if the wrong target is Death Realmed at the wrong time, fights can go awry. The communication playing around this Mord as well needs to be really solid, and I'm not sure if this more cobbled together roster for Seton Hall is going to be able to execute on that. That's a big challenge for them. If they can do it, though, all the power to them. This really shows that the players on this roster have stepped up.
Yeah, what if you get like Skarner stingered and then pulled away and then put into the death realm? You're like, oh man, I was under my turret and
you
now
just
I'm
died.
like in the middle of the
that's an insta kill. You get that, you're
That's
done.
what I'm saying. Those are the types of fights that they might be looking for. I'm sure once you throw the Equalizer in there, then it gets a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, this is going to be interesting. But I have to do predictions now. This is the fun part.
Yeah.
I'm going to go with DePaul.
Yeah, I think DePaul is the safe pick here for both of us. I think Seton Hall with their roster, players out of the country, players on break, not available, it makes it very difficult to find consistency.
Yeah.
And DePaul is a team that, again, like we were talking about Villanova earlier, they have their sights on a championship, and they've been so close for 2 years. You expect them to take the next step, especially when they're starting to solidify their roster.
Absolutely. No, I think this is a good sort of welcome back to DePaul here after that loss earlier on.
Yep.
As we get into this one, this is a game they're supposed to win. We'll see if they can get it done, or we'll see if Seton Hall can upset as we jump into our next match here on the day for the Big East 2020 regular season. Fighting for a spot at the CLOL Championships, that is what is at stake for these squads. DePaul, a team who's traditionally had pretty solid runs in that, need to continue to show that they're not just, they're more than some of their parts. They're not just Brown Man Darius. You know, this is a full, complete squad, and they're here to prove it.
Yeah, and that's such a unique storyline here for DePaul, right? Because it was the Brown Man Darius show and everybody else, and it worked to the regular season. They got all the way there and weren't able to get over the hump. And to make a concerted decision to make a change from your top player is a course, a career-defining move, a program-defining move here, where it's like, hey, look, we do want to be more than just one superstar and everybody else. We want to, try to get everyone running at 100% or as close to it, and then all of a sudden, we're making magical things happen across the map. So to me, that's such a cool storyline that I don't think a lot of teams will be able to fill, because it's not a guy that graduated. This is something that's like, no, we're making this team effort that this is best moving forward.
Because that's like, literally you have the best player on paper in the league.
Yeah.
But to say, look, personalities aren't working out, things are clashing, and we're literally willing to give that up for our peace of mind. That's a statement from DePaul, but I think it's potentially the mature one here from them to say, look, we're 5 people on this team. The well-being of the 4 is greater in the situation, and we're going to go forward with that. And I think ToxicQ has done a fantastic job of stepping into those shoes. You had a lot of question marks the first day, but the numbers he's been able to put up, while it may not be, 12th position challenger, it's still a really solid showing. And in this case, Berber Flurber got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I still disagree with the level of play. Like, I think it's a significant drop-off, and watching DePaul with their other fantastic players work through that is good, because I don't think it's, hey, look, we removed our best player and we put someone else that's serviceable. I think it's we removed our best player and now we put in someone that is our worst player, and he's been covered up by utilizing Set, like a champion that is safe and somewhat untuned right now. But what happens when the patch comes out at 10.7, 10.8, wherever we're at for playoff time, and there's no champion like that ready to go, as we see again, Reaper. He's been on point throughout the season, facilitating this top lane. And when he gets bullied like that, then maybe he's not able to help out ToxicQ on the top side of the map. So I think the growth in this top lane is something very important to watch. And then the growth between the 2 other carries on the bottom side of the map. We got to see King Amazing call his own number in that last game. I think he was 10-1 on Kaisa before he had his second death, and only died 3 times that last game, but that was all it took for the game to fall apart. I want to see a little bit more out of Comchat yet again. More growth to being the next level. And again, Reaper just all over the place. Now Quinton E in a bit of trouble, but the rotation first by Berber Flurber will get there. Quinton E getting caught, flashing over, able to smite to get the HP down, but it's a 2v3, another knockup, and it's first blood for Reaper. He's been doing it all season long. Hunky Hake picking up a kill onto Crop, so it's 2 kills heading over to DePaul. The mid laner will be able to get safe, so please be patient. We'll have to use some patience, but 0-2 go down Seton Hall.
Nice opening salvo from DePaul, committing the resources, forcing back 3 members and able to pick that up. And simultaneously on the bot side, we're also seeing some kills coming on through here. There's the root. Beautiful play, timing the dredge line perfectly. The CC coming out from DePaul. Not 1 millisecond wasted. Beautiful play from them.
Yeah, just Reaper has been on another level. Maybe if we get, if DePaul get a win, we can have a Reaper interview. Ooh-wee.
Yeah, I would like that. In the mid, please be patient is here. Forcing out another flash is Reaper. We'll call him Reaper Flash Taker. That's what he's doing right now. Every single place he goes, he's just forcing summoners out.
1, 2, 3, 4. 4 flashes already burned. Crop had to burn his earlier on the bottom side of the map. They're trying to pick up a kill onto
Reaper has burned 3 flashes this game already.
3 flashes in 3 minutes.
15 minutes worth of cooldown just out the window. And not only that, but it's setting up for future initiations. Reaper, he's like the Grim Reaper, just floating over the rift right now. Where will the scythe drop? Where will the flag be planted? That is the big question here. But I need to look towards the bot lane of Seton Hall as well, because you cannot let King Amazing go off. You touched on it before. 3 deaths was all it took. But this time around, I love the fact that DePaul have more options. They've got the Azir in the mid who's going to scale really well. So they're not just relying on this one carry in the bottom.
Yeah, already tough for Seton Hall because Quinton E hits his power spike at level 6. But Reaper is aware of that and has just been constantly hunting whatever side of the map the Skarner is on. You saw just a couple seconds ago, he was on their side of the map, making sure chickens weren't there, using the the bloom to take away any vision that they might have set up, and this is just a masterclass of how to bully for Reaper.
Yeah, this is just really solid play right now. Berber is not going to have the vision right now, and no flash. This is the work paying off. So you got Toxic Q coming in as well. Can they get the damage? Pulling him on back. But luckily, the Mordekaiser's tanking up to try and survive. Don't get too confident there, sir. Just back. Just reset. You lived. That was your job.
Yep. Blurber, flurber. Oh, I'll get it right one of these days.
One of these days.
Was able to walk himself out. Mordekaiser being just a big stat ball. The tanky stat ball, and just was able to walk away from the two-man gank. And with no flash right here, please be patient. Has to sit at turret being patient. TP used by Mordekaiser to go straight to the top side of the map. So bit of an early lead here by Toxic Q if he decides to use it to get back into lane or make a big play later on. Nice little bit of trade. Welcome back, Crop. CC chain being utilized, and that's the TP advantage I was talking about earlier. Toxic Q going on down. Roaming the wrong way was Crop.
Losses.
And there it is, Reaper. Right place, right time. Toxic Q able to pick it up. Shurima shuffle with no dance partner. Flash away by Numgums. And Seton Hall lose another one. DePaul being proactive, and now will turn their focus onto the Drake.
I love this. They committed the summoners. They used the TP, came down from bottom. We got a kill, but we don't just want that. We're not going to be satisfied with just the one kill. Able to utilize the additional pressure to pick up the Drake. They're going to lose not a whole lot of top Mordekaiser's not going to be the strong pushing threat yet at this point. But this is still just solid play from DePaul. 11.2 to 9.4 at this point. Let's take a look at that again, Degon.
Yeah, this was a solid 2v2 trade here. This is what you want to see, the annoyance of having the Heimerdinger there throwing down turrets and preventing Nautilus from doing anything. But then Crop kiting away, getting a little too scared of what Set was going to do and walks right into the J4. And then good little flash here. You'll take those. You get the flash for the ulti, so the ulti comes off cooldown much faster. Kamcha burning something there, but that was pretty standard. And you can see a little bit of the rust there by Crop, not understanding where the jungler could be. Instead of trying to outrun it, outpace the Set, instead gets himself caught up anyways.
Again, it's a rock and a hard place in this situation. The W, the know and the W don't. In this case, he saw the TP coming in behind him, said, well, I'm not going to walk that way. Maybe there won't be a jungler in the river.
You know, and that's one of those things, like you play so much and you think, I can't outrun this anyways. I might be able to chance it, but I'm going to die. And right here, nice little slide away by Crop. Very low, and Numgums able to pick up one. Look at the HP of Reaper. Flash backwards. A lot of damage done. CC put down, but it's just an escape, and Heimerdinger does Heimerdinger thing.
What?
The turrets keep shooting away.
What? That play from King Amazing, not only to keep himself alive, but Reaper as well. The flashback into the ult. Oh my goodness. Can't even talk, Degon. That was just sick. I think at least a two-man stun off of that one. That was just dope.
Yeah, that could have been a big turnaround that Seton Hall needed. It seems like the lane that is absorbing the most pressure is this bottom side of the map, and Crop and Numgums pick up a kill here. One more time, let's see it. Crop just going invis, pretending like nobody's here, waiting for Quintney to come hop on in and join. Not exactly sure how this all started out. You just throw down the turret, okay. And I think it was, again, the missed engage. Reaper thinking about going in, decides better of it. The stun onto Hunky Hank, and you can see Hunky Hank, that's the first time we've seen Hunky Hank hesitate that much, where he looked lost. And nice little flash backwards with the blade collar. Picks up two, and it prevents the rest of the damage coming on through. It was only one more auto attack needed to take down Reaper, and that might have changed the fortunes of this game.
And I think actually the big thing there was, yes, you had a moment of hesitation from Hunky Hank, and I'll put a pin in that for a second as we do see the ult going on through, but the Skarner is there for a moment longer. It's that one, the Cataclysm, the big old ult, trying to make that one happen. It's just a slugfest in the pit right there. Come on in, the water's fine. As Reaper survives on through, that's the ult that wasn't thrown in the bot lane. That's the ult that picks him up 2 kills in the mid, and it was that moment of hesitation on the bottom that made Hunky Hank hesitate, but in the end, it pays off to Paul still get their kill.
Yeah, please be patient. Throw down a relatively okay equalizer, and then Reaper basically just turned it into a hot tub in the river because the equalizer was kind of inside of the Cataclysm, and then all of a sudden, both guys are like, yeah, we've used all our spells, we're just going to punch each other now. Because DePaul has a slight advantage, and Reaper's one of those guys with the advantage, they do end up winning out. The Immolate from the Bombi Cinder also helping out Reaper and DePaul. But 2 more kills onto the side of the Blue Demons. We see it one more time. Quinton E getting spotted out. Nice little ward there. And then just nice knockup, but then, okay, no, they're outside of it.
Outside of it,
oh, but then he flashes backwards onto it. Ah, Kamcha.
Oh, it's fine. This is fine. Double kill going over to Reaper, and while at the same time they maybe would have wanted to get some of those kills onto Kamcha, having that sort of transitional here, the bridge champ, to get them on to the late game. I think having Reaper with those kills, 3, 0, and 1 at this point, it's a good place to be.
Yeah, you know what? I think I just wanted to see the Jacuzzi of Doom, the hot tub of Doom. That would be the Rumble J4 ultis in the river only, though.
Absolutely, that's it.
Otherwise, it's the
not going to be a commercial flop, I swear.
Cataclysmic Equalizer.
I mean, that just sounds epic.
Yeah, it does sound epic, but that's on ground. It'd be better if it's the Jacuzzi of Doom.
Jacuzzi of Doom, we'll go with that. That's the one we're going with here. Back in the bottom lane, forcing out a flash. Hunky Hank once again. Hunky Hank's hook heroes. In this case.
That's going to be a commercial success.
There you go. That'll absolutely be a commercial success. Finding these champs just consistently that can put pressure. Every time Hunky Hank walks onto your screen, you just kind of cringe internally. No, look at me. No, don't do it. Whether it be on the Blitzcrank, whether it be here on the Nautilus. And he's just allowing King Amazing to play whatever game he wants.
Seton Hall needs to stop bleeding right now. You know, we got to see the power of Senna that St. John was able to utilize against DePaul in game number 2. If Senna can get there, Senna is very annoying. You build the rapid fires cannon later on as well, so you have like ridiculous range, like full screen away range that can start the poke off and get the glacial augment off and slow people down and create a little bit of chaos. But right now they need to find a lane to play through. You do have Skarner hidden level 6 a little while ago. Look at something like in the top lane, but make sure you got to stop the bleeding. You got to find wins somewhere in the map.
And that's really it. And it's interesting to note there that DePaul respecting Seton Hall in this one. They started up the Drake, but didn't feel confident that they had the numbers there to fully secure it. You don't want to have a thank you for lease situation. And instead of opting to back up, just bringing Reaper back into the jungle, slowing down the pace a little bit here, which I think is only going to continue to benefit this Saya in the bottom. And again, set up top, who's 1-0-1-1 right now, they're totally fine allowing this to just go on a little bit longer. You mentioned, of course, they do have the Senna here who can transition into more of a carry, but we'll see what happens as Quinton is going on in, finds the ult.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Oh, no, you talked about it. Ah!
That's the counter synergy.
Yeah,
that's the counter synergy. That's the combo that you wanted to see, but it had to be executed correctly. D-Gon?
Yeah.
Oh, my. It feels bad, man.
Yeah, that was Quinton E, and please be patient, trying to do the play called Raking the Coals, where you would ult him and then drag him downwards across the equalizer. Instead, it was more like breaking the coals because he threw down the coals and then ran away from it, and those coals are cold, did not get used. The Drake does get taken away by DePaul, and Seton Hall will have to go back and, wow, that was a lot of rhyming throughout all of that.
That was really good, D-Gon. I'm really proud of you.
You're welcome.
That was excellent.
Seton Hall will have to go back to the drawing board. Seton Hall will have to go back to study hall. There we go.
It's going to be that kind of day. All right. Taking a look at the state of the game right now, the 14-minute mark, turret plates have fallen. It hasn't been the most dominant series of pushes for either team here. Rift Herald wasn't really overly executed in this situation. A lot more focus was placed down towards the bottom side. Finally, DePaul is looking towards Shelly up here. Decent amount of gold lead for them at this point. Seton Hall behind, both in terms of kills, CS, pretty much every metric that we use at this point. But looking towards the bottom, you still got a carry who hasn't died. Heimer's still up and in this right now, and I may have jinxed it because Hunky Hank, he was looking for it.
Yeah, he definitely was. I will say, though, that Seton Hall has done what I asked. They did slow it down a little bit. The bleeding has stopped. So the gold lead has stayed the same. They did give up a Drake, but the gold lead has stayed the same. That's kind of what I'm looking for now for Seton Hall. Again, makeshift roster. All these guys have been on this team for the whole season, but they're not in the same roles, and everyone's trying to get comfortable, and everyone wants to get to a certain item break that they want to reach, but it's not out of reach quite yet. You look at the items, you look at the gold, you look at the turret plating that happened. That doesn't help, but you didn't let a team completely destroy a lane quite yet.
No, that was really critical. Not losing a single one of these Tier 1 turrets for Seton Hall is fantastic, particularly the one in the mid, which is really going to be a focus here because it opens up Reaper's playmaking ability so much. Okay, well, there it is now, going down in the mid. As I was mentioning before, you already see Reaper in the opposing team's jungle. He's already doing this. He's already here, and now the Kamcha has helped him out by taking down the turret. This means that rotations will happen. The wards are here, full visibility,
TP.
full knowledge, but
TP.
does it matter, Degon?
Yep, there's the TP. Who's channeling that one? Okay, so it's Rumble. He'll be there first. Nice snare down on to Reaper, who's already used his flag.
Another TP.
Second TP being used there by Bluber Fluber.
Worth?
Yeah.
Worth?
You just want to answer. You just want to answer here. And again, stop the bleeding. Don't let them take this bot turret for free. You did use TP and Set did not, so now a TP advantage for Set. I think they were looking for some sort of engage, but Quinton E was not able to find anything. You did have the early snare by Crop, but that's about it.
Quinton E was looking for the Impale. That was it. Quinton E was looking for the Impale. He was looking to line it up onto Kamcha. Kamcha was able to get himself out, and then the entire play fizzled from there.
Yeah.
That was really it.
Yeah, you know, and it goes back to this substitute roster here. As, oh, whoa, wait, Quinton E throwing down the Impale. Now, Hunky Hank does get the knock up onto Numb Gums. He's on the wrong side of the fight and gets absolutely deleted there by King Amazin, who's continually killing things all day long in all of their matches.
Oh, no, feels bad. He didn't need to. Oh, that's the worst.
Yeah.
That's the worst. King Amazin still feeling confident. Going out with the Feather Storm, not able to line that up and connect. Blade Caller, no potential follow-up stun, but this turret is not long for this world, despite how far these health bars are getting chunked on down. DePaul stands strong.
Yeah, DePaul does stand strong. They're able to answer back in the 3v2, and the gold lead starting to show its face here. And I think we're starting to see where I've earned this rank, it really impacts this team, because Seton Hall kind of feels a little directionless right now.
Yeah.
They did a good job stopping the bleeding, but they're not going forward. They're not healing.
Causing any injuries in return.
Or healing the wound. I was saying, we're not doing it to anybody else. It's just this wound, right?
All right.
It's like, all right, it's not bleeding anymore, but do we have disinfectant? You know, do I have sutures?
You died of dysentery.
Yeah, well, you're yes, dying.
This is your Oregon Trail right now. Seton Hall. They just got to put the pieces together and see if they can make it work. And I agree. It does feel like without I've earned this rank, without that strong jungle presence, again, Quinton E is a solid player in his own right, but having to fill multiple roles now, constantly playing in these different positions, and Skarner is a champion who has a very clear order of executions. You go in, you go in, hit your ults, and then go from there. You want to get a kill. That's how it goes.
We are trying to do right now. As you can see, both teams starting to hover around this Mountain Drake. This will be the first Mountain Drake of the game for either team, but the third overall for DePaul. So Seton Hall don't want to give this one up for free. They do get the Skarner Spire, and that's going to be huge here for Seton Hall if they do end up taking this fight.
Here we go.
1, 2, 3, 4, all 5 members here for Seton Hall. DePaul coming in a little late.
There we go. There's the initiation going on in from Reaper. Can the follow-up damage go in? Knocking up Skarner in an instant. There's the suppression go, but it's going down to the massively tanky support there. Berber's in the backline, though, doing a lot of work. They're trying to shut him on down, but oh my goodness, the set coming on in on the outside. That's the double kill, though, from the Azir, able to take down the Mord. And with that beautiful collapse, DePaul is able to take the fight.
Yeah, it's a 3-for-1. The jungler did go down for both squads here as Reaper got put into the death realm, but it does not matter. The rest of the team win this fight. And
oh,
there's
no.
The long
oh, no.
And it's the end of the line for the flash for Please Be Patient, because he used it to get over the wall.
Yeah, there you go.
That was a save.
That was really both the save and the save, Degon. Thank you. Let's take a look at that again. Walk us through this.
Yeah, Mordekaiser going straight for Reaper so that he doesn't create havoc here, and he's able to solo him out throughout. But as we watch the rest of the fight, the Equalizer gets put down in a pretty decent spot, but Quinton E gets taken out first, so who's your frontliner? Plus, Numgums not quite able to dish out as much damage because he's on a Heimerdinger that didn't quite pop off in the early game. And as you said, Toxic coming on in and just wreaking havoc in the back line. No one able to lock him down, no one able to stand in front and deter him. So he runs amok, and the rest of DePaul able to pick up their third Drake of the game.
Yeah, and this is huge for them. Now being on Soul Point, up 7 kills, up 7K gold. This is their game to lose at this state. Seton Hall have done a few things okay. Some individual mechanics you mentioned before. The skirmishes, not looking too bad. The bot lane, able to go relatively toe-to-toe with Hunky Hank, but it's the bigger picture.
Yeah, it's the general direction of what's their win condition right now? It's champions that everyone's comfortable on, and they're farming. They're catching their waves. Quinny is farming the jungle, but how do you want to fight this team fight? Because right now it's pretty obvious what DePaul's doing. It's letting Reaper set up players like Kamcha to sit a little bit further back and dish out damage. And Kamcha, as you see the stats there, the second most kills out of all mid laners in the Big East, is a player you can rest your hat on. And please be patient. Isn't really having the same opportunities to fight him head-to-head the same way that Kamcha is being afforded right now.
Yeah, and I think, again, there's just too many threats. DePaul is, whether it be Hunky Hank, whether it be King Amazing, Kamcha, Reaper. I mean, no, actually, I would just list the whole team. Because that's what I just did. Because all of them have the potential to go in, land a stun, and set up a kill. And it's that individual playmaking ability that I feel like Seton Hall's really lacking. Like, yeah, Senna can land a root, I guess. Yeah, Mord can maybe get an ult off. Okay, Rumble can be there and drop an ult, but there's not every single member of this team has individual playmaking potential. They've got to synergize together. They've got to find some sort of wombo combo, but even that wombo combo is not ideal, and it's very execution heavy.
Yeah.
Like, I think a lot of it's, as much as, yes, it's the direction, and I think a lot of it's also coming back to the draft right now.
Yeah, it's coming back to the draft and coming back to the players that you have, because, you know, if you look at Seton Hall's draft cynically, you have 1, 2, 3 top laners.
Yeah. Yeah.
Heimerdinger has been played bot a decent amount, but, you know, normally a top laner. And so you don't have that kind of playmaking upfront, constant damage dealer that gets in your face, or, you know, will make plays like Xayah can, or like Azir can. You have a lot of like team fighters that need to be set up by somebody else, and with Quinny getting bullied out early by some great pathing by Reaper,
yeah,
he's not quite in the position to do that unless he has flash up.
And that's, oh man, again, that's just such a series of things that all need to happen, all need to line up at the same time to make it work. And despite the fact that you maybe got some math majors on your roster, this is some calculations that need to be crunched as a team. And now it's really just on DePaul to just see how they want to win this game. I think at this point, they've been really quiet. I feel like there's been some solid beats over the course of this game, a lot of rises and falls. If it's like we're on a roller coaster, and right now we're just sort of creaking up towards the top, but it's about to drop fairly soon, I think, as we now hit the 23-minute mark. Baron is up. Vision control is huge. As DePaul is rotating towards the jungle of Seton Hall.
Yeah, I'll definitely say that that last team fight around the Drake was closer than what I thought it would be. They did finally line up Rumble and Skarner ults, and Fluber was able to isolate out Reaper. So there were some wins there. You didn't see enough out of Cop. You didn't see enough out of Numb Gums. Got to see a little more out of them in this next team fight. And if it's around the Drake, I like it. You know, I think DePaul need to take their time and pick the fight that they want here, because as much as you want to get the Mountain Soul here, this is where Seton Hall's composition works easiest, when they run into you on top of a Skarner Spire.
That is the ideal situation, but the collapse is looking solid from DePaul right now. They've got tanky members on both sides. Walks for the dredge line. There it is. Finds the key target. Goes gold. Trying to stay alive on the other side. We do have the Skarner ult going on in. And that's the follow-up, though, with the ult. That's absolutely huge. And now they're splitting the fight in half. The Achilles spree going on in. And all the members from DePaul are going off right now, staying alive. And that is no damage done overall from Seton Hall, and that is DePaul finding the collapse, finding the initiation, and surviving through all the pressure that Seton Hall can respond with.
Yeah, that was just decisive by DePaul. Even though they were coming from different angles, as soon as the dredge line hit, everyone went in, everybody knew their target, plus with the gold lead, they knew, hey, look, normally, if it was equal gold, equal items, we wouldn't be able to win these types of one-on-ones, but there was a fight down on the bottom side of the map. One member skedaddled to the left, and on the top, there was 2 different little skirmishes, as well as Mordekaiser pulling someone into the Delta Realm. So we say this one more time. Crop, you can see the rust a little bit there, showing its face, but Quinny able to drop down the Impale, the Rumble ult as well, dishing out damage, but not quite enough, and King Amazing stay alive. On the bottom side, someone gets isolated out, and Flurber, alive to get himself, try and attempt to get a kill. Not quite able to, so Baron heading on over, Mountain Drake heading on over, everything in the hands of DePaul right now.
Yeah, it's the Dragon Soul as well. Going to continue to just stack on up. Honky Hook champs played. Honky Hook. All right, I can deal with that.
It's his Hunky Hook champs that would play. It was Blitzcrank and Nautilus. but we also know he likes to play with Thresh as well.
Yep.
So we would call him one that hooks.
He is the one that hooks.
Yeah.
Excellent. And he's looking for it right now. Looking to line this up once again. Nice sidestep there on the route coming in from Senna. And this is now the 4-1 with the offlaner. The top lane going to be coming on in. This is exactly what you expect. This is textbook macro 101 when you have Baron pressuring in multiple lanes. Your top laner, who's been getting tanky and independent all game long, you're going to rotate back and forth, push all the waves, and look for the inhib. And as I said, they have all these initiation tools, so Seton Hall has to play this very carefully.
Yeah, this is what I expect though out of DePaul, right? You know, you're facing a weakened Seton Hall roster, and so you go through everything one step at a time, make sure you check off all the boxes and take everything as appropriately as you can. So you're preparing for your next battle. And that's what I'm looking for here from DePaul, and they're doing it so great right now.
They are, and just supporting this cannon, just continuing to keep the pressure up, sets down on the bottom. Does have TP as well, but at this point he can just move on in and rotate as he sees fit. The additional minion wave pushing on in. Look at the damage, the poke from Kamcha as well. Having that Luden's Echo, just continuing to push everybody back. The inhib is exposed, and Seton Hall realizing they've just got to leave this go. But at this point, is it death by 1,000 cuts? You know, you're playing to not lose as opposed to playing to win. And here we go. There's the ult. Everyone is going on in, but in the back line, we do have the set splitting up the fight, and that's the ball collapsing on both fronts. And that is Toxic Q just being way too tanky and just surviving through all of it, allowing the rest of the damage dealers to absolutely go up, trying to get some return kills. Can they find it? Diving underneath the inhib turret, taking everybody on down, and that's the ace for DePaul.
Yeah, the only member to fall was Hunky Hank, but it doesn't matter. They still get the W. DePaul taking care of business and bounce back from their loss earlier today as they dispatch the Pirates 18-3 and move up to 5-2.
Nice play from DePaul. From start to finish, they looked in control of that game. The lane matchups they felt comfortable with. The initiations they felt comfortable with. But it was the roaming jungle. Everywhere he went, he either burned flashes or got kills, and that's a great situation to be in. Like I said this before, I wish my junglers played like that.
Yeah, I mean, Reaper is staking his claim to being one of the top junglers in the tournament. You think about Pixel Drum. I think Pixel Drum is probably the class for me, but Reaper is also up there, more than willing to play whatever champion it takes to unlock his team. And I was like, all right, J4, he's a facilitator for other players. He's like, no, actually, I'm just gonna run all over his jungle and just run into him every single time I can and make sure I land my spells and we win that trade every single time. So great job there by Reaper to really open up the game for the rest of his team.
Well, again, you have your opinions on how Reaper played. Let's get his opinions on how he played. Congratulations on the win there in that one. Gotta be feeling good. You started off the early game going absolutely off. What was your thought process after you got those first couple kills?
Hey, so first off, I want to say Reaper. But what I thought during the game was, hey, we should keep pressuring. As long as we keep pressuring, they won't know what to do. And it was noticeable when we were at objectives. They would kind of just like push away, push back. And another way that we saw that happen was when we used Herald's bot and they just TP'd. It was really random of them, in my opinion. So that was something that we liked that they did because it let us do more on the map.
When you think about the other junglers in the whole league, how do you feel like you stack up to them, and who else do you look at in terms of competition?
I definitely look at Pixel Drum as the highest competition, just because he seems to do well most of the time. One thing I do have to say is that I want to play against Ivor in this rank. I think he's somewhat hyped up, and I can definitely show up that I can play just as well against them. But I definitely think Pixel Drum is the hardest competition in the tournament.
I mean, you know, you're making a case for being one of these top junglers, and the team as a whole has been looking pretty solid. How have you, you're looking at the competition right now, there's about 5 teams really vying for this top 4, but we haven't really seen a clear number 1 come out. Who do you think, obviously yourselves are up there, who do you think is the other really, the top squad that you want to take on again?
So we haven't really played against Butler yet. We have scrimmed them a couple times. So I would like to see how that goes in a live match. But I would say for the top 4 teams, I would say, it definitely is Seton Hall, Villanova, DePaul, and then probably St. John's, but I'm not too sure until we play Butler. It's kind of hard to tell.
You guys made the tough decision to move on from, you know, one of the highest rated players in the league, in the solo queue ladder. What has the change in the team been like since taking out such a big voice and a big part of the squad?
So I would like to say that we're a lot more comfortable when it comes down to it, just because the player that we had before was more so a solo queue voice-esque player. So he was more so trying to play for himself than for the team. And that was something that really impacted us when it came down to scrims and, you know, actual live matches. So I would say we should be looking stronger without him, but there's no way in telling till playoffs.
Well, all right. I mean, that's sort of the impression that we got as well, and it's good to hear that you're feeling comfortable as a squad, as a roster. And obviously, we're a few weeks in, but you've got quite a few more games to play as we head towards the playoffs. So, best of luck with that, and congrats on your win.
Thank you so much. Have a good day, guys.
See you, dude.
Bye. Now, there you go. I mean, that's everything we theorized right there with that one. And again, just making, you know, one solo queue star is amazing. In a lot of situations, people try to bring these amazing ladder players in and sort of tame them because it takes a certain mentality to get that high on the ladder when you're playing games like that. Like, I'm only going to play carry champs on the top, and that's all I'm going to do. And I'm going to win, and I'm going to win until I get to challenge or whatever have you. But sometimes that mentality doesn't work when you're playing with 5 on comms, and you've got to play with the same players every single day. You've got to grind out the strategies together. You've got to watch replays together. You've got to discuss strategies together. And I guess in this case, it's still just going to be a bit of a waiting game for DePaul, just watching them grow and develop and tighten up the roster they put together now. But they've definitely shown the potential to do it here. And, man, we are going to have such a sick series of playoffs games. I'm just so excited.
Yeah, I mean, the back half is going to really detail who the top 4 are going to be. Because I'm surprised that he hesitated on seeing
St. John's.
St. John's all the way down at 4. And to be fair, that's the way that the order has been for quite some time, right? You know, it's been Villanova, DePaul, Seton Hall, and then X, whoever that's been, whether that was Providence, whether that's St. John's, whether that was Butler. It's always changed. But it seems like, you know, everyone's hesitating until they get to play everybody. And I think that's what's cool about the random nature of the tournament matches so far. It's like, yeah, we got to play them early on in the season, but we haven't played this other team yet, so we don't know the power levels of everybody. So it'll be interesting to see. It's
crazy. I can't wait until we finally have at least one of those matches completed from every single one. Of course, we have 8 teams in the league. It's going to take a little bit of it's going to take some time here. But in any case, we've had great games today, and I'm stoked about that. Before we jump on to our break, of course, need to remind you about the Good Luck Have Fun pledge and any key ! GLHF in the chat. If you saw me and Degon talking earlier, you saw that badge next to our name in the Twitch chat. You can just click on that. It'll take you right on over to the site, a global Twitch badge showing up anywhere on Twitch. Over 430,000 people have already taken the pledge, taking a stand against online toxicity, trying to make this lovely world of esports we live in just a little bit more inclusive. So if you're just checking that out, be sure to do so. And of course, if you want to keep up to date on all things ESL Collegiate, what's that, Degon?
ESL Collegiate. Follow us on Twitter.
Yeah, there you go. Follow that guy on Twitter too. There
at
you go.
Degon.
You got the name, man. That's awesome.
Yep. 4 letters. Real easy.
Nice.
Follow at Inverum.
Inverum Gaming. I know.
What are you doing?
I'm trying. It's not some finished. Anyway, we'll let it. Anyway, we're gonna hop onto a short break. When we come back, our 2 remaining matches. You don't want to miss them.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Big East League of Legends 2020 regular season here for ESL Collegiate. We've had an amazing day of games, and so far, the teams that we expected to win have come out on top, but the hierarchy is still being established. These top 5 squads all vying for contention. I think pretty much on any day could walk away the victors. You saw it there on the screen. I'm in Varum. That's D-Gon. We've been having some fun.
We've had a lot of fun today. Again, all learning about these teams, where they're at. One thing we've learned in that last game is it'd be really good if you had your full roster.
Yeah. These last 2 weeks have been interesting. Of course, players are on spring break right now for a lot of these schools, whether it be midterms, whether it be papers that are due. There's a lot of pressure on them, obviously, as students, and that's something we're super aware of here at ESL Collegiate, because of course, as much as we care about having amazing competitive League of Legends, these are still students at the end of the day, and making sure they put their academics first is super important. So while at the same time we give the players some flack sometimes about the rosters, we understand that sometimes life happens. Let's take a look at the standings, updated as they are. St. John's, Villanova up there at the top, with DePaul, Butler, Seton Hall, and Crew following as such.
Yeah, and if we take a look at the schedule, we have the battle between the two teams that have the mirrored records right now. 1-6, 6-1. Georgetown, still early program, new program. Another good test for them, a difficult test for them as they take on St. John's, who already had 2 big wins against 2 top-tier teams in the form of Butler and DePaul.
Yeah, St. John's is on an absolute tear right now. The early game macro from them, has looked really, really solid. Great play overall. It's struggled a little bit in the later games, just making sure everything is being kept composed. Some of the scrappy team fights haven't necessarily gotten their way, but I think the foundations, the fundamentals are there from them. Georgetown, definitely some things I think they need to work on in that last game as we look towards the matchup here. Georgetown, again, the newest franchise, the newest organization, the newest school to join us here in Collegiate League of Legends here for Big East. So, again, they're still in the process of developing.
Yep, they went back and battled in week 1, one of St. John's first victories after losing to Butler. But both these squads actually making changes in today's lineup for compared to what they were playing with earlier. So I like the fact that both teams changing it up, making it a little different. More importantly for Georgetown, hey, look, let's see what we got. We've already talked about how we have big rosters here, and so Vanilla Ice Cream being subbed out, Esperanz now moving on in, and then Minboy still working through the bot lane duo with Treeb.
Yeah, and Minboy, again, one of the players who's often able to get something, at least when the team is struggling, almost even in CS at the end of that last game with his counterpart there, able to sort of hold his own in that matchup, and definitely the carry that the team is going to look to rally around in the mid to late game. So we have high expectations of him here. Just got to be able to get the rest of the team on the same page early.
Yeah, and this is what I said in that last game. It wasn't that they didn't know what to do. It was they just got out-executed and mis-executed. Yep. A lot of just mix-executed ganks, but at the right place, like at the right time, or maybe like 2 or 3 seconds a little bit further behind. So reset, yes, you're playing another top team, but you were there blow for blow within the first like 10 minutes, and then after that, the gold lead really showed its head, and it made it very difficult to even try and pick those fights.
Yeah, and they're going up against, like we mentioned before, a super tough opponent who, we talk about mechanics, St. John's is definitely one of the teams that are up there. 7 Swords and Pikey up. This whole top side of the map is so scary. They are making a substitution in the mid lane. Hi, I'm CZ, I'm going to assume. CZ? But Pikey. Oh my goodness, even when we question some of the picks sometimes, like, oh, I don't know, hey, he's pulling out the Graves again. It's for good reason. It's because he absolutely dumpsters the early game.
So just a update that we got from admin Peaky. I know, we've been saying it wrong for the whole time.
Really?
I wish you could have seen his face of dismay.
I just feel so bad. I've been saying it wrong the whole time. Correct me, team.
Yeah, so Peaky coming in now.
Peaky Blinders. All right, I see how this is gonna. Oh, I have so many more things to say now.
You did this to yourself, Peaky. Pike worked pretty good.
Yep, it did. I just thought he's never played Pike, and that was my only thought process in that, and I let it go. But now, ooh, he hasn't even peaked yet.
Yes. All right. Can we wait till the game starts, please? Like, someone send help. Send pun help.
You're welcome. You're all welcome. St. John's even with a different mid laner in this particular game, we're just going to breeze right on past that.
Yep.
Even with a different mid laner in this game, I feel like they're still probably in a pretty good position here overall. Again, the top side of the map is always just so strong, and then it alleviates so much pressure that basically just like you just kind of forget the bot lane's there, and then all of a sudden it comes in late, and you're just like, oh no.
Yeah.
This is one of those situations where it's like it's jazz hands, it's sleight of hand. It's like a magician.
Sleight of hand, jazz hands, two different things.
It could be. You could do both. You could be a cheerleading magician.
Do it right now. How would you do it?
I would say, hey, reach in here and then the thing, and then it's gone.
Where was your jazz hand?
Oh, I didn't.
All right.
I didn't think this through, did I?
I don't know. Whenever we're ready for draft, let's take the draft between these two
save me from myself.
Here. The Hoyas
oh my goodness.
and the Red Storm.
Oh, okay.
The battle of the 6-1 and 1-6. Georgetown now substituting out the jungler, and that's kind of what I want to see and focus on a little bit more. P-Key has been one of the strongest performers in the jungle role. When we talk about those performances, you look at Reaper, you look at Ivor in this rank, you obviously look at Pixel Drum. But P-Key is the newcomer out of this group and has really been pushed forward into this leadership type role in terms of in-game initiation for the St. John's team, and that's why they find themselves at 6-1. And I think it's cool to think about, hey, look, here's a new guy, the rookie of the squad that's now being thrust into this leadership role, not only showing off for his team, but throughout the whole league. It's like a fraternity of junglers, or a fraternity of men from the jungle, and he's the one that's leading it.
Yeah, and this is great because we have so many amazing junglers in the Big East. They're constantly vying for that top spot, and I don't think they can agree on who's the best. I'm not sure we'll find out who truly is until the end of the playoffs, but let's get into this draft now and take it one game at a time. As I've been told, we are ready to rock in the Georgetown versus St. John's matchup. Georgetown have their work cut out for them here, but St. John's making a slight little roster shuffle. Maybe that's the moment of weakness that Georgetown needs to get another win on the map, on the board, because that's how they got their last one. Seton Hall not being able to field their full roster, and Georgetown able to make the right plays to take advantage of that.
Yeah, the St. John's coming in, and they do have a full bigger roster. I think I remember CZ from last season. I do not remember what he played, but that name looks very familiar to me, and I think if that's the case, then you're not missing too much of a synergy change. I guess Quinton E did come on in for Seton Hall, but then there was a drop in how the team performed around him when he did pop on in. I think maybe not the fairest comparison. It's just like, hey, look, there's a comfort here with these players. That's the way I'd look at it.
Yeah, and comfort, familiarity, communication, just the trust. Especially in some of these lining setups, you just trust that, well, my jungler says he's going to be here, he's going to be here. My support says he's got me, I can go in, let's go in. There's a lot of those situations that just takes repetitions. So we'll see how that goes. Once again, Lord Georgie bringing out the comfort pick. Talking about comfort, Darius is there, but set once again for 7 swords. Not going with the Aatrox, it's going to be first ban from Georgetown. I like that decision a lot. Also dealing with Peakies. Peakies, one of his favorite jungle champions there.
Yeah, taking that one away. Zach being hovered now, so Vanilla Ice Cream listed on here, but I don't think he's actually the one that's playing. I do believe that was a substitute.
There's Esperance in the bottom. Maybe on support? I don't know. We'll find out when we get in the game. Let's not theorize about it too much. Let's just talk about the picks. There we go. Oh, my. Okay.
Xerath being locked on in, which is pretty cool.
Okay, wow.
Reborn gets Thresh, and I like this. Basham is one of the best. Basham is the best Ezreal in the league, and he gets his hands on it yet again. Always fun to watch good Ezreal at work as we go into the second ban phase. This is going pretty quick.
It is.
Caitlyn getting removed away from Minboy. He played that in the last game and was the only lane that looked pretty good there as we were waiting to see who else comes on out in terms of the ban phase. Vlad, the next one.
So that must be a direct look towards CZ there. It must be one of his top picks because we have 7 swords pick already locked in there. So
Kaisa, we're going deep into the AD carry pool. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, plus the pick away of Ezreal, so 6. This is the 7th AD carry that Georgetown are going to be able to pick up here when it's their turn to go.
I mean, probably just go to Tristana or something. She's still up and available, and I feel like that's one of those standard go-tos for a lot of these collegiate players still, because she's been in the game for so long that everybody's played her. She's super intuitive. So wouldn't be surprised if that's the pickup here. And then, of course, trying to find the mid laner to go, or sorry, the support, I should say, to go with that.
We're waiting to see who we go with here, and Zoe in the hands of CZ in the mid lane. So looks like more of the same. Sleepy Trouble Bubbles from nowhere. That would be quite the annoyance to play against.
And you got so much poke. You've got Ezreal, Zoe. If you had a Yuumi in this, it'd be the only other real thing that we like. Oh my goodness, stop! Please stop. But Jin might be the pickup as well. Another one of those sort of go-to standard ADCs in the carry position, the bot role. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends on where the Xerath is. Yeah, okay, so Xerath support, that makes a little bit more sense. So when you do Xerath support and then you use your W, which is not Captive Audience, it's Deadly Flourish. It's inverse, right? Deadly Flourish looks like the one it should be Captive Audience, and Captive Audience looks like it should be the one that's Deadly Flourish. It's inverse. So when Deadly Flourish, or if Xerath uses his Q, and then Deadly Flourish lands, the W lands, you snare him, and then Zac comes on in with the slingshot. That all kind of makes sense to me. Or Ahri comes in with the charm on a target that's standing still. I like the synergy that happens in that 1v1. The last pick, though, PK. I get it. Peaky gets his Nidalee that was banned away from him beforehand. So we get to see some Nidalee into the game. This reminds me back to Twitch Rivals. I got to see King Nidhogg use Nidalee all the time, and it's a sight to see. So now getting to see javelins from all the different type of brushes, making sure you use your traps at the right time to get the mark. This is a very snowbally champion in the jungle. Doesn't get played that often in competitive anymore, but if you're able to get ahead, it's just so oppressive to play against.
Yeah, and I remember, first watching League of Legends back in the day, good Nidalee players were always terrifying.
Hotshot. Hotshot was a great Nidalee player. Hotshot GG, founder of CLG.
Yep.
Who else? I think there was a Worlds event or an All-Star event where Expeke, I think, took everybody around the map on a Nidalee. There was a lot of Nidalees. There were not a lot of Nidalees.
Yeah, no, but still, this is an interesting draft coming in here. I like the idea that St. John's is potentially using this as an opportunity to try some different things, and I also think this is a good opportunity for Georgetown to deal with a team that's really taking them seriously, is really pushing them in the draft as well. When you have 7 bot bans, it's a lot. Really pushing into your pool and really trying to pinch the player that we've identified as the one to beat a Mimboy, but also clearly they're identifying that as well. I love also the fact that while they are feeling free to experiment if you're St. John's, you're also giving Georgetown the respect they deserve.
Yeah. Just good draft here overall, and we'll get to see if the substitutes are able to play their part as well. I think I'm looking more at the player changes than the champion changes in terms of the draft.
I think so too, and I still have to give it to St. John's. I think at this point, if I had to make a prediction, the draft is interesting to me, and the play has just consistently been too good for them for me to say otherwise. So yeah, I'll go with St. John's in this one.
Yeah. Play it safe, why don't you?
I always do.
Do you look both ways before you cross the street?
I
picked Georgetown. Get me in there. Hoyas are the champion. Oh, I got you so good.
What I'm learning is Digon doesn't look both ways before he crosses the street.
You were so confused.
Sounds like an LA driver to me. Okay.
All I wanted to do was confuse you. You're like, what? I don't cross the street. What? That's right. Let's go, Hoyas. You don't have to worry about crossing the street because you can walk everywhere in Georgetown. Georgetown's a beautiful place. I love Georgetown. I love DC. Get us this win today. Come on. Let's go, Blue. Hoyas, Ahoya. I don't even know if that's what they say up there. Let's go, Georgetown.
I would quit while you're ahead. Just compliment the city.
Let's go, Georgetown.
All righty then. Digon is clearly, showing that East Coast favoritism, which I understand. I mean, I guess they're all East Coast, but
I was about to say this is the Big East.
This is the Big East
Coast.
But yeah,
I guess
some of them are a little.
Someone's
less
in Butler's in Indiana.
Yeah, it's a little more. That's south.
Oh, that's right.
I don't know American.
Sorry, everybody. Ball's Canadian.
Yeah.
We would call Indiana, I think, the Midwest.
The Midwest. I like the Midwest. I got to go to Minneapolis last year. It was really nice.
It's a little bit more west than Indianapolis, but yeah.
Yeah.
Minneapolis, Indianapolis.
Oh, they're all so similar sounding.
Indiana.
Yeah. Yeah, there you go. Either way, I think this is going to be a pretty fun matchup here. Georgetown have the opportunity to continue to grow and learn. St. John's can be bringing out some slightly different things here, but we'll see how they adapt. But really, this is just me looking to Georgetown to say, make some plays. You went in with the right ideas in that last matchup. You messed up a little bit in execution, but don't let that stop you from continuing to trust your instincts, because you called that, T-Gun. You said, look, their instincts are good.
Yeah.
It's just some slight, mess-ups in the execution. I want that to not let that stop them continuing to do the right plays.
Yeah, and I want to take a second to just touch on Vanilla Ice Cream, just because I feel like he's had a tough split so far, and now not getting his opportunity to play in this next one. Right place, right time, and I think that's why you keep coming back to the well and give yourself an opportunity to execute. It's always so much more hopeless when you don't know what's happening to you. I think when I think back to Season 5 and lane swaps, and if you didn't understand the proper execution of like, all right, if they do a lane swap, then after the first 3 waves, our jungler needs to come. If that top laner is still there, we dive the top laner, we get the kill, and we get the turret. Otherwise, they back off, we get the turret, our top laner who's on the bottom side has to back off, they get the turret, then we do the inverse, do the same thing again, and then at like 12 minutes, both teams don't have top or bot lane turrets and you're equal. Like, it was a very procedural thing. And if at any point you didn't know what you're doing, you felt so far behind, you felt kind of hopeless. That's not the case with this Georgetown team. To me, it really looks like an organization that is new and figuring out how competitive works. You're taking solo queue players, solo queue warriors, and then trying to put them together of differing levels so that you get where that baseline is. And that's why I'm hopeful for what Georgetown's doing. Because St. John's was at this point at some point last year, right?
Yeah.
And so
we need to remember St. John's has come so far. St. John's is the story that Georgetown is trying to emulate. That's the goal. And as we get into the game, we'll see if Georgetown can maybe take a stab at the team that has already made that miracle run. Let's find out. It's match number 5 on the day here in the Big East 2020 regular season. Dagon, let's go.
All right. Let's see how this one works out. Georgetown on the blue side and St. John's on the red side. Earlier, a little confusing because it was St. John's on the blue side and was it DePaul that they played earlier on the red side?
Nova. Oh, St. John's or Wait, St. John's?
It was St. John's was on the blue side
DePaul,
against
yes.
DePaul. Oh, no.
Okay. No Bush is safe. Oh, that's the carry, too.
Yeah, that was Min Boy. I think there were a lot of...
More like Minute 1 Boy, am I right? Okay,
yeah, that was less than a Min Boy. I think you heard a lot of those span pings come out, and that was just a standard, straightforward invade there by St. John's. You don't have a lot of different, support there in terms of invades, as we're having some net issues. Everybody's back?
He's back.
Okay.
We're back.
Lag, I'd say.
I would blame lag. My ping was above 60. What do you want me to do?
Actually,
I can never get my ping below 70 in League, though. Real talk. Why is that? We live how far from the Riot Studios? Where are their server hubs? Austin?
The server's centralized in Chicago, and there's a couple of server hubs. One of them is in Ashburn, Virginia. So when I go home,
not close to California.
That's right. But when I go home to Virginia, our ping is like 25.
What?
It's like 30. Yeah.
What?
It's pretty crazy.
That's unfair. I call hacks.
Yeah, it's just
East Coast hacks. All right, that's what we'll go with. But that should mean that, though, for most of the players here in the Big East, that blaming lag a little bit less ideal. But so far in the laning phase, despite Minboy having a potential opening that could tilt some players, it's just right back in it, right back at it again. And Ezreal is going to take some time to scale here. That's one of the things with this champion that I am and am not a fan of in some situations, the fact that it just takes so long for him to really feel impactful when he throws out those Qs and he really does the damage. And already burning the flash already, though. That is not an ideal situation. Heal being forced out, though. Minboy is going to be picked up again. And with the Thresh to back him up, Basham says, I don't care about your late game scaling. I'm going to do the damage right now.
Yeah, and that's the tough part here. When you are using a mage support, your mage support has to focus on hitting the wave at level 1 unless you have kill pressure at level 1, because you need to hit level 2, because most of the time you get your kill pressure spell at level 2. That's the stun that is used by Xerath. Here, the gank coming on in, short hop by Vanilla Ice Cream, who is currently in the game, so it was a substitute at the support role. It's just a quick drive-by there.
Yep. I'm not going to be walking away with anything too substantial. But we do have the rotation down towards the bottom side. But man, this support Xerath is in a little bit of a world of hurt. One Q kind of gone astray could result in another kill here in the bottom side. And This is not the opening that the bot lane of Georgetown needs. This is the lane we were looking for them to play through. This was where the power and the support needed to be allocated, and so far, it's not looking great.
Yeah, rough start here for Georgetown. St. John's able to capitalize on the solo play there, and you know, that's, again, execution-based stuff that you should know from solo queue. It's the 9th minion where you hit level 2 on the bottom lane, and you have to figure out the priority between poking the enemy team and focusing on the minion wave with your auto attacks and your spells to get that 9th minion first, and then decide, even if we get the 9th minion first, do we go for the kill right away, or is it just, hey, we want to get it first so that they don't have kill pressure? And that needs to be a whole conversation. And when you're substituting your support, you might not be on the same page there. Drowsy lands, no charm available.
Nice!
Oh, over the wall, and reformed, or reborn. Reborn is reformed.
Well, he missed one hook earlier, so that was his. This is his redemption. We'll put it that way. Oh my goodness! Waiting for the flash. Perfect prediction. Holding on to that. And Peaky's now looking to come up towards the top set. He's looking to line this one up, starting things off. Going to be pouncing on in, forcing out the flash. But here we go! 7 Swords committing on in with the flash, the haymaker as well. Yes, please, sir. I will take that kill.
Yeah, what a play there by 7 Swords, showing, hey, look, you know, not just a sword champ guy. Sometimes I can use the knuckles. As another hook gonna land, Minboy using heal as right away. Oh, Esperan's using cleanse right away. Minboy trying to walk his way out of that one, get the auto attack off. One more auto would do it, but he's able to find the safety of his turret. Probably thinks about recalling here, and yeah, just gonna have to concede another wave of minions right now. And Georgetown just with yet another rough start to kick off another game in the Big East.
I feel like Reborn heard me earlier when I heard me complimenting Hunky Hank as one of the best supports in the league, because he has just been on fire ever since, and now another rotation coming on into the top. I feel like Lord Georgie's going to make it out this time around, but oh my, St. John's has not stopped. 5 kills, 5 minutes, let's go!
Yeah, decapitate on 2 members gives solid healing back to the Darius, but you know, Vanilla Ice Cream's trying to do his best to get what he can across the map. But when you have such a unique pocket pick like Nidalee, it makes it difficult to figure out, okay, what's the best way for me to play towards it? Do I try to fight Nidalee early on? Do I try to counter invade? Do I just farm till 6 and tell my lanes, hey, you know, I'm going to gank whatever side he's not on? Is Reborn yet again with another roam. We know that there's no flash, no juke available for Fireblaze. Gets smacked by the Paddle Star, Sleepy Trouble Bubble, not going to land, and Reborn actually gets taken out, so a nice trade there by Fireblaze in the mid lane.
Yeah, not ideal at this point, especially because he actually was 0-5 in that situation.
Peaky. Sucking it in. Peaky looking at another spear. Oh, no, this is another one. Vanilla Ice Cream trying to try his hand in the mid lane against CZ, and CZ not able to land that Paddle Star, and Vanilla Ice Cream just forced to back on up.
CZ's already, I can tell, used to playing Zoe because he's finding all these angles. The way his movement is, it's so unpredictable. Just those little things, and oftentimes, you know, not walking where you want to, expect it to go. That's what makes the mark of these great players, and that's the 100th assist, I should add, for Reborn right there. That's pretty nutty considering we're only on week number 3 of the tournament. Distracting me from my point, but that excellent stat line.
Yeah, good
amazing
job, stats. And here we go, going for his 101st. Fireblaze forced to use Spirit Rush away, almost Spirit Rushed on top of the landed Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Do get a flash there from Basham.
Oh no, Esperance, one more.
Esperance, one more. Auto attack, the heal bait comes on out. Minboy looking to get that last auto in, won't have the speed or the damage to catch on up. But here comes Reborn trying to get assist 101 and 102. The True Shot Barrage coming on through, gets the auto attack off. CZ should be able to pick this one up. Yes, he does with the auto. And assist 101, heading over to Reborn.
And I think it's 100% of that gank is made worse by Zoe's run animation. Can we can just look at... Oh,
no.
You hate to see it. Can we look at Zoe's run animation at some point as well, observers? Just because I want to show just how ridiculous she looks when she's running down to the bot lane to murder you. It's bad.
It's so playful.
It is. She's so happy just to see your demise. And I don't think... This is so interesting because as much as we're seeing Reborn being a support for Basham, we're seeing him being a support for Peaky. He's roaming with the jungler, with the mid. It's like he's everybody's support, and Basham needs them now, though. Come on, Basham. Oh, hello.
Nimboy about to get one there, and so Vanilla Ice Cream able to land the stretching strike into the auto attack of a minion. Oh, the spear there. Peaky trying to show off just a little bit. Show how cheeky he is. Focusing the Zac and then throwing the spear at the Jhin. Vanilla Ice Cream trying to get the stretching strike here. I think here's the move. Opportunity, you got multiple members down on the bottom side of the map. Start focusing the Drake.
And this is huge because this would be one of the few situations where we really see Georgetown able to not only assert pressure, but assert pressure and have it result in one of these early map objectives. This is really where we have seen this team struggle overall, but this is a great little play from them, assuming they can finish on the execution. The Drake is getting low. Will they be able to get in time? Is St. John's? No, but here's the pounce. The follow-up is there. Another kill onto the carry for Georgetown as they're chasing them back into the jungle. Kills are going on in. Vanilla Ice Cream is trying to keep them all together, but Seven Swords is getting kills in the top, and the rest of the team is getting kills, well, everywhere else.
Yeah. It might be sleepy time.
Oh,
nice
minion!
Little blockage by the minion, but the auto attack comes on through with the portal. It's another kill for CZ. Vanilla Ice Cream bought a lot of time, but with Minboy dying early on, and he was lower on HP after that engage. Easy pickup for St. John's. Now the turret in sights, they get a couple of plates. You do get the Ocean Drake, but maybe biting off a little more that you could chew was Georgetown as we take a look at it one more time.
And we watched this back, and this was, not a bad position here for Georgetown, but they're taking all the initial poke damage, whether it be from Peaky or anyone else, and they're able to go on in, capitalize. They follow out Esperance early, got the ignite, got the flash, picked up the kill, and then all this, while this is going on, solo kills are happening in the top. This is just St. John's firing on all cylinders, independently excellent.
All right, taking a look forward here. Basham continually solo on this lane. You can see the chunk there as he has Muramana. Just lots of DPS to be able to 1v2 as long as he doesn't get hooked, just like that. Minboy now in a bit of trouble, waiting for the flay.
Bring him on in.
Trying to get the snare, did not get the snare. Now sitting inside the box, trying to do the fancy feet, gets the big crit auto attack here. Now Vanilla Ice Cream is the next challenger. A new challenger approaches, a new challenger down after the flash too. It's so tough because you're trying to flash away from the hook, but there's so many different items like flying at you right now. There's a Q, there's an auto attack from Thresh, there's the flay, gets hooked, flashes under the turret as he dies.
Why is Reborn so good? Why is he so good?
The St. John's team.
What was that play? The literal second that spell was off cooldown, he was back in. These death sentences have been exactly that, living up to the ability name every single time he casts it. I think barring once, it has resulted in a kill. What a scary person. What a scary, scary person.
Yeah, most KDA on the team right now at 12, has roamed around and blown way past that 100th assist mark, and really facilitating the game. We highlighted him as a player because he's supported Basham so well that they're a dominant duo on the bottom side of the map. But it's not even just that anymore. It's his ability to affect all across the map.
And the fact that they're playing with a substitution in the mid, with CZ coming in, who's also going 6-0-1, I might add. So not only is he supporting Basham, he's supporting the Zoe, he's supporting Peaky. It just feels like every single time they need that additional body to go in and make it happen, the team is there. And in this situation, they're all there from downtown.
Yeah, this is...
That's beyond poke at that point. What do you call that, Degon? Death?
Stab.
Stab?
It's not poke, it's stab.
Yeah.
Impale.
Yeah. Oh man, part of the problem is it's tough to deal with at this point.
Not quite done yet. Minboy was trying to recall. Nice little juke right in front of the Nidalee. Uses heal. And the Arcano Pulse coming in just a little bit too late. But Minboy able to get out of that one. And this is good snowball. Vanilla Ice Cream now trying to hold Seven Swords in place so Georgie can give him the guillotine. Hopefully a guillotine that actually casts this time.
Yes. Oh man, it's so interesting too, because normally we're all hyped up on Seven Swords and we're talking about the mid lane matchup, but this hasn't been about the top lane at all, Degon.
No, it's been the bottom lane focus here. And they've been just doing that over and over again as Peaky, we saw that.
Yep. Nobody saw that. No, I didn't see it. I didn't go very loudly.
Yeah, Vanilla Ice Cream doing what he can on the top side of the map. If someone's spending that much time on the bottom, go get the Rift Herald and try to open up the game somewhere else. You have the reset mechanic for Lord Georgie, but right now Georgetown trying to find the small victories here.
Yeah, I think this is good for them still at this point. Despite the fact that they're losing bottom, they've identified the same thing that I did, which is that Seven Swords has been relatively quiet. In this case, we do have the Sleepy Trouble bubble into immediate and inexorable death. The absolute demise at the hands of a million orbs being thrown at your face. And yeah, I guess a spear for good measure in that situation. But this is just tough. I mean, CZ is being an absolute fiend, setting up the team so well. Reborn missing a death sentence, and it literally doesn't matter, I don't think, at this point. I think Peaky is going to be totally fine.
Minboy able to flash away from that one, gets the quick recall to show everybody how good he was
at
dodging that one.
No!
Oh, no! And he gets the wrong one. Now Minboy trying to see if he can get Peaky. Flash forward by Basham. He gets finished off by the turret. He did not take any damage there by Minboy.
Hang on. Be nice. Stop messing around here, team. Don't play with your food. Not a fan of that.
I think they're just playing aggressive. They're waiting for the minion wave to come on in. But opportunities to continue to push the lead, and they did. Right now, no focus here from Vanilla Ice Cream on this bottom side of the map. No focus from Fireblaze, because every time, think about it, Fireblaze died, Reborn was basically just rotating between both lanes, and I think that's why Ezreal, specifically Basham's Ezreal, is so powerful, because it's to the point where you don't need to be in lane with him at all times. You can just be there, and then as soon as you get the lane shoved in, Thresh has the window, the threshold, to open up and roam. And basically the carry, will he be legendary? He has had multiple kills here. I think he's on a 3-kill streak right now. Is he on 3? Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, he's on 4.
4. Oh my goodness. 400 gold bounty on his head as they have swapped the lanes now, pushing up top, forcing Darius back. There is literally not a chance. There's nothing he can do about that. Georgie very smartly just opting to back up, not trying to contest this in any way, as the jungle that was once Georgetown's is now St. John's. Flash being burned by Vanilla Ice Cream from downtown.
The true shot barrage lands.
Oh my goodness. Forcing out the cell division.
Fireblaze.
Clean that one up.
Fireblaze is on the wrong side.
Oh no, pulling him on in with the death sentence. Flay, keep him on over. But can they pick up the kill? Going on in underneath it with the showstopper. The follow-up is there. Seven Swords with the cleanup. The double kill for the set. And this is just St. John's going off. 24 kills to 2 at the 16-minute mark. That's a lot.
Yep. It's definitely a lot, and St. John's heard a lot of talk by the two other teams.
No. Okay. Well, okay.
Oh.
Hang on. Reborn.
That hook went through Esperance?
Yep.
Question mark?
Hitboxes are weird. And, oh, he doesn't do enough damage. Oh, he does not do enough damage, unfortunately, and that's the Xerath down once more.
Got the turret. Small wins, baby.
Look, we take these wins here.
Got the turret. As we take a look at the gank here one more time, Vanilla Ice Cream almost able to get away from here. And then just, just right on the side. And here, Fireblaze trying to decide, where do I go? Do I just try to walk by, or do I hold turret? But then the cannon minion takes care of it and finishes him off.
Okay.
He TPs to the blob to keep it alive a little bit longer. And then look at that. The suplex onto the Ahri.
But then he came back in!
Yeah, it was a 2-man face breaker.
Oh. And also Vanilla Ice Cream leaped back into that, I think. And that's unfortunate. Okay. And in either case right now, I think Georgetown is just trying to take the wins where we can find them. We talked about this. Trying to find those little victories in this one, because so many things for St. John went right early. Their decision-making was absolutely solid. The rotations were clean. But I think the most important thing is they've just been hitting their skill shots. And it's tough to deal with a team that's just on fire like that, that really, we saw one there, but really doesn't miss the death sentences, that doesn't miss the mystic shots, that doesn't miss the paddle stars, the sleepy trouble bubbles, that have Xeraths that just walk underneath tier 2 turrets. It's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. This is fine.
Yeah, for me, I think it goes back to what happened last game with Georgetown. It's their early game needs work, and yeah, their early game needs work, and it comes from an execution discrepancy.
No, Vanilla Ice Cream, that's not the place. That's not the place. There are toasted almonds and things there. That's not for you.
And you know, that early game on the bottom side of the map with the invade coming on in and just getting caught out, I don't even think he got hooked. Maybe he got flayed backwards, but he got hooked, and it was an easy kill. And then not hitting level 2 first, that also was pretty difficult. Under the turret they go, and Set does Set things, not taking too much damage.
Oh my goodness, Zoe!
Town. Oh, St. John's putting on a clinic right now.
Yeah, that's the ace. Diving in underneath the Nexus turrets to secure that is CZ, who's gone 12-0-6 so far this game. The Nidalee 6-0-13, not to be outdone. The Zach's going back in, but not long for this world. That's 7 worlds as well, 6-0-5 for good measure, 33 kills. And what I have to say, Degon, is the most dominant performance we have seen yet in the Big East for the 2020 regular season. St. John's is going to be cleaning up the victory here in sub 20 minutes. That is going to be it. I can keep talking a little bit longer as they get these final kills, but that's already the game, and we all do know it. Good job to St. John's for walking away with the win.
Well,
for walking away with the win.
There it is. Yeah, that was a game, a League of Legends. I will say though that I think this was the one of the most one-sided games I think I've casted, and in collegiate, and you know, I think for me, I don't like these types of games. I like it less when I'm a fan of the university. So, congrats to St. John's for like staking a claim here, and hearing Reaper say something about, yeah, you know, we got our top 3 teams, and maybe it's St. John's, and you know, the native 192 being like, yeah, I don't remember playing those guys, you know, whatever. So St. John's just sending a message to everybody else without having to do an interview. So St. John's like, yep, we beat the teams that we need to beat. It's not even close compared to everybody else.
It's hard to win against a team like that when they are just hitting all the spells. It's really tough. It's really difficult when a Thresh is able to get 5 kills by the 5-minute marks, or help be a part of 5 kills by the 5-minute marks, and your bot lane falls completely and utterly behind. The top Set was just winning it, but quietly, and then eventually was able to join in, and then the Nidalee. A jungle pick we don't often see coming in and being executed beautifully. The amount of ways that you could be deleted from off-screen were many, and used frequently by St. John's. Again, it's not poke at this point. It's just, what was it, stab?
Stab. This is poke. That is stab.
Yeah, like a robot from Futurama. Just not a great situation to be in if you're Georgetown. And, yeah.
I will say, you know, spending a little bit more time on St. John's, what can we take away from that? Reborn Thresh looks pretty good. It's pretty not bad.
I want to see more.
It's a not bad Thresh.
I want to see more
North
of it.
American support Thresh it's a thing, and Reborn is cut from that same cloth.
Real good. Just like little stuff, like he death sentence himself over the wall, and then he lanterns his teammate into the flay, into the box, and then the second all of his abilities come off cooldown, he literally does the exact same thing again to the next champ that wanders into his clutches.
Yeah.
Like to the second.
Pretty good.
Pretty good. I mean, again, there's not a whole lot we can really say about that game. We have St. John's on the line again, who maybe can help us talk about this game more. You did it, lads. Good stuff.
Anything to add there?
Well, we picked like a super. It was like Pokey CG, and so they like also drafted 2 tanks. So we got a little worried that if we actually went to team fights, we would lose. So we just, as hard as possible, just tried to get everything. We just kept fighting them, trying to end the game as quick as possible.
Yeah, you tried to end the game at like minute 1. What happened on the invade? I think we were still setting up the stage. I didn't quite see, like, was it hook? Was it flash? Or you just walked right into
bush? Yeah.
Into the bush, and he was sitting there.
The situation right now. Talk to us about that Nidalee pick in the jungle, because it's not. I think that's the first time we've seen this in the Big East over the last 2 years of broadcast. Talk to us a little bit about this and what made it work so well in this composition.
Yeah, for Nidalee. I don't know. I'm Nidalee one trick, so I'm kind of confident about this champion.
Nidalee one trick? We've seen you on so many different champions, though. How are you Nidalee one trick?
Yep. So I'm like 100 trick.
Speaking of 100, Reborn, you just hit your 100th assist. Like, Did you even know you were starting to hit that number? Like, it's an insane amount of pressure you're adding all across the map.
I just follow my jungler who's very aggressive, and we just pick up free kills.
No, because that's what I was noticing a lot in this game was that while you were playing support to Ezreal, you're also playing support to Zoe and support to Nidalee. Talk to us about the rotations early on. What is the thought process like when you suddenly realize, wait, I don't have to help my carry, I can roam? As a support player myself, and for those support players in the audience, when do you make that decision that it's time to roam?
Well, like if the lane's like, if my AC can freeze the lane and he's not really getting like poked out and he's fine, then I have opportunity to roam because Mobius just makes you like roam around the map really quick, and you have time to spare, and it relieves a lot of pressure for bot lane too.
So you guys showing off. There's been a lot of 5, 6, 7, 8-man rosters. You guys getting to show off yours. CZ hopping on in the mid lane, and with a dominant performance. It was a lot. It was very aggressive. You had a lot of action in your lane. How do you like to play compared to your normal mid laner?
I just like aggressive lane, and honestly, our support is my secret support. He's mine. No one's taking him away from me.
I know, Basham, you were down on the bottom side of the map for a little bit. Moving forward, are you guys going to use a 6-man roster? How's Aihueco working with this? Because I think Aihueco has been I think we as a caster duo haven't appreciated what Aihueco has done as much as this week. And then to have CZ come on in and just kind of control the lane like that is impressive. But how are you guys moving forward with it?
I mean, like you said, I don't really look at it as a sub. I look at it as like a 6-man roster. They both have strengths and weaknesses that we try to use when we like use each of them. I don't really want to go into those because, you know,
Yeah.
secret, but
dang it!
Come on, Dagon, trade secrets. Trade secrets. No, I think this has been. I said this before. This is probably, at least this season, the most dominant performance we've seen yet in the Big East. You guys have had a weekend to be proud of. You're up at the top of the standings.
One more. It's Peaky or Pikey or Peaky. All right. See. All right. You got to tell us these things.
Tell me these.
When we have interviews with you, you can't just be shy kawaii boy in the back. You know what I mean? You got to tell us these things. Otherwise, we're going to call you Pikey, and we wouldn't know any better.
We're going to be wrong. All right, but we know it now. We're right. You guys have certainly been right so far this weekend. You've put on an amazing performance. Congratulations on your wins, plural.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right, guys, we will talk to you later, I'm sure. And probably another one of these winners interviews. Oh boy. Okay. I don't even know what to think after that one. That one was just. That was a rush of emotion.
Yeah, that was a game. I guess again thinking about the 6-man roster thing, it's really cool to see teams start to implement that, and again how players opt into it. If you are that same player in that role, it's like, yeah, you know what? I'm more than willing to rotate around a little bit, and one guy has one strength, the other guy's other strengths, because we've seen it work before. I don't even know what the formula was with Villanova, but the native 192 was very confident with how they ran theirs last year with Bilito and with 2 Woke. Even though you kind of knew the champ pool was slightly different, those two players were willing to work with each other.
Oh, and speaking of Villanova, we might have another matchup with them as our last match of the day, closing that out. Spoiler alert, except you've been seeing the schedule all day long. Before we jump on to our break, though, and get into that final match, of course, any key, one more time, !GLHF in the chat. If you want to learn more about the Good Luck, Have Fun pledge, check that out. Take a stand against toxicity. And, of course, on Twitter, at ESL Collegiate. I'll never get that right. To stay up to date with all things. Yeah, to stay up to date with all things ESL Collegiate, oddly enough. All right, we're going to hop on to our break. When we come back, it's our final matchup of the day, and oh boy, is it going to be a doozy. We'll see you in a second.
Rematch of the finals, baby!
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix. I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names. I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Hello and welcome back to the Big East League of Legends 2020 regular season. We have had an amazing day of games, 5 already in the books, including one of the absolute most dominant ones we've seen yet in the Big East. Oh my goodness, St. John's. Whatever they've been doing over the past year, it's been working. Let's dig on. What do you think?
I think it's been a great day of games, and now we have, I think, when you look at the schedule, and you're like, man, you know, got to get through some good ones. We're going to figure out who's in the middle of the pack. This is the one you look forward to the most. It has been the championship game over the last 2 years. The two best teams in the Big East by far. Currently, could possibly be now a battle for second and third, not necessarily first place, as St. John's is taking care of business, but including some of the biggest personalities in the league as well. This is my favorite match. It is good old Villanova against DePaul round 800.
Round something here, but let's take a look at the standings. Let's give them some context for this going on into it, because right now they are in second and third. You mentioned before how often they've been fighting for the #1 spot, and that is not the case. If Villanova walks away with the W, they will be tied with St. John's per se, but this is still a very interesting matchup for these teams because, as you mentioned, if you look at the schedule, while we've had some awesome games over the course of the day, you've had St. John's going up against some of the top squads, and you know, Villanova's done all right. They only faced off against Georgetown, but now we have this battle, the one of the, which again has traditionally been our finals, but it's not the same. In my mind, for some reason, it's not quite the same because you don't have Brown Mandarius. We've hyped on this a lot, but and you've got a player who I think is still very, very solid, filling the shoes, and you've got a more comfortable, a more composed even DePaul potentially, but you still have a Villanova who's willing to meme their pants off and just go on in, draft crazy things, and are still so pristinely confident, and truthfully for good reason, because they've taken down a lot of good teams. They have a reason to be confident, but we see this every season. We see this every season where they come in and they're so confident, but then one game will happen and they'll totally not play well, and it won't even be that, you know, other the team was better than us. It was we played like crap.
Look, all I know is that we have a native 192 interview, win or lose. Not that I'm saying I would rather see one more than the other, but we have
that was a sus cough right there, man. That was a sus.
Sorry, I was eating a pastry.
You were.
I
really quickly before the show started. I was impressed. It was absolutely devoured. But before we get into the game, before we dive deep down this rabbit hole, Aniki, I've talked about it all day long on the broadcast so far, the Good Luck Have Fun pledge. We're just going to roll the video to start this off and give you a bit of a sense of what exactly it looks like. I got a chance to sit down with some esports industry folks, get their thoughts on it. Let's take a look.
Hi, my name is D1 Ala Mengret.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
My name is Bill Carter. My handle is Jump.
My name is Christopher Michaels, better known as Monte Cristo.
Hey guys, I'm Michelle Morrow, and I'm on-camera talent for both esports and the world of entertainment.
I think it's important that people are made aware that their behavior is not acceptable if you're going to throw out bigoted terms or target somebody for that kind of harassment.
So dealing with toxicity, even just on a normal day-to-day basis, when I game, I just like to be sort of an anonymous gamer, and to this day, I am scared to use my mic.
I think that anytime you can sit someone down that has a negative mindset or has a sense of toxicity, think about who you're affecting.
If I had the ability to confront a troll face to face, they would not be the keyboard warrior that they are inside of the game.
The GLHF pledge is super important. Anything that's encouraging people to promote positivity, to promote understanding, to promote sympathy.
It's cool to see that people are going above and beyond to be a voice for those from a community that may not be as well represented in gaming. You do matter.
GLHF.
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 Good luck. Have fun.
Well, if you don't take it from me, take it from Monte Cristo in the world of League of Legends.
That's right.
It has some weight.
It does. I mean, there's a lot of great people there that definitely are spreading what really needs to happen here in esports as we continue to grow, and just be a good person. Be a good person to your fellow gamer.
Yeah, that's really it. All right, exclamation point GLHF. You know the drill. All right. Let's get into it. Let's roll on. All right. Here we go. DePaul Villanova.
Yeah, I'm
that
so
was
excited.
Pretty good. All right, here we go. All right, ladies and
I
gentlemen.
really don't know. Like everything else, we were like, okay, we're learning a little bit about this team. We'll take something away. I don't want to take anything away from this. All I want to take away is that I had a good time because these two teams don't like each other and they want to beat the crap out of each other. That's what I want to see. Beat each other up. Let's see who wins.
I don't want to take anything away because I want them to leave it all on the table.
Oh, that was good. You see, Paul's a professional.
Oh, we're getting there. We're getting there. No, this is going to be an absolutely sick matchup. They faced off spring, week 1. Villanova walked away with the W. Native went off. King Amazing couldn't quite get it together, but I feel like King Amazing has grown a lot over the last 3 weeks. I feel like he's really stepped up. DePaul has put a lot of the burden on his shoulders to step up as a carry and really be that, but this whole roster is impressive. Kamcha, Reaper, who we got to speak to earlier, that J4 game was kind of dirty, going to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, Reaper kind of read him like a book, and he's definitely leveled up from last season. He and the rest of the team have moved on forward, and, you know, we've touched on it a lot. King Amazing, done well. Hunky Hank, done well, but it's the man in the mid lane, Kamcha, that we want to highlight on here. Kamcha, again, just has grown game after game and is transforming his gameplay from being a team player to now a game changer.
Yes.
And his growth, I think, is really where the next level of play is, right? We got to see them earlier on St. John's. He struggled, and that's why all the eggs were in the one big basket of King Amazing. But if he would have gotten at least a little bit more out of that mid lane, I think that whole game is very different. It's not King Amazing trying to carry the other 4 guys through after getting a little bit of help from Reaper. You need to level up in the big matches, and here's a big match opportunity for him to do so.
Yeah, going up against a test, and I think on paper Villanova have to be the favorites, just given the way some of the history of how some of these games have gone, just given the score line we've seen so far this season, but you can never count out DePaul. We'll see. They're going into Villanova, who have been pristinely confident all season long, despite a stumble off the bat, way back at the beginning of the season here. Whimsical Melody, Pixel Drum. This top lane combo, this top side of the Rift combo is just so scary. Our from the mid was really darn solid as well. I actually want to talk about him a little bit more because he came in and did a whole lot for the mid lane matchup there. And despite the fact that his S9 rank was only platinum, I think we can only get so much from the ranking because scrims matter so much, how you play with a team matters so much, and just because a player doesn't have time to necessarily grind ranked doesn't mean they can't be a dominant force in the Rift.
Yeah, and remember, after talking with the Native, they said, hey, this is our substitute that's coming on in and filling in the position, and we trust him to do the job, normally playing support. But I think without that context, we wouldn't have been able to tell. So I think that's impressive for ARF to show that off, and a pretty cool tool to have in the toolkit later on for Villanova as a squad. We know that they haven't shied away from doing a 6-man roster, and he said right now substitute, but maybe it's not a substitute in the future. So always cool to have flexibility there.
And I love that these teams are leaving it open to the possibility of bringing these players in different capacities, especially because champion pools at this level of play. You talk about the idea of the 101 trick.
Yep.
Slash nearly one trick. But no, really, it's that some of these players have these champs that they have just hundreds and hundreds of games on. You're like, well, it works well for our composition. We want to play it here. We know going into this one team, we think we might be able to draft a composition to take advantage of this. Going into it, they're going to use that. And I also love the idea of these 6-man rosters, the idea that you've got that additional level of flexibility. Of course, the argument against it, which is why you don't often see it in pro play, is that it means that you're getting less games with those 5 together if you're taking out 1 or 2 members of all the time and swapping them out, which is why we don't traditionally see it in things like the LCS and the LECS. You get the idea. But here for Collegiate, especially when, again, they're not pro players, they don't have time to play 8 hours a day, wink, wink,
right?
Is that we're seeing the opportunity for them to balance school, life, work, and games and do it in a way that's effective and is beneficial for the team as a whole. So in this collegiate scenario, I'm a huge fan.
Yeah, always cool to get more people involved and a way to get tactical advantage without having the same time resources to invest into learning those champs.
Absolutely. And speaking of champs,
here we go.
Yeah!
Boom! What's the Blues? DePaul and Villanova round, I think, 5 that we've been a part of, or like 6?
6,
right?
Yeah.
Because it's regular season,
finals,
and then finals.
And then once earlier.
Earlier now, yeah. There it is, 6.
Nice. go. And that's not even all the games. That's just the times they've faced off. If you count best of 3s and best of 5s in that,
That's a lot.
It's over probably 14 games.
Yeah.
Probably casted them so far.
Yeah, it's a lot. And so, Kamcha, Hunky Hank, Reaper being a part of all of it. King Amazing coming on into this new matchup, I think, in the middle of last year. No, he came in the fall invitational with the native Pixel Drum and Whimsical Melody being long-standing members here. So the 3 returning members and the 3 other returning members with 2 new members each hopping on into this battle. You want to see what rolls on through here. Kaisa gets taken away early from King Amazing, so kind of the knee-jerk reaction ban away from King Amazing. Senna also gets taken away, so a lot of focus here on the bottom side.
Okay,
and
just
the
give him a set.
Gets on over, yep.
Just give him a set. All right, he'll take it every time. He'll take it every time.
Welly?
He'll take it every time. Stand by my statement.
All right, so he gets his set, and that means Toxic Q's on at least something that's stable.
Vayne? You theorized the Vayne counter earlier.
I did. Coach Degon here.
Coach Degon. You've lived that life.
Freelancer, by the way. Yeah, coaching's a tough life. Coaching's tough.
The biggest inhale. The biggest inhale.
Because I had a quick second imagining I was coaching the native 192. Always good when things are going good, but when things aren't going good, that's the unstoppable force meeting an unimmovable object, and that's a kind way of putting it.
Yeah, but here's the opportunity for Villanova to once again prove that they deserve to be up at the top of the standings, that they can overcome their demons, all pun intended, and can advance to take on the new juggernaut that has arisen in St. John's. So this is to me is, we see the legacy of DePaul, sort of the rise and fall.
Yeah.
And this to me, if Villanova can walk away with a convincing victory here,
they might be able to take it all. Sorry.
Yes. The rise and fall of DePaul, looking to try and take it all here in the Big East 2020.
Not in the fall.
No. Springing on forward with the right step in the direction. I don't know where I was going with this. Well, that's enough.
I messed you up. I'm sorry.
You so did. Yumi Ezreal,
I'm sorry.
though. Hello.
Yeah, no hook champion for Hunky Hank.
Oh, and the potential Aatrox counter to the set as well, which I now feel comfortable saying is a counter. We've seen it enough times. All right.
Now he is a Hunky Hover champion, because that's what Yumi does when she attaches to somebody. Please Crit gets the Thresh instead. Whimsical Melody on the Aatrox, and Echo can go in multiple spots, but you assume that's going to Pixel Drum.
I would assume so, yeah.
Second ban phase now underway. Villanova first ban here, and King Amazing gets Ezreal, another good Ezreal.
Yes.
I don't think as good as Basham, but King Amazing is a good Ezreal.
I like King Amazing better on these champions that auto attack. Weird as it is. I like him better on these more traditional ADCs.
Yeah, and so Ezreal's had multiple different paths. If you look at champion.gg and check out the stats in solo queue, there's some people still, not as many people running Conqueror, some people doing press the attack, some people doing lethal tempo, because they do want to get a couple of hits in with Mystic Shot to soften them up and then get in their face and auto attack. And then you have like a little bit of a outplay potential with the shift. So it's a lot of different ways to play Ezreal, and so maybe he will be the in-your-face kind of bot laner that we're so used to him playing.
Yeah, but speaking of being used to players pulling things out, J4, get out of here, Reaper. You were too good on it. Silas as well, going to be denying that. Kamcha, we've seen him pull that pick out. Misfortune and, oh boy, this.
Who's he going with here? And they're going to save bot lane for the native 192. That's so selfish. Sorry, did I say that?
I mean, it's interesting too, though, because the reason they're calling it selfish, let's give some context on this, is because we already know what the bot lane's going to be for DePaul. So it's not like it's a weird counter pick. He's literally throwing his mid laner under the bus, allowing the Azir counter pick to come in by not selecting that bottom lane pick.
Yeah.
That's so
I don't
weird.
know. I'm trying to figure out what you gain from learning this. I guess now he knows who the mid and jungle
Azir was
are.
picked so fast. I don't think that wasn't really going to change anything.
Yeah, but then it gives Arf an opportunity to change it up. Oh, you know what it is? Because Arf is a support main, he has a limited champ pool.
Oh.
So maybe they would possibly have picked Malzahar.
They weren't going to. DePaul wasn't going to pick Malzahar.
We don't know that. That's the thinking there. But I do think that it was a little unnecessary. I think you could have probably at least saved the Malzahar a little bit to make him think about it. But
I don't.
Malzahar getting locked in with Olaf there, that's one less target that Malzahar can lock down. So
yeah.
At level 6, expect to see Reaper just running on through in the mid lane.
Rock and roll. All right, let's go.
Taking a peek at these drafts here, I feel a distinct lack of early game burst damage from a safe spot, right? Olaf is like, he's an all-in guy, right?
Yep.
If he's going to go in, he's going to go all in. He wants to be at that mid-range HP because the lower his health is, the more damage that he does. Ezreal's going to have to poke it out a little bit. You do have Set. You got a lot of comfort there. But Sivir was that final pick there for the native. That doesn't seem like a native champion.
It does not. It seems too safe. It seems too safe.
Seems a little safe here. And again, this has been the week of substitutes here. Villanova still not using their starting mid laner, so a little bit hampering the champion pool just a bit here. So maybe they do need someone that will be getting safe or getting bigger later on as the game goes on.
Which now means
prediction time.
We come to the portion of our broadcast where I get to see if I can go 6-0 today.
Are you
5-0? Yeah,
5-0 today.
5-0. How many are you, D-Gun?
I am 0-2 for Georgetown.
I think you picked 2 winners. I think you're 2 and 3. that might be generous. I'm gonna go with Villanova. I think I like their draft a little bit better here. I feel like Olaf is such a great early game champion, and he's going to fall off right as Ezreal Yuumi is really starting to come online. And while that's potentially talking about the bridge champ and all that good stuff, I feel like their draft, they don't have enough hard CC, enough hard lockdown. And as I said before, stuns win games. I'm a fan of CC, and I'm a fan of the draft that Villanova put together.
Yeah, I think in terms of players, the kill pressure for Villanova is on the bottom side of the map with the Thresh heading on over to please crit. And I think I trust King Amazin on the bottom side to deal with that. But then when I look up top, Whimsical Melody into the set that Toxic Q has struggled against other pressure-like top laners, it makes me want to go with Villanova, and that's what I'm going to do. So I think I got the Wildcats as well. I wouldn't be surprised if DePaul wins because Reaper is on an early game jungler, but then worried about the early game pressure from the squad.
Yeah, this could really go either way. This is
excited.
It's going to be one of the – we had 2 amazing matches to start off the day. 2 stellar games, and we're going to round it out the exact same way. Let's get into it, Degon. Our final match of the day, the classic here in the Big East, the tried and true. It is DePaul taking on Villanova.
Yep, the Battle of the Blue takes off again for the 6th time with myself and Paulito.
Hello.
Wow, you were ready for that accent. That was really good. As the Blue Demons head on down, the Wildcats meet on the Rift. I love this. I love this matchup.
Dude, it's like I have nostalgia right now.
Yeah.
You and I here on was it down in the same desk.
Yeah.
We have a new fancy desk.
I know, dude.
And our new cool set. We were casting League of Legends. I was learning League of Legends. It was great.
It was great.
It was a good time. And now we'll see if these players have come along as well, because it's been a year. It has been a year of us watching these players really grow and develop, and this will be a test. I feel like this is a great midpoint for our season right now here at the 3-week mark. I feel like this is exactly the matchup we need to round out the day.
You know, I think the other thing, the reason why I'm struggling, or I struggled to pick DePaul, I mean, it's too late now, is that Hunky Hank's not on a playmaker, right? He's on Yuumi, which can make plays, but not as often as Thresh can. Not as often as Blitz can, not as often as Nautilus can. And so it's, I don't know.
Hunky hook. Where was the hunky hook? I needed a hunky hook.
Yes, we need hunky hooks. Now it's, what's an English word for Yuumi? I said hunky hover. But that
hunky help? I don't know.
Hunky helper.
Hunky helper.
Yeah, he's a hunky helper.
You are way too pleased with yourself.
That was good. You did good.
Thanks, buddy. Now this will be interesting because we've seen Yumi's put out absolute god tier levels of hitboxes?
Yeah.
Are weird.
Yep.
Hitboxes are weird. The animation on the prowling shot is odd.
So right here, I'm pretty sure on the bottom side of the map, Ezreal and Yuumi will hit level 2 first. That means they'll get shift, and so a lot of the kill pressure goes away from Please Crit. They can shift forward without punishment, and there it is. Yeah, Please Crit just forced to take that one right on the chin and back up, and there's a little early lead here for the Blue Demons.
There we are, and Reaper's going to look to try and continue some sort of lead. Moving on in to the jungle. Pixel Drum is here. Doesn't have vision of this yet. Reaper and Toxic rotating on in. They're looking for an early kill onto Pixel Drum. That would be a key target to take down, or at the very least steal away his red, but the collapse is coming on in. Aatrox is going to be here on the flank, trying to find the Dark and Plate onto 2 members.
Oh, no.
But Kamja is zoning beautifully, and that's first blood going for DePaul. What a team play from DePaul.
Yeah, what happened to the comms there for Villanova? Whimsical Melody went on blind faith there and was not rewarded. And there was just no talking between Pixel Drum and Arf saying, like, we can't join you. He's like, no, we can fight this. I'm dead.
Not only do I not have ult, I also no longer have an ult that resurrects me. Cool, guys!
I don't have ult, and I don't have HP.
Good times.
I don't have color on my screen.
Yeah.
I've gotten colorblind. What happened?
What happened? And he had to burn TP to get back to top, which is real unfortunate. So there's like a whole series of events.
Yeah, that was...
All right, here we go. Kamcha's gotta be killed.
Oh, wow.
Pixel Drum.
Oh.
That's not where your mouse goes, friend. That's not where it goes.
Wow. What a step up there by Kamcha. So many other mid laners would panic and go backwards. Instead, he just constantly walks up the way, up towards River, dodges out the parallel convergence, and just calmly walks away.
No, Twitch chat's better than us. Hunky Healer. That's pretty good.
Hunky Healer. I like Hunky Helper. Because then it just feels like...
She's not just a heal bot, guys.
You do it all.
She's got a root.
Yeah. She does it all.
She does it all. Now, this is a really solid opening from DePaul. This is exactly what they needed right now. And it's once again just Reaper. The jungle pressure that he's able to exert on the Rift is felt everywhere. Not only in the mid lane, not only in the top, the jungle obviously here as well, going in, not only stealing the red buff, killing the top laner, and setting up Toxic to have success, because this is a very even matchup early. Set Aatrox, we see it a lot. Aatrox will outscale this in terms of overall damage. Set will still have his kit, his utility, the pure damage, but this right now, Whimsical Melody not being ahead is a big deal.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, Whimsical Melody is going to win the side lane shoving. Yep. It just really delays like when that point's going to be. And it's unexpected, definitely unexpected here that you would just kind of hand over the kill that way. I can't wait to ask the native 192 what happened there, whether they win or lose.
Kind of hoping we can get a... we've never done this before in the broadcast, but we've done like joint pregame interviews where we bring on both teams. We've never done that post-game.
Yeah.
That would be kind of interesting. I'm just saying, because losers interviews are cool. We should do more of them in esports. Just saying.
Yeah, but I think if I was playing in a tournament, I wouldn't want to do a losers interview.
But you know what, Degon? It's not about what you want. It's about entertainment. It's about learning about the players. It's about dealing with adversity.
Yeah. There are other adversities I'd rather go through than that one. If I put it out on the line.
Flashback to university, like, I'd rather do those exams again.
Yeah, like, you know,
I
you played hard against your rival and then they beat you. Doesn't feel good.
Does not feel good.
Man, I'm still just reeling about that. Twitch chat's pretty funny. They're like, so Reaper walks in and slaps your red buff. What do you do?
Oh, never changed.
Apparently, you just into your top laner. That's what you do.
Oh, yeah, another quote. That zoning, God bless.
Yeah,
yes.
Just Whimsical Melody and Pixel Drum, better than that. That's why it just seemed like really disconjointed. And from here on out, it's been standard laning. Ezreal playing safe. Sivir has Spell Shield, so not a lot of poke. The poke target here is Thresh. I guess what you can do is every time Yuumi shoots out her Q and tries to poke you, you have Sivir step up and Spell Shield it. And then, if that happens, that's when you get aggressive and start to shoot some Mystic shots at Sivir, but that's just a long and mana-intensive process, so they're more than happy to just CS it up for now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a very passive bot lane. This is probably the most passive bot lane we've seen yet today. Please Crit's trying to land a hook, but Very, very smart positioning there. And that's so scary when you're a healer too, because when you're Yuumi in the situation, because you're totally dependent. I mean, you can get yourself out of there if you need to, but you're also completely dependent on your ADC doing the work and finding it. This ain't Dota, fam. You can't do that. All right.
It was close.
It was.
I'm not going to lie. Arf almost had it there, but the Shurima shuffle works out in the mid lane, and Arf, losing his spell shield into getting shoved backwards, also wastes TP in that play. I think it's a good idea, and it was a very close attempt, but it's going to set back Arf pretty hard.
Yeah, I mean, DePaul up 1,000 gold, up 2 kills. This is a really good start from them, and this is Reaper. This to me is just Reaper. This is what he does. This is the impact he makes on a game. Doesn't matter what jungler you put him on, he makes his impact felt in this early game. And this Olaf too. Level 6 has been reached. Ragnarok is online. No CC is going to hold him, no cage. So when he decides to make another entrance into the opposing team's jungle, I think Villanova's going to feel it.
Yeah, he's really leveled up his early game, and it's very clear what he provides to DePaul here. As yeah, both junglers here, same place, same time. Nice little dash forward. Did he get hit by that? I saw the undertow throw through, but it looked like he phase dashed through it. I think he actually did end up getting hit by it anyways.
Yeah.
And so the ganks by the junglers to the top side of the map, just a waste of time, showing, hey, look, we're both here.
Yeah, solid overall. Pixel Drum not dying, which at this point I think is the big thing. Just needs to continue to farm up. Echo is going to have an incredible amount of burst damage come the late game. He's going to be able to assassinate a lot of the squishies in the back line. So Ezreal, Yuumi, if they get caught out in a world of hurt, obviously Ezreal not easy to lock down by any means, especially when you have the addition of the Yuumi. But here we go, going on in hook flake combo. Hunky Hank taking a lot of damage, getting the heals, and that's exactly what they need. Bringing them on back with the Dark Passage. That's the strike back from Villanova.
Yeah, I didn't think that the mid lane and the jungle would be going this hard in DePaul's favor, but that's what I expected from Villanova. Like, if you pick Thresh into a Yuumi Ezreal, you are expected to make plays regardless of the fact that they are a safe lane. And it's in moments like that where there's vision and you know that the support wants to try to counter that vision where you capitalize on it. Great play there by Please Crit.
Yeah, really, really solid to start that one off. And this is the kind of Thresh play we've come to expect in NA, but oh my, Toxic. A little warmed up there on that set, having a few games under the belt and looking pretty solid on that one so far. I'm impressed. Stepping forward now, though, is the native actually in the bottom. Hang on, Flash committed. Nice sidestep there, though. Being flayed back in, but Yumi's here. This is not a fight Villanova can take.
Yeah, King Amazing getting a little too aggressive. Flash for Flash. You'll take that if you please, Crit. You always love seeing AD carry for support flashes as the True Shot Barrage goes just a bit wide, but these teams now starting to tussle, starting to tango a bit.
Please, Crit. Just to look at, see if we can bait him on in. Olaf is rotating down, though, from the mid. And Echo is here as well in the river. Let's keep an eye on this one. Not a whole lot of mana left for Native, but we do see potential rotation in around this Drake pit. I'm not sure if Reaper spotted that.
Yeah, I don't know if he did. Right now, Villanova trying to control the vision. Sivir getting a little low. The native 192 trying to take the 1v2 and gets taken down by King Amazing. The 2-for-1 in full effect here. But here comes Olaf. Olaf's able to pick up another kill. The TPs are still being channeled as very low goes Olaf. And now Hunky Hank has to find someone else to attach onto this time. And here comes the suppression. Nowhere to go. Comtra trying to get himself out to safety. Hunky Hank saying, I'm getting the heck out of Dodge. You're dead. But there it is. That's the whimsical melody I'm used to seeing. Nothing whimsical about that. He mollywops him on the head, and it's 5-4 after a big TP from Whimsical Melody.
Solid play there, going into Malzahar. Malzahar ult finishes, able to get himself out. Is the Azir, you're like, okay, this looks pretty good, but then Whimsical Melody with the Darkened Blade in between the Q. You got 3 procs of it. Let's go. Weaving in those auto attacks, getting the kills, absolutely solid. I was a little unsure going in there on a Ragnaroking Olaf, but that was solid. Let's take a look at that again.
Yeah, the native 192 just getting too aggressive here because Please Crit is splitting the difference for Pixel Drum. Like, the objective here is Drake. You have vision control. You don't need to step up like that. It does go 1-for-1, and then Ragnarok doing a great job here, but look how low he gets, not quite able to kill the Echo, and at that point when Whimsical Melody finishes the TP, No answer by set, and it's just clockwork from there. Comta did a great job getting to that point, but even then, Whimsical Melody using the Darkened Blade in the middle of the Azir trying to get out, shortcuts the dash away.
I think he actually also flashed in the middle of that, not needing to do so. But anyway, I noticed that the second watch around, Whimsical Melody, just kill secured. Kill really secured, but Please Crit is going on in. He's going to have the combo, trying to get on out to the Olaf, but that is not an ideal situation. Underestimating the damage the Pixel Drum is going to bring to the table. Oh my, that was solid. And remember how I talked about Echo having the ability to, I don't know, blow people up?
Yep.
That was it.
Yep, that was in full effect there. Pixel Drum taking care of business. You know, the question was asked, when Reaper comes and slaps your red buff, what do? Well, you get 4 of your teammates to come and slap him in the river later on. And so Reaper's early game prowess has been duly noted in the first half of the season in the Big East, but now starting to fall behind a little bit, and that's not what you want to do on the Olaf. His presence is an early game champ.
And I love this is Villanova right now, continuing to press in this early game, taking down these turrets, getting the Rift Herald, and the turret plating going to be going their way, catching up, and now surpassing the gold lead that DePaul had generated. Again, we have to sing all the praises of Reaper, but I love the adaptation and the response from Villanova as well. They've identified the pain points for themselves, the strengths that DePaul has, but then they're also saying, that's okay. We have our strengths of our own, and we're going to leverage them.
And that's the championship caliber, the championship pedigree that Villanova has done year and year again. Every year, we're always like, how do they always do this? Is right there, Toxicue getting finished off in the middle of the show stop. The show was stopped before the final act. And Villanova always find a way. They constantly find a way to make plays and make it difficult for the team to play through them. However, on the bottom side of the map, King Amazing does get the first turret. The camera's been locked up here because we had a couple kills. But Villanova will also get a turret of their own and expand the lead.
Yeah, and making a note, because I do believe, we'll get a plate graphic at some point, but I'm curious to see how the turret plates ended up going after that, because they were able to get a little bit earlier there for Villanova with the Rift Herald, so keep an eye on that. All the gold makes a difference at this point here, and it's pretty much even across the board, but we've been quiet on Arf so far this game. To be fair, he's playing a Malzahar, which isn't the most forward aggressive champion of all time. The ult obviously had an impact down in the bot lane earlier on, but he's just been sort of quietly farming, and that's fine.
Yep, that's what it is. Shove, wave, beep, boop, roam, beep, boop. That's all Malzahar does. Level 6, ult the person that doesn't have QSS, beep, boop. And again, that's all you really want out of your substitute mid laner that doesn't normally play that role.
You just want consistent, don't lose your lane. You just want solid pressure, you know, good damage, rotating when the team calls for it, and that's really what we're seeing so far. Speaking of rotations, oh my, King Amazing is stepping on up, and here we go, trying to line it. Essence Shift is there. Good positioning from King Amazing to get himself out of that one.
Yeah, good shift away. Keeps himself safe. And again, remember, it's a 2-for-1. Hunky Hank's like, oh, we gotta get out of here.
Don't blame him, though. He's like, you're my legs, please leave. Oh, Death Sentence just wide, and the turret is taking a decent amount of damage. Reaper's going to look to rotate on through. Native is going to be the pickup. Nice dodge there on the final chapter. Everybody's getting on out. Oh, actually, Chrono break back through, but Please Crits here, and the Death Sentence to Flay. Flash, bring him on back, waited! And here comes the Darkened Blade in the flank. Aatrox is here. That's the shutdown on the Israel. Picking up another one underneath the turret. They're going to try and get down the support as well. Yes, please, sir. Make it a double. Let's make it a triple. Picking it up underneath the turret. Let's get the turret to boot.
Yeah, that was a sick hook there by Please Crit, predicting the way that King Amazing was going to flash down into the corner. And it's not just one, but 2 turrets here. And a ton of pressure, and Villanova starting to break this game open. Here comes the suppression. Here comes the hook. The name is written in the book. It's a death sentence for another one. But hey, Toxicue able to pick one back on up. Be careful for these HP bars. Oh, the native almost gets taken down there. Did have the spell shield, but his normal mechanics of dodging things actually worked out the best.
Yeah, funnily enough, using your feet on occasion. Useful. Sorry, guys.
Useful lot. Useful.
Useful. Let's take a look at that one more time. Walk us through this, Digo.
So King Amazing, they shift their focus onto Pixel Drum, and then right here, the Flay panic. Instead of going down back into the lane, he goes diagonally. Please Crit gets it. Whimsical Melody comes on in and starts to get the cleanup, and it's the 2-for-1 Yuumi special. Anytime you get one of Yuumi's attachments, Yuumi comes with it.
And that's how it worked out in the mid. Let's add a couple of turrets to boot. Let's go all in off the special. What a combo. Malthazar all, oh boy. I mean, yeah, Pixel Drum does end up getting picked up here. Really nice play from Toxic to move on in and continue to make that one happen. But, oh boy, this is now DePaul on the back step. And we do see, yeah, decent play taken from both sides, able to try and leverage that early game goal, but Villanova coming out ahead despite the fantastic roaming from Reaper.
Yeah, so gold now expanding to a 3,000 gold lead here for Villanova. DePaul need to stabilize just a bit and now recalibrate. How do we win now that Olaf isn't just going crazy and kill whatever he wants? You want to get set to a place where he's a tanky boy, does have the Brambles vest to slow any of the ricochet damage down from Sivir, and also slow down the healing from Sivir, even though she doesn't have any healing quite yet. Also to prevent the Aatrox from healing once he pops the ulti. Kamcha needs to get a couple Kamcha needs to get a couple items to feel a little bit more comfortable, and maybe showing a little bit of rust on Azir. I don't know how I felt about that champ either, as Arf tried to step on forward and flash into the Nether Grasp. Missed it. I guess King Amazing shifting away at the same time. So that's a very, very big cost there for Arf to miss that play.
Yeah, we're seeing the hook, though, coming on in. Forced to pop the Ragnarok early. Oh, my. So that's a key ult down. King Mason is here on the flank. Native looking to try and potentially pick something up here. Villanova is not stopping the pressure. They've just, I love the fact that they've just set up camp in the other team's jungle. This is what you have to do. You cannot let DePaul rest. You cannot let them reset. They're too good. The mental is too strong for this team. Villanova is doing the exact right thing of keeping up the pressure. And look at that. Please crit. 100% win rate with a 4.55 KDA. Somebody stop this man.
Yeah, and he's been the catalyst for all that pressure that you've been talking about. Look at him zone everybody out right here. And it's been the hooks over and over again. We talked about it. Hunky Hank not on a proactive champion like that. It's, I think it's, I look back on this draft and I know Yuumi does, if we look at the stats at the end of the day, he's going to do insane amounts of healing, Hunky Hank on the Yuumi, but I like him when he's setting up the rest of the team. Like right now, who's setting up the rest of the team? It has to be Shrima Shuffle from Kamcha. It has to be a big flank from Set, but they didn't get any of the turrets in the mid or the top side, so bot lane is where the flank would have to come from, and it just feels a little bit harder to execute the fights that they want for DePaul.
Paul just has to try and find a way to reset on this one, because again, they've got the scaling, they've got an Ezreal, they've got an Azir. You have the playmaking ability in these late game fights, but the problem right now is that the bridge champ, the champion that they were hoping to get them there, Olaf into the set, just aren't having the impact right now. Reaper, who we've seen be able to take over mid-game situations like this, we've seen the amazing Cataclysms, has felt quiet.
Yeah, it's starting to sputter a little bit, I would say. Not done by any means, but yeah, it's slowing down and you're having a hard time picking fights here for DePaul. I think the next one is you have to start prioritizing bottom side vision. You want to try and force Villanova into a Drake fight so that you're at least in range of any of those ways to fully engage. Otherwise, it's a little difficult. Then you're forcing King Amazing to shift forward to stay inside of damaging range, and then he doesn't have that for defensive purposes. And we've seen Please Crit has done a great job killing King Amazing, even if he has flash up.
This is true. This is true. These death sentences have been on point. The flash play has been there, and now that you've got Sivir with 2 items, got the rapid fire cannon, got that S3, things are going to be feeling pretty good for Native. He can sit back pretty much untouched because there's not a great way other than the set to try and get in range to deal with the Sivir. And that's the big thing here for Villanova. They just have to play these fights front to back. So they go in now into the jungle, look to set this up. Ragnarok's here, Pixel Drum's going to be the target. Forced to go back. That's the ult coming in from Yuumi, trying to find it. Arf is on the flight, but here we go. Toxic is there, pulling him on back in. Emperor's Divide, trying to shut them all down. The damage from the set is there as well. Chasing them on through the pure damage. That's a flash forward, trying to get the ball from the Pixel Drum, trying to get him back over. A's going to be able to get the jump, but the flash is there. Continuing on him. The set does not stop. He will not end. The ult from the Ezreal to seal the deal. And that is the ace from DePaul. They are back in this.
What a clean fight there for DePaul, but you also got to say that is a terrible fight to take for Villanova. the only way DePaul can get onto you is if you clump and cluster up in a small area. What is this area? A small area. What are they doing? Clumping up. Yumi is able to stun 3 of them onto the back line. There's the set flank I've been talking about, and it's just into multiple members and the Shurima Shuffle wall. There goes the native 192, and he's wreaking havoc. Toxic Q, welcome to the team. Welcome to your first Villanova versus DePaul match. That's a great way to do it. He got so hyped, he flashed over the wall. I was like, oh, that's a little bit too much. And the pow, breaking faces, jaw, the haymaking all over the place. And so that's Baron over to DePaul. They have to go back and reset, so Villanova will take the Dragon. But either way, as you said, right back into it are the blue teammates.
Toxic won them that fight. That flank was game-changing. Yeah, the Emperor's Divide was huge, but it was the follow-up haymaker damage that absolutely shredded.
I think Villanova won them that fight. That's like, you just got to identify what the other team wants to do.
You have to fight front to back. You just got to have an initiation, find a death sentence, blow somebody up, go in, and that's not what happened. You got flanked hard in the jungle. This is how you want to set up a fight. There you go, Villanova, you did it again. You're back at it, but oh my. DePaul has shown that there is still life in the squad. You cannot count them out yet.
Yep, so Villanova able to answer that one, and Toxic now is going to be a problem. 4-1-3. Split push-in, is there an answer to it? Aatrox almost there. 181 to 180, so CS has been very close together in terms of gold, I'm sure, as we take a look at the gold charts of these teams. In the top lane, should be relatively close to native, forced to flash away because he already used Spell Shield, and that's, you know, there's like, what, 8 waves of the Yumi ultimate there, and your Spell Shield only gets 1 of them.
This is true. This is true. Oh my goodness. This is an interesting scenario because in my head I had it lined up, you know, all right, Villanova's in the lead here, DePaul's on the backstep, how do they reset? Well, that's how you reset.
Yeah.
Toxic shows up in a big way, but this is still a combo, but
Whoa.
Okay.
King Amazing pays the QSS tax and then is able to get money back early because
that's your rebate.
Yep. Okay. Reaper forced to use early Ragnarok, and they will continue to put the pressure up. They have the Baron empowered minions. They put down the tower as well from Azir so that they don't get flanked and will continually shove the wave in. Because it is a Baron empowered minion, it's not close enough to hit the turret. Please crit will clear that one out. Now here comes the next wave. So if you're Villanova, you're looking for a fight. Oh, the native recalling right in front, so still has no opportunity to pick up mana to use Ricochet to clear out the minion waves.
Yeah, this is big here. The native is going to be much less impactful, but this is huge. DePaul able to finally get back some map control. Their jungle was a party land for Villanova this whole time, but now finally they're able to step back up and assert some pressure on the opponent's side of the Rift. Just get some vision down, which Pixel Drum is trying to clear now, but Reaper and crew are here. Need to be cautious if they're going to be recalling. They want to take these fights as 5 or not at all.
What a game.
This is what I was expecting.
Yeah, I mean,
this is what you get when Villanova and DePaul go toe-to-toe. They're 2 of the best teams in the Big East for a reason. Aside from legacy, aside from pedigree, aside from history, these 2 rosters so far this season have looked strong, have shown weaknesses, and this is the game where they can look to overcome that, where they can look to step up from a moral victory standpoint. This is huge. Taking down your rival in the conference will do more than anything else could.
Yeah, I'm trying to find the, what is the way that DePaul keeps moving forward? Because this Olaf now is going to move from being the frontliner that's scary to everybody to like this
he's there.
mid fighter, right? You're not the front line like Set is, but you're kind of like hovering in between the Azir and the Ezreal and Set, and then picking your time to go in, whereas Whimsical Melody is going to be in the front line, Pixel Drum will be in the front line, and then using Chrono Break to go backwards. Arf, we've seen him not hesitate to flash Nether Grasp somebody. However, he needs to make sure that target doesn't have QSS. Currently, it's only King Amazing that has it, so you could do it to Kamcha, you could do it to Set, so we'll keep an eye on that.
Yeah, you just saw King Amazon's stats flown on the screen there. I mean, 9.2 CS per minute is really solid. Overall, fantastic plays, over 4 KDA at this point. So really one of the true, I call, Hunky Hank the backbone of DePaul.
Yeah.
But King Amazon is he's the foot that's kicking Villanova in the boot right now.
Yep. King Amazon just shifting forward. The native 192 gets deleted. Who's the better AD carry right now? It's King Amazon. Now he's going to go step on forward and get the couple of auto attacks on Please Crit. None of them will crit, but they don't need to. Hunky Hank getting into the action. And then the TP comes on through and helping out Ezreal. It's 3 kills for DePaul, and they're going to shove down the mid lane.
This is absolutely huge. The step-up moment from DePaul. We call his name, and he answers now, pushing in to the inhib turret. There's the grasp going down, not able to pick up the kill. Nice heals coming in from the Yuumi, trying to keep every single one of these carries alive. Azir is here as well to continue on the pressure. And that is going to be the inhib going down. Whimsical Melody trying to create the space, but they're also trying to take him down. Emperor's Divide, dividing him right in half, as that is going to be half the team gone. Some are respawning, but this is huge because the Aatrox, the double kill, taking down the Malzahar. Hello, DePaul, we hear you now. The 2 members are respawning, but is it going to be enough? I think it is.
Yeah, it's going to slow down the push here. Ooh, if Please Crit lands any of these hooks, that could be the game. But nope, DePaul will take the prudent decision here and back on off. And Villanova now just getting jammed into their mid lane, back into their own base. We'll have super minions pouring on in, and DePaul on the back of the AD carry. King Amazon just taking it to it. You take a look at the scoreline, 7-2-5, 270 CS. The native, not quite there yet. We're used to him playing more aggressive champions, more mechanical champions, and when we saw that pick, we both said it. It's like, hey, this is kind of questionable, but they're going to go for the Desperation Baron. The TPs have been channeled. Here we go.
Pixel Drum and crew taking a lot of damage, and they don't have it yet. No IE finished for the native, and this is going to be the engage. Going right in. Yuumi ult to set it up, and all the damage to follow up. Showstopper in the back. Let's go, team. Please crit the last man standing. Thank you for Leash, says DePaul.
Pixel Drum's going to go for the steal.
He's going to go for it. And he gets it. Oh, my goodness. Back to the one strike, but a failed flash, and this is going to be the charge going in with the Ragnarok. And, the ace. It gets the steal, but at what cost?
At the game, because already Set is in the base. ToxicQ said, all right, you can steal the Baron, and we'll take the victory, as it's been a comprehensive one, a back and forth by DePaul, and another chapter in this rivalry has been written. This time, the Blue Demons take the victory, 21-13. Oh, I love this. I love this rivalry. It's so great.
I asked before this game if Villanova could overcome their demons in this matchup. Looks like the answer was no. Looks like DePaul will be the ones to walk away as the victors here. Changing up the roster, they got a lot of flack for it, but they're saying no, this was the way to be. And Toxic showed us why. The game-defining moment, that fight that turned everything on its head, started with that Set flank. Yeah. Absolutely sick. Play overall from DePaul looked solid. A little bit of a questionable early game a bit there, but they were able to rally and recover. Reaper, hello, sir. Welcome back to the show. Congratulations on that victory.
Hello. Hello. Thank you, first of all. I'm really happy that we were able to beat Villanova. They seem to have really big mouths. That was really nice that we were able to beat them. Yeah, I mean, we're just really excited.
Yeah.
We're really excited.
Cool. Yeah. How did it feel? I mean, it looked like things went, it was a good start. You're able to pick up that early lead, and then things started to fall a little bit further behind. And I started to get a little worried about the Olaf pick. Were you starting to worry about possibly getting outscaled there?
For sure. So the reason why we had an okay early game, or I guess it was better than okay, but the reason why it was like that is because we were just able to know where the jungler was, and we didn't have any connection issues. But after that settled down, we were able to track the jungler and just know what to do from there. Even if we gave up objectives and things like that, we knew what to do after.
So you guys have had an interesting time overall. I think developing this bottom lane has been really crucial, at least from the games that we've seen. Talk to us about the dynamic between your support and your bot laner down there, because it seems like a lot of time you guys are putting resources into King Amazon, even more than some other teams are. Talk to us about that decision to put all of your trust in your carry.
For sure. So King Amazon and Hunky Hank, they have this really good synergy that we didn't actually expect. because they've only been playing for about like 5 months. But after we figured out, like, hey, Hank plays really aggressive, King Amazing likes playing really aggressive as well. If we just dump everything on them, like, will we lose a game? And that's something that we keep testing and we keep trying to figure out if it works, and it definitely works. So that's something that I think is our strong suit. But we definitely have a couple other things up our sleeves if that goes wrong.
Yeah. The other question is for your other new member and new synergy, Toxic Q. Does he play anything else other than set? Because I think like he hasn't done anything yet. You don't have to say who,
Yeah,
but
he has. Yeah. He has. I would say he has a deep champ pool. Right now, if you just leave the OP open, like we're just gonna take it. Like if you're not banning correctly, it's not our fault,
Yeah. Yeah.
I love it. I love it. If you're not banning correctly, that's on you. No, I agree. And I every single time the set comes up, Dion's like, I think he's going to take Yes, he's going to take it every single time. So clearly you guys have found the recipe that works.
Yep.
Finding success. This is an age-old rivalry here in the Big East. And this time around, you guys walked away the victors. So congratulations, especially on this one. I know it means a lot to you folks there over at DePaul.
Thank you. And can I say something before we go? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Time?
Absolutely. You say
okay.
it.
All right. So the native, just keep in mind what you say. Words go a long way. So next time you do it again, just be prepared again as well.
All right. There we go. I love it.
All right.
That was the
sir.
nice BM.
Yes.
That was the MM, the mannered manners. The mannered manners.
Yes.
Wow. All right.
The good manners.
Yeah, I don't know. It wasn't good. It was mannered.
It was
well mannered.
It was next time you talk some smack, be aware that you've got to back it up.
Yeah. Bring it back.
All right.
All right.
All right.
Renegade Mac. There we go.
Hey.
Close it out with some Butler. But yeah, I love watching that series, and both these teams don't like each other.
I want it to be a best of 3, though. Oh my goodness! As much as I love our double round robin format, I want more of that.
Yeah.
That was
oh,
some good league.
Am I hearing? Oh, we have the native 192. Oh, we don't because they didn't win. Oh, darn! The native. I thought we were gonna talk, man. You left me hanging, dude. That's all right.
Unscripted, unscripted for the record, but no, I think that was just the right amount of clapback coming in there from Reaper there. And after a solid performance, I think, again, we have to reevaluate where these teams are falling in the hierarchy here in the Big East. So let's take a look at the standings. Let's remind everyone where the chips fell at the end of the day. St. John's.
St. John's.
Oh, boy. Villanova had a chance to go 7-1. They had a chance to match them up there in first place, but instead DePaul, who clawed their way back after 2 early losses, now sitting 6-2. 2-3 spot now going in favor of DePaul. Butler is there as well at 3-3, and the rest is as you see. Seton Hall do have a chance to recover, getting their full roster back as the season goes on, but the damage has been done. Let's take a look at our schedule for next week.
Yeah, taking a look at these matches here right off the bat. Seton Hall trying to bounce back against Providence. The battle of the threes at 3-3 Butler against Marquette. Ooh. And I think the big one that we got to take a look at is St. John's against DePaul. DePaul obviously feeling good after this big victory against Villanova, and St. John's beating everybody. We'll get to see how they do against the now second place team in the Blue Demons.
Yeah, this is great. We get to see more of these these teams down at the lower end of the bracket overall, I should say. So teams like Providence, who I really want to see step up here. They've got still a lot of awesome opportunities. Playoffs are starting to get out of reach for them at this point, but there's still a lot of lessons to be learned here in the 2020 regular season. So I'm excited to see what these teams do as well. And then, of course, our match of the week, I think for sure, is going to be that St. John's DePaul one as well. That's just going to be sick. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That's all right. We don't have to predict it until next week. But one thing that does need to happen is that hopefully someone will help out Reaper and get him a camera so that it doesn't look like there's an earthquake happening all the time over there.
Just like set it on a shelf or something. Just like set it on a drawer, a chest of drawers.
He deserves it. Those are 2 big wins today. So, get him a camera.
Get him a camera. DePaul, I saw you. DePaul Esports, I saw you in chat. Come on.
Yeah.
Get this man a camera.
Yep.
$70 or something on Amazon. Go nuts. I'm just saying. C920s. That's fine. All right. You've seen the schedule. You know what's coming up next week, which means we're done for the day.
We are.
Let's go relax, have a drink of water, rest our voices.
Just
come
water.
Back stronger. Just water, kids. Follow us on Twitter at ESL Collegiate. Right. It's always that.
You go the other way. Come on, it's this way.
I don't know why.
And
like
then
left to
when
right.
it goes away, it's 1, 2, 3, swoop. Like that?
Little weak.
All right.
Little weak. All right. All right, Degon. Closing thoughts of the day. Closing thoughts of the day.
It was really cool to see those top of the table cluster teams kind of all really battle against each other. St. John's proving themselves against all levels of competition, DePaul stepping up here, and really seeing how much Seton Hall changes when they're missing I've earned this rank. Like, it's really integral to have your shot caller there. The other thing I want to note, and I know I gave the native a hard time, is Villanova is back-to-back champs. They are playing with the substitute mid laner, which is one of the superstar roles. Until they get really knocked off their perch, Villanova is still the class of everything. So, yes, he says a lot of things, but he's backed it up time and time again. DePaul has beaten Villanova in the regular season time and time again, and Villanova has come out on top. So, as much as we like to rib him because he ribs everybody, I'm sure he's going to be a good sport, take it back. But until someone actually knocks him off, Villanova, in my eyes, is still the favorite.
Yeah, I mean, there's too many good teams to count out any one of them at this point. DePaul has a mark in their favor today, but as you mentioned before, Villanova with the full roster, things will probably change the next time we see. Who knows? I don't know.
Yep,
I don't know. St. John's is still the X factor here as well. They're sitting at the top of the standings, so a lot of questions still to be answered in the Big East 2020 regular season. For myself and Verum, Degon, and the crew, we'll see you next week.